I work at a small retail store, and it shouldn't be any surprise to hear that I hate it there. The work, the customers, even some of the co-workers as well. But hey, it was my first job and really the only one I was able to get with no experience. Over winter break, my school was out for 3 weeks, which meant I wasn't forced to only work closing shifts like usual. I talked to my manager, who said I could take up a few overnight shifts if I wanted. I gladly accepted, knowing at least I wouldn't have to deal with customers and could mostly work at my own pace. I knew the overnight manager, Chris, and when I came in for my first overnight, he showed me what to do and left me on my own to do it. I appreciated this. It was just the two of us working on opposite ends of the store. Being overnight, it was really nice, quiet, peaceful, getting to work in complete solace, and even listening to music as I did so. It only took a couple of hours for the fun to wear off though, and I was actually getting really bored, maybe even a little sleepy as well. Not talking to a single person in many hours was more than I'd bargained for. It was just past 1 a.m., so I let Chris know I was going to take my 15. I grabbed my lunch from the fridge in the break room and left the building. I sat in my car and scarfed down my food, hoping to store up 10 minutes for a quick nap. Before I got the chance to rest my eyes, though, I noticed someone standing next to the building. The entire parking lot was empty and completely dark, with only the lights from inside the retail store shining through. There was no reason for anyone to be here. This guy was looking into the windows like he was trying to see inside. Very odd and suspicious behavior. I felt like I'd better stay awake and watch what this guy was doing. He looked like a pretty tall dude, with short hair and wearing a dark leather jacket, maybe some old boots on as well. I watched him for the rest of my break, an entire 10 minutes. The guy was just standing outside watching through the windows of our store. Having to clock back in now, I got out and started walking toward the front doors. I was walking fast, hoping to slip by this guy without giving him a chance to stop me. Before I even got halfway through the parking lot, though, he spun around and looked right at me. His eyes were dead and bloodshot, and his face was blank and devoid of emotion. I kept walking, trying to make it to the door. The man immediately started moving over to me. He was maybe 10 feet away as I came up and started unlocking the door. He said something to me as I hurried inside and locked it behind me. I just ignored him out of a gut feeling that he was up to no good. Maybe that was harsh of me to not even see what he wanted, but at the time I just had a really bad feeling about this guy. I made my way to the back to use the bathroom, and then went back on to the sales floor. A few minutes later, I wanted to get back to work, but I felt tempted to check out the front windows and see what that man was up to. I walked up to the front, fully expecting to see his creepy eyes staring through the window, but he wasn't there, not even anywhere in the parking lot. I figured that meant he must have left for good. I went back to the aisle I was working in. Another few minutes went by, and it was probably 1:30 or so. Suddenly, the alarm began to sound through the entire building. I knew exactly what that was right away. It was the back door that was in the storage area of the building. Sometimes the managers would toss stuff in the dumpster out back and accidentally trip the alarm, but with only Chris working besides me, it seemed fairly unlikely. I started making my way to the back of the store, but the closer I got to the doors to the storage room, the more this bad feeling crept up inside of me. If it was Chris, surely he would have shut off the alarm by now. I got to the back area, and just before I entered, I heard a bunch of thuds coming from the other side. I quickly pushed open the door, and the sound stopped immediately. Down the hallway, I could see the back door was wide open, and there was no sign of Chris anywhere. "Chris?" I called out. He didn't respond. Instead, a moment later, a head peered around the corner on the other end of the hallway. I recognized those dead eyes right away and felt my whole body tense up. After hesitating, I ran right back the way I came, not stopping for anything until I got outside and into my car. I called 911. It was as I did this that I realized I had no idea where Chris was. Cops arrived quick, running into the building and searching the entire place. Thankfully, Chris was unharmed. He'd locked himself into the manager's office. The guy had broken in and attacked him by surprise. Luckily, he was able to escape his assault. He explained to me that the thud noises I'd heard was the man pounding on the office door trying to break it down. The guy ran away as soon as I did, so he was gone before the cops could get to him. We have a blurry image of his face from the security cameras printed out and hung up on the back wall so other employees can keep a lookout for him. As far as I know, he hasn't come back. There's no saying what he was trying to do that night. I'm just lucky that my gut feeling was working well. My name is John. I'm 23 and I work at a 24/7 bar in my town that's known for our pizza and drinks. We don't really have any other food options, but people seem to enjoy it either way. I've never really understood why the owners decided they wanted us to deliver pizzas. It's a lot of hassle for probably not all that much extra money. But since we didn't really get that many delivery orders anyway, I was always the only driver. My shift was usually 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. On this night, I walked into the place being pretty crowded. There were several large groups, and with deliveries being slow, I was helping out with waiting tables in the meantime. There were a few deliveries still, though. I made maybe one an hour. At 3 a.m., there was another regular delivery for me to drop off. I grabbed the single pizza and got in my car. The address was 15 minutes away, so I typed it into Google Maps and started driving. Everything up until this point was completely normal. This was just like any other delivery, and honestly, I was quite happy to get out of that crowded bar and out onto the quiet roads. While driving, though, I was caught completely off guard when my Google Maps just suddenly said I'd arrived at my destination. I wasn't even in a neighborhood, though. I pulled over on the curb and tried to figure out where I'd gone wrong. Double-checking everything, this was the address that was on the order. Only the address was for the entrance to a forest preserve or a park or something like that. There weren't even any houses nearby that it could have been mixed up with. I called the customer's number. It rang for less than a second before they picked up. "Hey, this is John. I'm just trying to deliver your pizza, but I think you've given us the wrong address." There was a strangely long pause as I could hear the man breathing into the phone. He began to describe my car and said to look to my left. I did as he said, and literally saw nothing but a pitch-black forest. Then I saw something begin to move. It appeared to be the man on the phone. He was waving his arms in the air to get my attention. He was standing way off in the forest beyond the road. I don't know why he didn't just come onto the side of the road where it was easier to see, or even why he'd ordered it here to begin with. I got out and started walking over. It was hard not to notice how eerily quiet it was outside next to this forest preserve. There were no cars anywhere, and no other people either. I found it really odd, too, that as I walked up to the guy, he didn't even move to meet me halfway. He just stood there and watched me walk across the street and up to the grass. Just before the edge of the forest where he was at, I stopped halfway through the grass area, realizing that this was way too weird. I waved for him to come over and grab the pizza and pay for it. The guy hesitated, and instead of walking up to me, he looked behind me and on either side, pretty obviously looking for any bystanders. My nerves were really high at this point, which made it hard to think clearly. If my mind was clear, I definitely would have just taken off from my car and left. Before I could come to my senses, though, the man started approaching me. He was moving really fast and didn't slow down even as he got closer. I stumbled back, but it was too late. The man grabbed my upper arm and started pulling me back toward the forest. He was clearly trying to be quiet, though, not yelling or saying anything, instead putting all his efforts into trying to drag me. We struggled back and forth for several seconds before I realized I couldn't break free. I started punching wildly. It only took a few clean shots to his face before he let me go, and by then we were only a few feet from the forest. I took off running, looking only back to check if he was following. I saw him get up and run off into the forest. To my horror, 2 other guys came out from behind the trees. I got in my car and drove straight to the police station that was on the other side of the block. Obviously, the guys had completely run off by then, though. I actually went back to work after that, explaining what happened to my boss and asking if he had any info on the guy's order. All he had was a phone number, which had already been disconnected. The first name was most likely fake as well. After that, he sent me home early with a free slice of pizza. I didn't think that was exactly a fair trade, but I wasn't going to complain. If I'd been dumb enough to walk up to the forest that night, I probably would have been instantly attacked by all 3 men, with no witnesses anywhere around. Luckily, my hesitance to approach him made it an easier fight to escape, but it very quickly could have turned into something far worse. I was out camping in a familiar part of the forest near my city. My city is small and honestly has not much to do, so camping is the one thing I found that I really enjoy doing. Not such a big fan of hiking, though. I prefer the more relaxing aspects of camping, like sitting by the fire and having no responsibilities. The trail I went on was one I'd been on plenty of times. It was only a 30-ish minute walk from the parking area, and the campsite was right by a lake. Having only my small city near this forest, there's only so many people you could expect to possibly be camping at the same time and place as I was. This time when I got there was one man that had a tent already set up. I could see him down by the lake walking amongst the sand. He looked to be in his 40s and had some generic swimming trunks on and a stained white t-shirt. I walked a little farther from where his tent was and set up my own. I collected some large stones from nearby and placed them in a ring formation, prepping for the campfire I was going to have later. As I did, I noticed the man looking at me. Not just a generic glance, though. He was standing down by the lake with his full body turned completely toward me, clearly watching me. I tried to just ignore him, but every time I took a glance back, he was in that same spot, just standing still and staring at me. It was really creepy feeling, so I ended up waving at him to see if he wanted to say hi or something. After I waved at him, he instantly turned around and continued walking along the lake line. Whatever that was, I really didn't like it. It gave me an uncomfortable feeling about that guy. I decided it might be best to keep an eye on him for a while. Nothing else really happened, but after 20 minutes, he walked away from the lake and into the forest behind his tent. I thought there may have been a trail back there, or he could have just been pacing around. Whatever the case, I was glad that he was gone for now. I put my chair down by the lake and started to relax. I was down there for about an hour or so, before grabbing my things and moving back up to my tent. The sun was now setting, so I lit up my campfire and sat there and looked around at the forest. That was when I suddenly spotted something far out there. There was a shape next to one of the trees in the forest. I squinted, trying to get a clearer view. All I could make out was what appeared to be a white shirt. It was that guy again, standing far behind my campsite and staring at me from behind a tree. Now this was getting really creepy. How long he had been watching for, I had no idea. I moved my chair to the other side of the campfire, so I was now facing him. I didn't want to lose sight of him. He stayed there for a good 40 minutes, watching me from behind the trees in the forest. It started to get real dark out, and shadows were everywhere, making it hard to see him anymore. After a while, it was so dark I couldn't even make out his shape any longer. I could only look in the general direction that he had been in. With my campfire lighting up the area around me, though, I knew he could still see me quite clearly. Knowing that he was still out there somewhere, just staring at me, and yet not being able to see what he was doing, made me really anxious. I mean, what the hell was this guy's problem? He even had a tent set up like he was camping, but in the hours I'd been there, I'd never once seen him go to it. With everything getting to my head now, I debated just packing up and leaving. At this point, I was worried the guy would follow me out, though, so I just sat there and tended to the fire, making sure it did not go out. I waited as several long and tiring hours passed by. I didn't see anything. I did look at his tent every now and then, but I never saw him come back to it, or come close enough for me to see him again. When the sun started coming up, I looked all around and saw no signs of the man. I packed up my gear and booked it back to my car. It's hard to know what that man's intentions were. If I hadn't stayed awake and been cautious of him from the start, who knows where I'd be right now? "20 years ago, I was living in New Jersey. I worked as a pizza delivery driver and worked at this neighborhood joint called Domino. The shop was at this corner on the edge of town. The area would be pretty busy during the day, but not so much at night. Obviously, we were open pretty late, what with it being a pizza shop and all. One time, I remember I was working until 2 a.m. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, there was a delivery for me to make. I was sitting inside the shop and left out the back door to go to my car. I parked in the small lot behind the place, which was where all the employees would park. I walked out the back door, and as soon as I did, I saw this suspicious guy standing near my car outside. He started moving away instantly, and I asked the man what he was doing. The guy quickly ducked behind a couple of dumpsters that were back there. He had gone out of my line of sight just as quickly as I had seen him. I figured he had left the property and ducked into the alley behind the dumpsters. All I knew for sure was that I couldn't see him anymore. I went over to my car and didn't really notice anything out of place. I got inside with the pizza and then left to make the delivery. I was able to do so without much a problem at all. After getting back from the delivery, I went back inside. A while later, I got my next delivery to be made. I went through the back door again, and this time when I left, I did not see anybody by my vehicle. As I was walking towards it about halfway there, I suddenly heard footsteps from behind me. I looked back and noticed the same man from before was now moving in my direction. I went faster and jumped inside my car with the pizza in tow. The guy kept moving towards my car, at one point breaking out into a sprint. I thought he was either going to try and get in somehow or talk to me. The way he had been at my car earlier made him very suspicious already. He got within just a couple of feet, but did not try to open the door or knock on my window or anything. He just kind of stood there looking at me. I didn't wait around to see what he wanted, though. I started up my engine and quickly left the area. I went out and made the next delivery. I was gone for about 15 minutes or so. I went back to work and parked in my usual spot. After getting out of my car, I was starting to walk back to the back door. That was when I noticed the man was still there, coming out from behind the nearby vehicle of a coworker of mine. He now was standing right next to the back door of the place. I didn't know what he wanted. I decided to just walk away instead of going to the back door like I usually did. I went around the edge of the parking lot and walked to the front door, which was locked by now. I rang the bell and a coworker saw me and unlocked the door. I went inside and told them about this sketchy guy blocking the back doorway. We ended up calling the police to report him, and nobody left the store until they arrived and checked out the area. The man was gone by then. I guess they couldn't find him after. After a while, they left and I got another delivery that night. I didn't see him at all for the rest of it though. That was surely the creepiest thing that ever happened to me when I worked there. This happened back in the year 1996. I was 13, and one night I was at home with my older sister, who was 16 at the time. I remember that our parents were gone for the night, so they gave us some money to order a pizza. After our parents left, I went into my room to play some video games. My sister was in her bedroom. When I got hungry, I left my room and told my sister that I really wanted some pizza. We ordered, and I'm not sure exactly what time it was. All I know is that it was dark out. While we waited for the pizza, we hung out together in the living room. I remember that the pizza guy got there. After he rang the doorbell, my sister went over and answered. She paid the pizza guy and brought the pizza into the kitchen. I was still in the living room watching TV, but I was about to go into the kitchen. As I got up, I heard somebody suddenly trying to open the front door to our home. I stopped where I was and listened in. They tried opening the door again. I wasn't sure if it was the pizza guy or what. I went over to the front window and looked out of it. I was just on time to barely see somebody moving away. They went out of sight within just a second though, and I didn't really get a good look at them. It was just enough to know that there was somebody out there, and that person had gone to the side toward the driveway. It also led toward the side of our house, though. I kept watching, but I didn't see the person return. I figured they must have left. I went into the kitchen, and I told my sister about that strange occurrence. We looked out of all the windows, but we didn't see anything suspicious. We figured the guy must have left. We went into the living room and were having the pizza and watching some TV. Not long into this, though, there was a loud knock at the front door. We carefully went over to a front window and looked outside of it. When we did, we saw there was a man standing there out front, on the front step. It was not the pizza delivery guy from earlier, though. Neither of us recognized the man. We figured it must have been the same guy who had just tried entering the house earlier. We didn't know what we should do. I wanted to call our parents, but they didn't have cell phones at the time. We stayed in the living room and heard the man knock once more. He stopped and things were very quiet for a short time. We looked out again and the guy seemed to be gone. I couldn't find him anywhere. Just moments later, we heard somebody trying to open the back door to the house. Whoever this guy was, he seemed very determined to get into our home for whatever reason. My sister said she was calling the police and went over to the home phone. I stayed put in the living room and hoped the man would not try to break in while my sister was on the phone with the police. I didn't hear anything more. After she was told the police were on their way, we looked out of a few more windows. We couldn't find the guy in the backyard or the front yard. 10 minutes later, the police got there. We figured that the guy must have left. I remember just hoping that he wouldn't return after the police had gone away. My sister talked to the police and told them what happened. I also talked to them a little bit too, and gave my account of the events. They said they would take a full look around our property. Surprisingly, the police actually did find the man hiding behind a tree in our backyard. The very same guy. I really couldn't believe that he was still there. The police arrested the man for trespassing. Neither me nor my sister had any idea who he was. I'm just really glad they actually found him. I'm a former pizza delivery driver. I got the job when I was 20 years old, and at first I really liked it a lot. I would not have to work that much, just a few nights a week. My car was fairly new, and I didn't mind delivering at all. The area I live in is not super crowded, so the driving is pretty easy on the roads. I would also make lots of money in tips, so it was well worth it. After I had been working there for about 6 months, I was working one weekend pretty late. It had been a pretty busy night. I remember going on countless deliveries and making quite a bit of money as well. It got later and the delivery slowed down significantly. I was sitting inside of the restaurant when we got another order for me to deliver. By now, it was probably around 1 something in the morning. It was just an order of cheese bread. I took the order, got the address, and headed out to my car to deliver it. I had been to this area before, but not the exact street or address. The location was only about 10 minutes away. When I arrived, I saw that it appeared to be a pretty typical house. It was on a residential street. I parked on the side of the road and walked up to the home with cheesy bread in hand. When I got to the front door, though, I noticed there was a note taped to it. It said, "Please use back door." When I saw this, I'm not going to lie, I immediately got a bad feeling about it. I knew there must be a logical explanation, though. Maybe the door didn't work, or there was too much junk in front of it or something. The reason for my bad feeling was probably just because it was so late at night and really dark out. I walked around the side of the house and went into the back area. I looked around for the back door and was able to find it. I walked up to the back door and knocked on it, then waited for about 30 seconds or so. There was no response. I was just about to knock again when I thought I could hear some footsteps inside. I waited and the door opened up, but I didn't see anybody. It was like whoever opened up the door had stayed behind it and moved out of the way quickly. Inside of the home, it was completely dark. Not a single light was on. I was very confused. I didn't go inside. I just kept standing there and announced I was from the pizza place. I didn't get a response at all. As I waited there by the open door, I wondered what I should do. The bread was not paid for, so I couldn't just leave. As I continued waiting, a short time later, I thought I heard the sound of the front door to the home opening and closing. I couldn't be sure, though. I asked if anybody was there. I knew that somebody had opened the door for me and seemingly wanted me to go inside. I certainly was not going to do that. I just kept standing there when I noticed some movement to my right and sort of behind me. I looked, and there was a man standing at the entrance of the backyard on the side of the home. This man was wearing a ski mask over his face. I was really creeped out. As soon as I saw him, he started to walk toward me. When that happened, I knew I had to get out of there. I set the box of bread down and took off running. I went back around the house away from the guy and ran to my car. I got inside and drove away. From there, I went back to work and told my coworkers all about it. They all found it very amusing and seemed to think it was funny. I was completely terrified, though, so much so that I only worked there for about 1 more month. Then I quit. I got another job after. I still think about that from time to time. Was it some crazy prank, or did the man have sinister intentions? I really don't know for sure. I was traveling alone for a business conference, and the budget didn't quite stretch to high-end hotels. I found a small, inexpensive one online, situated on the edge of a town. It looked decent enough in the photos, though they were clearly outdated. The reviews were very mixed. Some people had good experiences, and others complained about odd noises and strange happenings. I shrugged it off as an exaggeration. I was only going to be there a couple of nights anyway, so I figured I wouldn't really have any problems. The check-in process when I got there was very uneventful. The clerk was an elderly man who didn't say much, beyond handing me the key to my room. I headed to my room, which was at the end of a long and narrow hallway. The carpet was worn and the walls had patches where the paint was peeling. This hotel was definitely older than the pictures online showed, and needed some serious renovations. I went about my usual routine of unpacking, setting up my laptop, and getting some work done. At around 10 p.m., I decided I needed to get some rest. The bed was very uncomfortable, but I still managed to fall asleep fairly quickly. I was woken up in the middle of the night, though, to a loud banging noise coming from the room next door. It was relentless, like someone was hitting the wall or furniture repeatedly. I thought about calling the front desk, but decided against it. I was very tired. I just hoped that whatever this was would stop soon. The banging persisted, though. It was somewhat unnerving, but I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep. Just when I'd started to drift off again, I heard something that made me shoot up in bed. There was a faint whispering coming from the hallway. It was quite soft, but distinct enough to make out the words, "Somebody, help me, please!" I told myself it was probably just someone talking loudly outside, maybe even another guest who was drunk or having an argument. I got up to check the hallway and peered through the peephole, but saw nothing unusual. The corridor was completely empty and quiet, except for a distant hum of what I assume was the old heating system. I returned to bed, feeling somewhat uneasy about what I'd just heard. I tried to just shake it off. I closed my eyes and finally fell asleep. The next morning, though, I noticed the door to my room was slightly open. I was sure that I'd closed it properly before going to sleep. I brushed it off as me being forgetful. When I went downstairs for breakfast, I asked the elderly clerk at the desk if he had any idea about the noises from the previous night. He just gave me a non-committal nod and said he didn't know. I spent the day at the conference trying to forget about that night's disturbances. By the evening, I was back at the hotel and quite exhausted. I hoped for a quiet night, but when I entered my room, I noticed something quite odd. My laptop, which had been on the desk when I left, was now on the bed instead. I hadn't touched it after finishing my work that night. I was more cautious this time and made sure everything was secure. I tried to get some sleep. At around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by a loud crashing sound. It sounded like something heavy had fallen over in the room next door. I didn't want to deal with the banging and ominous whispering again, so I tried to stay calm. I could hear faint footsteps moving around in the corridor, but I didn't want to investigate myself. Then I heard a soft scratching sound coming from the closet area. I was too scared to get up, so I laid in bed wide awake, listening to the scratching growing louder and more frantic. It felt like something or someone was trying to get out. I couldn't take it anymore. I got out of bed, turned on the light, and opened the closet. There was nothing inside but a few old hangers and some extra blankets as well. The next morning, I packed up quickly, relieved to be done with that place. As I checked out, I asked the clerk if there had been any recent issues with the rooms. He looked at me with a somber expression and said that sometimes guests reported strange experiences. He didn't offer any further explanation. I did some research later and found out the hotel had a history of being associated with shady accidents and unexplained events. To this day, I can't explain what happened that night. I'm just glad I don't have to stay there ever again. I used to work the night shift at a small hotel by the highway. It's usually quiet after midnight, just a few late arrivals and the occasional call. This one night was different though. It started with a phone call at about 1 a.m. The voice on the phone said that they needed a room. I checked the reservation system, but we were fully booked for the night already. I responded by saying that we didn't have any vacancies for the night and asked if they had a reservation. The voice didn't answer right away. All they responded with was that they needed a room and it was very important. Without a reservation, I couldn't give them a room though. I did inform them of some nearby hotels available for the night. I then hung up. About an hour later, a man walked in. I greeted him, and he handed me a crumpled piece of paper. It had a room number scratched onto the paper, saying room 217. There was a note attached saying, "I need this room. No one else should know." I looked at the man, feeling a bit uneasy. I responded by saying that I was sorry, but room 217 was not available right now. The man didn't say anything. He just pulled out a stack of cash and slammed it on the counter, nodding to me as if to take it as a bribe. I was getting more uncomfortable, but boldly stated that I could not help him without an ID or reservation, and asked him to leave if he didn't have either of those. He looked at me for a long moment, then turned and walked out. I felt a shiver as the door closed behind him. I decided to check the security monitors. Everything seemed normal as far as I could tell. At 3 a.m. though, I heard a loud bang from upstairs. I grabbed the master key card and went to investigate. When I reached the second floor, I noticed the door to room 217 was slightly ajar. My heart started racing. I pushed the door open a bit more and peered inside. The room was dark, but I saw enough to know that something was wrong. The bed was messed up, and there was a handkerchief on the floor, stained with something dark. I backed away and saw movement at the end of the hallway. I turned to see the man from earlier standing there. I didn't wait any longer or try to confront him. Instead, I ran back downstairs and called the police. When they arrived, the man was already gone. They checked the hotel security footage, but the video from that time was corrupted. They didn't find anything else in room 217 except the handkerchief. I never found out what happened. The police couldn't explain it either. I was left feeling uneasy. I ended up moving on from working at that hotel a couple of months later and was glad to be able to put that out of my mind. One October night many years ago when we were both young adults, my friend Mike and I were driving back after a very fun road trip. We ended up checking into a hotel later in the evening, as we weren't going to make it all the way home and didn't want to drive throughout the whole night. Mike and I decided to unwind in the hot tub at the hotel because there wasn't anything to do in the small town we were staying in. We had been on the road pretty much all day, and the warmth of the hot tub was exactly what we needed. After checking in at the front door desk, we changed into our swimsuits and headed down to the outdoor pool area. The pool itself was closed for maintenance. I think some sort of chemical treatment, maybe. The hot tub was open, though. The night was clear and the stars were visible, but the area around the hot tub was poorly lit, casting long shadows over everything. Mike and I settled into the tub for a nice relax. We needed to unwind before bed. We talked about our day, our plans for the next day, and just caught up on life, really. After a while, the conversation drifted to more trivial things. Things such as our old high school days, funny incidents, and random stuff such as this. As we talked, we noticed a figure at the edge of the pool area. At first, we thought it was someone from another room, also coming out for a late-night dip. As the time passed by, though, the figure made no attempt to move. It was just a man standing there and looking at us. I whispered to Mike, asking if he saw this weird stuff going on. I motioned toward the guy near the edge of the pool. Mike squinted through the dim lighting and responded that he could indeed see him. He asked me what he was doing, but I couldn't make out much. The figure was tall and wearing dark clothing. I could see the silhouette clearly, but the man's face was obscured by the darkness. I wasn't sure if the figure was just deciding on whether they wanted to swim in the pool even though it was closed or something else. We continued our conversation, trying to ignore the mysterious stranger, but it was hard not to feel uneasy. The man didn't move at all. He just stood there as though he was waiting for something. Finally, Mike decided to call out and asked the man what he was waiting for. He told him the pool was closed and there was no reason to stand around there. There was no response from the man. He didn't even flinch. His presence was making everything feel tense. Mike glanced at me, indicating that maybe we should go inside for the night. I nodded in agreement and we started to get out of the hot tub. Just then, the man turned and walked away. He moved very deliberately slow. It was so odd. He didn't appear to be in any hurry at all. We watched him disappear into the dark and didn't speak until he was out of sight. We went to our room and locked the door behind us, making sure the chain was secure. We joked about it, of course, trying to laugh off the strange encounter, but neither of us could shake this feeling of unease lingering over us. We turned off the lights and went to bed, but neither of us could sleep very well. In the morning, we were eager to leave. We packed up our things, and after turning in our keys at the front desk, we were on our way. A few days later, Mike showed me an article in the paper. A man had apparently been found dead in that area near the hotel. It was ruled an accident, but the details were chilling. He had been living in the woods nearby and frequently came to the hot tub of the hotel. His body was found floating in the pool that was closed off for maintenance. We never saw the face of the man who was at the pool with us that night, so we couldn't determine if it was the same guy who was pictured in the paper. Regardless, though, the man who was watching us that night by the pool had either been killed or killed someone, or perhaps was something else entirely. One time, I was driving down a road late at night. It was a quiet road with no other vehicles in sight. I was on my way home, and I remember that I randomly saw this woman just standing on the side of the road up ahead. It wasn't like in front of a driveway or anything, and she appeared very much out of place. As I approached, I slowed down because she was standing within just a few feet of the lane that I was driving in. When I got closer, she actually started to walk out into the street and waved at me. It was not a frantic wave or anything, but she clearly wanted me to stop. I slowed down and came to a stop just in front of her. She walked over to my driver's window, and I rolled it down a bit. I asked the woman if she was all right, and she said she really needed a ride. I asked her what she was doing out here at this hour, but she kind of blew off my question. Instead, she said she needed a ride a few miles up the road and asked if I could take her there. I said yes because I didn't really have a problem with it. That was the direction I was already going in anyway. I told her to get into my passenger side. After she did, I asked her where exactly she was going. The woman just said a few miles up the road again, but refused to give an exact destination. I just thought, whatever. I started driving. We mostly drove in complete silence for the next few miles. Then, the woman told me to turn right at an upcoming road. I did and figured she must live somewhere over there. It was an even quieter road than the previous one we had been on. After driving that way, I was told to take a left at the next road. I did. The road was now surrounded by woods on both sides. I was driving very slowly down this eerie road when randomly the woman told me to stop right there. I was very confused. There were no houses or buildings anywhere in sight. It was just woods as far as the eye could see. She said she would get out there and thanked me for the ride. I asked her why she wanted me to stop there. She just said that's where she wanted to get out. I asked if there was a reason why she was getting out there, but she just opened the door. At that point, before she left my car, she asked if I could come out and help her with something real quick. I asked what, and she just told me to get out of the car. By now, I was thinking this whole thing was really sketchy. I was regretting ever giving her a ride in the first place. I told her to get out of my vehicle. The woman raised her voice and yelled at me to get out of the car. I hit the gas pedal and started driving. The woman literally began screaming at me to stop the car over and over. I did not do so. I kept driving for at least 100 yards or so, then pulled over and yelled at her to get out already. At that point, she finally did. She cursed at me several times before leaving the car and running away. I quickly drove out of there soon after. I'm pretty sure that woman was setting me up to get attacked or something. I called the police after and reported everything. I'm glad that I didn't get out of the car where she wanted, and hopefully nobody else fell for her tricks. I used to hitchhike when I was younger. This was back in the 90s, and I would hitchhike many places. I did it all over the country. It was a cheap way to travel. Looking back, it was also a pretty dangerous way to travel. I can't believe that I ever did it as much as I did. Well, I'm going to tell you the story that made me stop doing it altogether. I was going to go to California to visit some friends. I'd already made it more than halfway there, but I still had a ways to go. Somebody had just given me a ride to a city that I don't even remember exactly where it was. I spent a couple of hours there. Then I was going to try and catch another ride. I stood near a major highway, but next to a road leading to it. I waited for somebody to stop. Eventually, this white van pulled over. The man driving told me that he could take me to where I needed to go. I told him where I was going, and he said that he was also going to California. I felt extremely lucky at that point, so I got inside of his van. He told me I could sit in the back. The man had long hair, and I remember his big mustache as well. It was great to get a ride from him, because there was a lot of space in the back of his van. After he started driving, we talked briefly, but not very much. Soon, though, I began to get tired. I'd been up since very early in the morning, and eventually fell asleep. I don't know how long I was asleep for, but I've always been a pretty deep sleeper. Anyway, next thing I knew, I woke up. The van was stopped. I sat up and looked around. It was nighttime, and the man was no longer driving. He wasn't anywhere to be seen. I seemed to be the only person in the van. I looked out of the windows of the van to see where we were. It was parked in the driveway of a random home. When I looked at the house, standing at the front door was the man who had been driving me. I could see him talking to someone. As soon as their conversation ended, the front door opened, and several men exited the house. They all started walking in my direction. I had a terrible feeling about this immediately. I quietly went for the side door. I opened it up and jumped out, then quickly ran down to the end of the driveway and into the next yard. I went down the street until I got to a random nearby house that seemed far enough away. I walked up and knocked on the door. I'm not even sure what time it was, but I was very lucky when the door actually opened. When the person came to the doorway, I asked them to call the police for me, and thankfully they did. I explained to them what was going on, and I waited there on their front step. I did not see the men attempting to come after me or anything. However, I did see the white van driving up and down the road just a minute later. When the cops got there, everybody was already gone. I got a ride to a nearby bus stop and then used public transportation for the rest of my trip. I wasn't willing to risk it again. This happened just a few weeks ago. I was driving one morning and I was surprised to see a hitchhiker. He was standing on the side of the road, not too far away from my apartment. I remember noticing him because I really never see hitchhikers around here. Obviously, I did not stop and give him a ride. Instead, I kept going. The very next day, I found myself driving really late at night. I was in the same general area but a different spot when I saw that hitchhiker again. At least I was pretty sure it was the exact same guy, although I can't fully confirm that. It's not like I'd memorized what the man had looked like the day before. Just based on the fact that I saw a similar-looking hitchhiker 2 days in a row, though, that told me it was probably the same man. Anyway, by this time the roads were extremely quiet. Hardly anyone else was out. I was less than 10 minutes away from home. When I was approaching the hitchhiker guy, he started walking out into the road. I got a bad feeling because it looked like he was going to try and force me to stop. I slowed down and went into the oncoming traffic lane, which obviously was empty, mind you. When I did, though, the man kept walking. He too went into that lane, so I basically had to completely stop my vehicle. I went back to the right, and so did the man. I stopped and rolled down the window. I said that I could not give the man a ride. He started to say something, but I turned my wheel to the left and started to slowly drive around him. He did not run out in front of my car again, but he did make a half-hearted attempt to walk in that direction. Thankfully, I was able to safely get around him. I started to continue down the road, feeling like I'd possibly avoided a bad situation. That was when I noticed headlights in my mirror, seemingly out of nowhere. There was another car in the road. I saw the hitchhiker guy walking out into the road again. I noticed this car was stopping for him, and I was able to just see him get inside the vehicle before they basically went out of my sight. I guess that whoever was behind me had decided to stop and give the guy a ride. I kept going, but the car behind me soon caught up with me and started basically riding right on my tail. This was kind of strange. When I had to turn at an upcoming street, I did so, and the car behind me did as well. After continuing to follow me very closely, I wondered why they were doing this. It kept going for the rest of my drive home. It was very blatantly obvious they were following me, and I clearly could not just go back to my apartment. It was at that moment when I remembered I should drive to the police station, so I did exactly that. It took me almost 10 minutes to go to the nearest police station. The car behind me followed the entire way, right up until the end. Then it went someplace else. I ended up reporting what happened, and I've not seen the guy or been followed since then. I'm hoping I never have to see him again. Reading some of these, I thought I'd add a very recent experience of my own. Myself, 35, and my children, male 14, female 11, and female 5, were returning to my car after a very successful cinema trip. We were all in very high spirits. The older two were on either side of me, and the 5-year-old was holding my hand. It was a relatively late showing, so we got to the car park around 19:30. Not too late in the UK at the height of summer. It was a boiling hot day, too, important to remember. It was a typical multi-story car park in the city center of a smallish city. It was a relatively open space with decent lighting. Only 2 exits on that side, though, the one we walked through. We were about 50 spaces up, so quite a ways away. Anyway, as we entered, I immediately felt eyes on me. You know, that uncomfortable feeling of being watched, without knowing where it's coming from. I did a quick recon and saw a man dressed head to toe in very heavy clothing, trousers with a beanie hat covering his face, walking directly toward me with very strong eye contact. The car park did have a fair few homeless people hanging out in it because it was cooler and sheltered. The guy being in full cold weather gear, I assumed to be homeless. With the speed and direction he was walking, there was literally no other way to go than out of the car park and over the bridge toward the town center. As we proceeded to our car, though, I noticed immediately that the man had not gone out of the car park, but instead took a sudden sharp right turn and was now walking parallel to us. His speed had changed to match the slower pace being set by my smallest child. He had his body angled away from me, but his eyes were clearly observing us. His head was angled just enough toward us that I could see his left eye looking. My inner warning system was going mental at this point. I immediately told my kids to stay close to me. By this time, my son had also clocked the guy as weird and was giving me a look that was asking me if I was seeing this too. We still had a bit of a ways to go, and annoyingly, I had used my husband's car. On top of being a pain in the arse for car seat access, it also makes a really obnoxious beeping sound when you unlock it. It was parked alone in the last row. Further past that was a ramp to another level. The car we had driven wasn't at all a family-style vehicle, and there just so happened to be a minivan parked right next to us. I guess that was to our fortune, because I could tell the man had assumed that vehicle was mine. That's where he was heading, as he was going to approach from the back. I kept my eyes on the man. I told the older two that as soon as we got to the car to get in quickly and shut the doors, no panicking. At this point, my middle child had also clocked the man as suspicious and kept looking to me for reassurance. I couldn't stress this enough. This guy looked like a predator circling his prey. With the way the car park was set up, unless he was parked there, there was absolutely no reason for anybody to be walking the direction he was. The only thing his path led him to was literally straight towards empty car parking spaces and a dead-end wall. As we approached the vehicle, the man was slightly ahead of us. I unlocked the stupid beeping car, and he made full eye contact with me. As soon as he made it around the bend, he started a beeline right for us. I got the kids in as quickly as they could, doing a fantastic job of following what I'd said. Within just 5 seconds, we were all in. The doors were closed and locked as well. If I had taken any longer, the man would have pounced right at us. As soon as the man heard the door lock click, he immediately took a sharp left and started running away from the car in the direction he'd originally come from. As we started to pull away, he stopped what he was doing and watched us the entire time. He turned again and went back to the exit I'd first passed him at. Obviously, this prompted a bit of a talk with the kids about safety, opportunism, and trusting your gut, along with how proud I was of them for listening and following my orders. It was probably nothing more than a nefarious man seeing a small woman outnumbered by kids as an easy target for a mugging or robbery, and that it was luckily really badly executed. I have to point out as well that this isn't the first time I've been approached in a similar manner in that almost empty car park. For anyone who's like, you're just paranoid. I've had people try to even open my passenger door in broad daylight while I was reading a book in my car, waiting for someone, of course. This man had just moved across the entire car park straight at me. I'm going to tell you a story that still makes me angry to this day, even though it happened back when I was just a kid. This was when I was about 12 years old or so. I went to the local school and was a very shy kid, but I did have several friends. I remember there was this one kid at my school named Eric. We had some mutual friends and certainly knew who each other were, but I wouldn't say that we were best of friends or anything. We never really even hung out at all. I didn't know a whole lot about Eric even. But we did have a class together and sat sort of near each other, so I would often hear him talking to other people. When I was talking with my friends, he would sometimes stop by and chat with our group. I remember one of my friends said that he got invited to Eric's birthday party that weekend, and to my surprise, the next day Eric invited me as well. He told me the address and the time and said to bring a present for him. He wrote the information down on a post-it note. I remember that. Then he handed it over to me. I felt really good for being invited to his party. As a shy kid, I did not get invited to a whole lot of birthday parties, let's say. Eric was not really known as that cool or popular, but he certainly had a lot more friends than I did, and I thought fairly well of him. I hadn't known that he even considered me to be a good enough friend to invite to his party. When Friday came, Eric's party was that night. I had gone out with my mom the previous day and gotten Eric a good present. During the school day, the one of my friends who was also invited told me that he wasn't going. I guess he had to go to his sister's recital or something. Anyway, that made me a lot more nervous to go to the party, because I would no longer really know anybody else there that well. That night, my mom drove me to Eric's house. It was supposed to be a sleepover, and she said she would pick me up the next morning. I was dropped off right on time and walked up to the house. I knocked on the door, and after a moment or two, Eric himself opened it. There was another kid with him that I didn't recognize. He invited me inside. I heard some other kids in another room, which sounded like it was at the other end of the house. Eric told me to follow him and led me to the kitchen, which was at the back side of the home. Another kid I didn't know then walked over from someplace else. Now it was just me, Eric, and two other kids. Everyone else was still in some other room. There was a kitchen table with a bunch of presents on it, and Eric told me I could leave my present there. I did, and he told me to follow him. I thought he was going back to where everyone else was, but instead he led me to the back door that was also in the kitchen. This led to the backyard. He told me to go outside. I didn't know why, but I did so. As soon as I was out the door, he slammed the door shut behind me and started laughing. His friends started laughing too. I thought that he was joking at first. I went back to the door and expected him to let me back inside, but I heard him locking it. He then said something like, "Later, loser," and covered the window to the door and walked away. At first, I didn't know if it was still a joke or what, but after standing outside for 5 minutes, I realized it was no joke at all, and he was not coming back. I felt really bad. I was too embarrassed to go knock on a door and try to get back inside. I didn't even really want to anyway. I just wanted to go home. I didn't have a cell phone back then, and my mom wouldn't think to go back until the next morning. I was trying to figure out what to do. I ended up moving back into the street and walked a ways down. Eventually, I had to knock on the door of a random person's home. Luckily, they answered. I asked to use a phone to call my parents, and I was able to. My mom then came to pick me up. When we got home, she was able to find out the number of Eric's mom. She called her, and I remember Eric's mom claimed she had no idea I was even invited. She drove Eric to our house later the next day and made him apologize to me in person, as well as giving the present back. I didn't really feel much better, though. I had been humiliated. After that, I never talked to Eric again. I saw him around school the next year or two, but luckily we did not end up going to the same high school. This happened 20 years ago. My name is Liz, and when I was turning 14 years old, I had a birthday party with some friends of mine. It was not a huge party, mind you. It was just me and my 4 closest friends from school. The 5 of us went to my house after school on Friday. and we're going to have a sleepover. We got pizza and just hung out and had a good time. We stayed up late in my room playing video games and doing that sort of thing. Finally, when it was pretty late, we got tired and were going to go to sleep. We were all sleeping in my bedroom because it was pretty large and nice. I was in my bed and all my friends had sleeping bags and plenty of space. I remember that it was probably around 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not sure if any of us were asleep yet. I know that I wasn't, certainly. I was laying in bed with my eyes closed, trying to get to sleep, when next thing I knew, I heard a sudden knock at my bedroom window from outside. There was absolutely no mistaking it. There were several somewhat loud knocks at the window. I sat up in bed and looked over to it. There were shades mostly covering it, so I couldn't really see anything. I whispered to the rest of the room, asking if everyone else had heard that. Several of my friends chimed in, saying they had. The knocking had stopped, so I decided to get up and look out the window and see what was going on. I walked over to it and lifted up the shades. When I did, I saw this random man standing there. I instantly backed away from the window and told everybody a man was outside. A few of my friends had also briefly seen him as well. We all ran out of the room and headed toward the living room. By then, everybody else in the house was asleep. I remember that we looked out the living room window outside, but didn't see the man anymore. We talked amongst ourselves and went around checking several different windows. After not seeing or hearing anything unusual or strange, we decided to go back into my bedroom. We figured that whoever it was must have left and would not be coming back. We were going to attempt to go to sleep again. Before doing so, though, I checked out of my bedroom window one last time. When I did, I saw the man coming out from behind a tree in the front yard. He instantly began walking in my direction. I moved away from the window, and we all left the room again, except this time we called the police. We waited away from windows and toward the center of the house for them to come. I also woke everyone else up as well. When the police got there, the man was already gone and nowhere to be seen. Luckily, after that, he did not return. That remains one of the scariest moments of my life. When I was in high school and I first began driving, I began doing deliveries for my father's business. We lived in town, and most of the deliveries would be in town as well. However, there were definitely some orders that required me to drive out into the more rural areas around there. This was around 40 years ago, so it was long before people were ordering things online every day. In order to get some things, my dad would have to order them for his customers and then have them either picked up or delivered. They were mostly mechanical parts and computer parts, which were a little bit more difficult to get back then than they are now. Around the time that I had been doing this for just over a year, I began having some issues with a group of guys in school. They would give me a hard time because I had my dad's car to drive around in and would never give them rides in it. My dad had forbidden that, and he was the kind of guy who would be quite scary when he was pissed off about something. Because I denied them, though, they started being real jerks to me, especially after they'd asked multiple times and I had to turn them down each one. I started looking forward to working more often in my free time. I wasn't dating much or at all, so I really enjoyed the time I had to myself driving. One of the strangest orders was for a computer part. I had gotten it with a phone number and no address on it. I had to call and ask for the delivery address when the part came in. It turned out this guy lived really far out in the hills and had to give me some very elaborate directions to get to his place. I was surprised by just how far out it was. It was a bit late once it arrived, and it was so far out. It was getting dark, so I offered to bring the part by the next day instead. He offered me a really good tip to get it to him that night, something I just couldn't turn down. It was already getting dark as I was heading out, and I wasn't used to driving at nighttime. I also didn't drive out into these hills very often, so this was a very new experience for me. I didn't like driving at night around here. It was so hard to see where you were going. I would occasionally fear things jumping out of the dark at me. I was pretty worried about getting lost out there. The roads were very thin and easy to lose track of. I was surprised by the time I got to the house. I got out with a flashlight and made sure the letters on the old mailbox were the correct ones. There were no lights on at the house inside or out, and the place looked like it was abandoned. I was worried I had somehow gotten it wrong, but the numbers I'd been given were correct. If there had been a driveway leading up to this house, it had long since grown over. Rather than drive right up to it, I had to walk a fair distance. I grabbed the part and the flashlight and began to walk up to this dark and scary home. I was walking slowly up to the house. Part of this was because it was so dark and hard to see, but also because I wanted to put it off as long as possible. A large part of me wanted to just leave the part in the yard and not walk up at all. Of course, then I wouldn't get the tip the guy had promised me. That was the only thing that kept me moving forward. About halfway up the front yard, I did notice a light turn on in the home. At first, I felt some sense of relief, but that went away when the front door opened, and a dark figure emerged onto the porch. I could only see the figure because of the light on behind him, clearly holding some sort of rifle in his hands. I didn't feel very welcome. For a few moments, neither of us moved. I took another step forward, but no sooner than that, I noticed him pointing the rifle right at me. I strongly suspected this was not the same person I had talked to on the phone just shortly before. I didn't know how to react. The only thing I wanted to do was run back to the car. I was on shaky legs, however, and felt unable to do that. It didn't take but a moment for the man to begin yelling gibberish at me. I really didn't understand anything he was saying. It was all just jumbled and scary sounding. At that point, I dropped the part on the ground and just ran back to the car as quickly as I could. I kept expecting to get shot in the back on the way out. Fortunately, no shots came. I got back to the car. The man had walked off his porch and out into the yard, but it didn't seem he was pursuing me really. I was able to drive off and out of there. I was still shaken pretty badly. The whole ride until I got home was terrifying. When I did arrive, I explained everything to my dad about what happened. I'm not sure how much he believed me at first, but he accepted that I was telling the truth eventually. There is a little more to the end of this story. I found out much later what might have happened in this case. A former friend of mine, one who had gotten pissed at one of the other guys who were bullying me, told me that it was a setup to get me shot. They had ordered the computer part and given me the wrong address to deliver it to. The owner of the house was one of these guys' great uncles or something, and he hated whenever anyone came onto his property. The bullies knew that at the very least the old man would scare me, but also he would likely shoot at me. I never confronted them on it. I knew the guy who told me would deny it if I told them that he'd said it, so I never found out if that's really what happened. However, it did make a lot of sense. This happened to me when I was going on a hike a few days through a park. I don't want to say where it happened exactly, because I'm still not really sure what exactly happened. And I don't want to speak badly about a place if I can't know exactly what was going on there. I went hiking all on my own. It was a specific hiking trail, and it was not unusual to run into other hikers all the time. I was doing this during a time when I had some time off. I had deliberately picked this time because I was less likely to run into others. I like sticking to the official trails because they were safer, and I was less likely to get lost, so I tended to do all my hiking when others wouldn't be. I must have really picked a good hiking time this time, because I wasn't encountering a single other person at all. Starting that first evening out there, though, I began experiencing things that made me feel like I wasn't alone. The first was sounds of other people walking. The first few times I heard it, when I looked around or waited to give the person time to catch up to me, I never did see anybody. What's more, the sounds would stop shortly after I quit walking. I wasn't too scared at first, though. It was just kind of strange, really. There were no more noises or anything at night on that first night. Although I couldn't explain it, I no longer had the feeling of being watched or not being alone. By that point, I decided it was all in my imagination. I was in my tent and had a peaceful sleep that first night out. Those feelings didn't last too long, however. The following day, things started out much the same, but it got even stranger. A few times I could have sworn I saw someone when I heard the noises stop, but whoever it may have been, they tried to stay far out of the range of my sight. I could barely tell if I was actually seeing someone there, or if it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. It was very disconcerting, and it really just amplified the feeling of being watched and the fear that came from it. Things got a little weirder that night. At first, I thought it may have just been me being worked up from the whole day. Fear has a tendency to do that. You can work yourself up over time and your mind can begin playing tricks on you. That unpleasant feeling of being watched only got worse as it got darker outside, and even worse at night while I was trying to go to sleep. Things didn't get better the next day either. Although I was able to get some sleep, I didn't end up sleeping very well. I wasn't feeling great, and felt myself becoming a lot more paranoid. Once again, I thought I was catching a glimpse of something keeping out of my field of view. Almost like someone knew I was having a difficult time believing I was alone in the woods and was preying upon those thoughts. The third evening was when I really began to get a little worried. I actually heard something that I couldn't just describe away. While I was trying to get rest in my tent this night, I heard what was undeniably another human being whistling outside in the dark. What made it worse was that it would occasionally stop, and then when it started back up again, it would be from a different portion of the woods than it had been before. It truly convinced me that there was someone else out there, and for some reason, this person was messing with me. These sorts of things continued into the next day. It was from the way they continued that kept freaking me out about what had been going on. If I had run into some other hikers, I may have felt better about it. It was overwhelming, though, being alone in those woods with someone clearly tailing and messing with me. By the time I was heading back to my car, I came upon a pretty narrow portion of the trail. There were branches that had been reaching across, and it had almost grown over. When I'd first seen it, it didn't seem like a safe place to move through, but I knew I had to do it. No sooner than I came upon this area, I saw the figure once again, this time up ahead of me. He was standing beyond the area I had to walk through and very quickly ducked out of my sight. I froze and didn't want to move forward. I knew I had to, though, in order to get out of these woods and back to my car. I slowly began making my way forward, worried the entire time. I can't even tell you what was going through my mind as I got there. As I squeezed through the end of that area, I noticed something on the ground that terrified me. There was blood splattered all over, and what looked to be some sort of mangled up small animal. I don't know what it was, though, because it had been so torn to shreds. I knew it had been left there to either scare or warn me. Either way, I wanted nothing to do with this. I think a lot of people may have run the rest of the way out, but I didn't want to do that. That would have made me more scared if I had begun running. I always had this thought that if something really was after me, running would only cause it to run after me faster. It was quite an unnerving and long walk through the rest of the wooded area until I got back to my car. As I did get back and began to drive off, I looked back at the area I'd come from. Once again, I noticed a black figure standing in the woods. When I got back to the cabin that you had to register in before going into the hiking area, I made sure to make a report of what I had seen. I let them know what I had seen and how the other hiker had been behaving. But for the time, I was the only hiker that had been registered to be on that trail. Whoever had been out there must have been out there without permission. I live in a quiet neighborhood out in the suburbs. I enjoy going on walks around the neighborhood because there's a nice park area that goes in circles around a small pond. There's a playground there as well. Most evenings, I would take a short walk through the neighborhood and around the pond. I would get my exercise in for the day, and it was very relaxing to be out there in nature. One Saturday during the summer, I couldn't take my walk until later in the day because it had been raining all day. The rain finally stopped sometime close to 10 p.m., and even though I don't usually take these walks in the dark, I thought it would be nice to get out of the house after being inside all day long. I began taking my normal route through the neighborhood and toward the playground, which would lead into the path and walk around the pond. As I approached the playground area, though, I noticed there was a figure sitting there on the bench, dressed in all dark clothing. It was odd to see somebody out in the playground on this rainy night, but I thought it could be somebody like me, getting out of the home for a bit. As I continued and began to enter the path that would lead around the pond, I was surprised to see the person from the playground had gotten up and was now heading my way. It appeared they were going to take the same path around the pond that I was taking right behind me. I immediately felt uneasy, especially since this person was moving pretty quickly. I was nervous because the walk around the pond area was very dark. There were no lights in that area at all. I was extremely nervous about having this person behind me in the dark. As soon as I entered the darkness of that path, I began to run. Not a full sprint, mind you, but a speed considerably quicker than a jog. My fears reached a new level. When about halfway around the pond in the distance behind me, I heard footsteps pounding on the pavement. The person who'd followed me onto that path had also begun to run, and it sounded like they were gaining on me. With less than half of the walk left, I increased my run to a full-on sprint so I could at least get back to the lighted area on the sidewalk by the main road. I managed to make it out of the wooded path before whoever was running behind me could catch up to me. I ran down the main street a bit back toward my house and kept looking back to see if someone would exit the path. Nobody emerged from that area. It appeared they had stopped and were staying in the dark area. I didn't see anybody for the rest of my walk home, but just in case, I took a different way back than I normally do. It involved many more turns through the neighborhood. It seems that whoever had been chasing me wanted to catch me on that stretch of path around the pond where it was completely dark and wooded. I'm glad I trusted my instincts and began running as soon as I entered that wooded area. Otherwise, the person may have caught up with me. That was the last walk I ever took after dark around my neighborhood, and I was still skeptical taking that path around the pond even during the day. I'm currently a high school gym teacher. This is something that happened just last school year. One day, I was preparing for a class that I was about to teach. In the class, we were going to be using the high school gymnasium and doing some activities. For these activities, I needed to get some equipment, such as orange cones and whatnot. The school is kind of old, though, and the storage room for all that stuff is, for some reason, really far away from the gym. You had to walk down this really long hallway nearby. There were a few storage rooms toward the end of it. On this day, I left the gym and started walking down this long hallway to the storage room. When I opened up the door, it was mostly dark inside. Now, these storage rooms are very cluttered. Things are not organized at all. There are several shelves with random things on them, and various other things strewn all about. After getting inside, it was very dark. I didn't bother to turn on the light though, because I knew exactly what I needed and where it was supposed to be. After taking a couple of steps inside, suddenly I heard a noise. Next thing I knew, one of the equipment shelves was falling over right on top of me. After landing on me, basically everything fell off the shelf on top of me as well. I wasn't badly hurt, but I had been knocked down and was now covered in random things. It all happened so quickly, but I knew that somebody was in here and had pushed over that shelf on purpose. It was not the sort of thing that would just suddenly fall over on its own. I pushed the junk off of me and looked around. I heard somebody moving around there, but I couldn't see who it was. I got up to my feet and was about to back out of the room into the hallway. That was when I heard another voice. I turned and just barely saw what looked to be a random man. He ducked out of view quickly and started to push over another shelf at me. I was able to get out of the room just before it came crashing down. As I left, I heard the guy coming to leave the room as well. As I was walking away, I saw the door open and saw the man emerge from the room. I knew this guy didn't work for the school, and this was obviously no student at all. I sprinted down the hall and ran back into the gym. When I got there, I took out my phone and reported the incident to the police. The school was put into lockdown. For the lockdown, I went into an otherwise vacant classroom that was really close to the gym. This classroom was not being used and did not belong to any teacher in particular. When I went inside, I was all by myself. I locked the door. As I was inside, maybe 5 minutes later, there was a sudden banging on the outside. I had a bad feeling about this. I walked over and tried to peek and see who was out there. I saw the same man from before. As soon as he saw me, he tried to open the locked door. He began to pound on it and acted like he was trying to break the door open. Luckily, the school's doors were very strong. I went back over to my desk and reported the guy's location. I hoped that would get him to leave me alone and that he would be caught soon. He continued to attack the door for a good 5 minutes. When the police arrived, they were able to get the man and leave the school with him. I'm not sure how he even got in the first place. Maybe he had been hiding in that storage room for a while, possibly as long as a day. I still can't believe he pushed the shelf over onto me. If he hadn't done that, I might have never known he was there. I'm glad that I and everyone else in the school was okay. Every time I go to those storage rooms now, though, I still get worried that some random person will just be hiding in there. This is something that happened back in college. I'm a woman and went to one of my best friend from college's house for her birthday party. She lived in your pretty standard college fare, a house with a few roommates. I was friends with all of them, by the way, and I lived in an apartment close by. For her birthday, she invited several friends over, and we all went to her house early in the evening. We hung out for quite a while. It sort of turned into a big party by nighttime, with a lot of other people there. A bunch of us went out to some nearby bars in the area, sometime around 9 or 10 or so. We ended up walking because they weren't all that far away, and the weather was pretty good on this night. After going to 2 or 3 different places and having been out for several hours now, we decided to head back home. Some people wanted to stay out for a bit longer, and others had already left. When we ended up walking back finally, it was just my friend and I. We were going down the sidewalk, and my friend said that she thought this guy behind us was following us. I looked back and saw a man I didn't recognize. He seemed to be around our age, perhaps a little teeny bit older. He was tall and very thin, walking about 40 feet back from us. He was not all that close. My friend said that she'd seen him staring at her in the bar multiple times. I really hadn't noticed anything myself, but I took her word for it anyway. We continued to walk back, hoping the man would simply turn off someplace or go do his own thing. But the farther we walked, the further the man followed, to the point where it started to get very concerning. We made a few random turns, and the man turned as well. These streets were much quieter, so it felt a lot more suspicious now. Once we were approaching the street my friend lived on, we decided to try and lose the guy. We took a right instead of going straight, then quickly ducked down an alleyway. For a moment, it seemed really sketchy, but we were able to cut between two houses and go to the next street over. This did not allow the man to see exactly where we were going. We walked down that street and went over to another block. Then we walked a little ways further before heading back to where we originally were. For the rest of the walk back, we did not see the guy and were able to safely make it back to my friend's house. When we finally arrived, there were quite a few people there. The party was still going. Most of the people were friends, and there weren't really any random people there at all. I would say there were about 20 people in total, most of them in the living and dining room area. We hung out with some people downstairs for a while. However, I remember looking over into the living room at some point and seeing that very same random guy who'd been following us earlier. He was just kind of standing in the corner near the doorway, looking at his phone mostly. He was not interacting with anyone. I showed my friend, and we were both very creeped out. I remember that I asked several of my friends if they knew who this guy was, and nobody seemed to know. We ended up telling a couple of our guy friends who happened to play on the football team. They offered to get the guy to leave, and did exactly that. They basically forced him out of the house, and then he was gone. He did not attempt to come back for the rest of the night. I'm not sure exactly how he knew to go to that house anyway. We thought we had lost him from him following us, and nobody there seemed to know him. The only thing we can think of is maybe he waited behind a tree or some shrubbery or something, or maybe he somehow already knew where my friend lived. Either way, it's pretty creepy to think about. I'm not aware of her ever seeing that guy again, though, so who's to say? In college, I was living in an old dormitory. It was one of those buildings that had been around for ages, full of creaking floors and strange noises. I shared a room with this guy named Dave. We were both fairly normal students, just trying to get by. One night, about 2 weeks into the semester, I was working late on a paper. Dave had gone to bed early, and the room was completely quiet. The only sound was the soft hum of the old radiator. Around midnight, though, I heard a faint tapping noise coming from the window. It was a little odd because the window was old and didn't close properly. The tapping was very rhythmic and consistent, though. I tried to just ignore it, thinking it was the wind rattling the frame or something, but it just kept on going. A tap, tap, tap. It was starting to get on my nerves, so I went over to the window to check out what was going on. I pulled back the curtain and looked out into the dark courtyard below. There was nothing there. The tapping stopped immediately as soon as I looked outside. I shrugged it off and went back to my desk, but after about 10 minutes, the tapping started again. This time, it seemed to be coming from inside the room. I glanced around but saw nothing unusual. Dave was still asleep, snoring away. The tapping continued sporadically for the next hour or so, starting and stopping without any clear pattern. I tried to focus on my paper, but all the noise was making it hard to concentrate. Finally, I decided to just go to bed and deal with it the next morning. The next day, I asked Dave if he had heard anything strange the night before. He looked at me funny and said no. I thought maybe I was just imagining things, or it was some sort of stress-related issue. It wasn't until a few days later when it started to get really weird. That same week, our dorm had a fire drill in the middle of the night. Everyone was groggy and annoyed, but we went outside and stood in the cold while they checked things out. As we were waiting, I noticed that some of the students were talking about this rumor of some sort going around. They said our dorm used to be a hospital, and there were stories about it being haunted. Well, I didn't believe in ghosts, but that eerie tapping was really starting to creep me out. A few nights after the fire drill, the tapping came back, this time much more insistent, like someone was trying to get in or something. I was alone in the room that night because Dave had gone out for the evening. The tapping was loud enough now that I could hear it very clearly, even over the hum of the radiator. I went to the window again and saw nothing outside. I looked around the room, checked the closet, checked under the bed. Everything seemed perfectly normal. I tried to ignore it, but this incessant tapping just would not stop. It was getting harder to concentrate on anything else, so I decided to call Dave to see if he could come back early. He answered and said he was on his way. While I waited, the tapping grew louder and louder, and more frantic even. By now, it started to sound like it was coming from within the walls, or maybe even the ceiling itself. I was starting to get really scared. When Dave got back, he said he didn't hear anything unusual. We stayed up for a while talking and trying to distract ourselves, and the tapping eventually stopped. We went to bed the next day, and I found out that Dave did hear the same thing. He didn't tell me the truth, though, because he thought it would freak me out too much and make me scared. That night, we both heard the tapping again, but this time it was different. It was more of a scratching, coming from multiple different directions. We just couldn't figure out where this unsettling sound was coming from. It seemed to be from somewhere within the walls, or perhaps the floor maybe. All at once, too. We were too scared to sleep, so we stayed up talking about it, trying to find a logical explanation. After a few more nights of these same unsettling noises, we decided to get some help. We talked to the dorm advisor, but she brushed it off as old building noises. We tried to explain that it wasn't the usual old creaks and groans you'd hear, and she promised to send someone to check it out, but nothing ever changed. The tapping continued for the rest of the semester, driving us crazy. It did seem to get quieter after a while, though, as if whatever was making the noise had gotten tired or something. We never did find out what was causing it. Some of the other students also mentioned hearing similar things, but no one really talked about it much. When the semester ended, Dave and I moved out of the dorm together and into an apartment off campus. The tapping stopped completely. We both agreed that whatever was happening was tied to that old building. Even now, when I think back on it, I still get a chill. I don't know if it was something supernatural or something that was completely explainable, but the fact that nobody could explain it to us, and it stopped as soon as we left, still makes me uneasy. I often wonder if the next person who moved into that dorm eventually heard the same things. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. It's one of those mysteries that will probably never be solved. I'll always remember, though, those nights with the strange noises keeping me awake. Last semester at college, I had a scary encounter in the library of all places. It was toward the end of the semester. Only about 2 weeks left of school before finals. I was getting hit hard with assignments and tests that I really needed to study for. Normally, I would do my assignments at home in my room, but the stuff I needed to complete was really piling on. Recently, I had started going to the campus library to do all my studying and homework. I had gone quite a few times now, and gotten into a groove of going a few nights every week, and staying for most of the night. It was actually quite nice. The way the library was set up, the first floor looked like your classic library, with tons of bookshelves and books. However, the second floor was just a maze of hallways, really, with a bunch of side rooms that students could rent out and study in. All the rooms would be locked, but all I had to do was show my student ID at the front desk and I'd receive a key and get a study room all to myself. On this particular Wednesday night, I got myself a room key and went upstairs to find my room number. I walked throughout the various hallways looking for my room, and eventually found it toward the back of the second floor. I got my laptop and everything else I needed set up, and then went to work. I'd been working away on homework for many hours now, and it was almost 10 p.m. The library closed at 11, so I knew I still had a bit of time to do a little bit more work. Only thing was, I needed a small bathroom break first. I made my way down the hallways toward the bathroom that was on the second floor. When I arrived at the library, some of the other study rooms had been filled with other students studying, but now they were all empty and dark. It appeared that I was the only one left, at least on this floor of the library. I finished with my bathroom break quite quickly and made my way back toward my study room. When I turned the corner and saw my study room, though, something was immediately wrong. I had left the door open and unlocked because I was only going to use the bathroom and didn't want to bring the key with me. That wasn't out of the ordinary. However, when I had left, I had definitely left the light on. Through the window, I could see that all the lights were now off in the study room, and it was filled with darkness. I stood outside the door to the room, wondering what to do next. I had most definitely left the light on, but perhaps there were some motion sensors or something, and it had turned off by itself. I wasn't really sure if we had something like that. I cautiously poked my head into the room and fumbled for the light switch on the wall. I finally found it and flicked it on, illuminating the room with light once more. I scanned around to see if anyone was in there, but it appeared to be empty. I looked at my personal items, and nothing appeared to have been stolen or tampered with either. The only thing I saw that was different from before was on the back wall, written on the whiteboard with dry erase marker. It was 2 words, "Watch you." I got chills as I read that, going over to lock the door to the room. I looked through the window out into the hallway and at the other study rooms nearby to see if anyone was there. I barely knew how to comprehend what I'd just seen. Had somebody been watching me while in the library, or watching me outside of the library as well? Regardless, I was now extremely nervous. I wanted to pack up and go home for the night. I normally walked from my house to the library, but there was no way I was doing that tonight. I called the campus safety officers and asked if I could get a ride home. For the final 2 weeks of the semester, I did not study at the library at all and was always looking over my shoulder. I never noticed anyone who seemed to be watching me, and I didn't have any more encounters like that over the last 2 weeks that I was at school. I never really thought much of getting randomly paired with a college roommate. I figured we'd be friendly, share some laughs, and maybe argue over a few small things, but nothing really out of the ordinary. When I moved into the dorm, though, I was paired with a girl named Emily, and from the very start, things felt off. Emily was very quiet. but not in a shy and reserved way, in a way that made you wonder if she might have something to hide. She didn't go out much at all, and when she did, she'd be back in no time. She kept to herself and refused to speak to me. I tried to be friendly, but she would only give one-word answers. Over time, I started to avoid her as much as possible. I did feel a bit bad about that, but it was just easier that way. One evening, I was studying in our room when Emily came in looking much more upset than usual. She threw her bag onto the bed and sat down quite heavily. I tried to ignore her, but she began pacing back and forth. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked. Even though I didn't really expect an answer, she replied immediately, "Yeah, just got a lot on my mind." She immediately fell silent again. That night, I was about to fall asleep when I heard Emily's bed begin creaking. I looked at the clock and it was past 2 a.m. I tried to ignore it, thinking she was just restless. Then I heard a soft, rhythmic thumping sound. It was irregular, like something heavy being moved around. Curiosity got the better of me. I got up and peeked out of my bed. Emily's bed was moving with each thump, and I could see her silhouette through the thin partition that separated our beds. She was sitting up with her head bent forward, but I was too tired to investigate further. I just went back to bed. The next morning, Emily was already gone when I woke up. I didn't think much of it until the day after. I was sitting at my desk when I noticed something odd. The drawer of the nightstand next to Emily's bed was slightly open, which it basically never was. I could see a piece of paper sticking out of it, so I pulled it out. On it was a list of names and dates, written in Emily's handwriting. It didn't make sense at first, but then I realized they were the names of students in our dorm, and the dates were all recent as well. I started to feel a bit uneasy. I didn't know why Emily would have a list like this, and I didn't exactly want to confront her about it. A few days later, the list had disappeared, and Emily was acting like nothing had ever happened. As the days went on, she started acting even weirder than normal. I started noticing that she'd always be home, even when she said she'd be going out. I'd come back from class and her door would be closed, but I could hear these muffled noises coming from inside. It sounded like she was talking or maybe arguing with someone, but I'd never seen anyone else come or go. One night, after several days of this behavior, I was coming back from a late-night study session. As I approached our room, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I could hear Emily's voice, but this time it was much more clear. She was talking loudly and angrily, and her door was cracked open. I could see her in the room, standing by the window with her back to me. She was talking to herself, but the way she was moving and reacting, it was like she was addressing someone else. I couldn't make out what exactly the conversation was about, but it sounded very intense. I didn't want to intrude so much, so I quietly closed the door and went into the common area. The next morning, Emily was gone again. I took the opportunity to look around her space. I felt a little bit guilty about snooping, but she was acting so weird lately that I wanted to see if I could get a clue as to what was going on. I didn't find much, just a few personal items in the empty drawer where the list had been, but there was something else underneath her bed. It was this small, old-fashioned key that didn't look like it belonged to any of the dorm rooms. I put it back where I found it and decided to just stay away from her side of the room. The days continued to go by and her behavior grew more and more strange and erratic. One evening, I was studying late and I saw her from the corner of my eye, walking around the room with this strange, intense look on her face. She had a heavy bag with her and seemed to be looking for something. I tried to avoid her, but she noticed me and gave me the angriest glare before quickly disappearing down the hallway. Things reached a tipping point one night. I was awoken by a loud banging sound coming from her side of the room. I hesitated, but decided to check it out. When I opened the door to the room, it was completely dark, and Emily was nowhere to be seen. Her bed was a complete mess, and her room looked like it had been ransacked. I went to the common area, where I saw Emily sitting alone in the darkness, holding her head in her hands and rocking back and forth. She looked up when I approached, and had bloodshot eyes with tears flowing freely. "Are you all right? What's going on?" I wanted to try and be supportive, despite my apprehension about how she was behaving. She nodded but didn't say anything, and I decided I shouldn't press any further. The next day, Emily disappeared. Her things were all gone when I woke up, and a simple note had been left on her desk, saying she was going away and would not be coming back ever again. I never did see her again either. I found out she transferred out. I still don't know what was going on with her, but the whole experience left me shaken. I learned to be careful about who I live with. I wonder if I'll ever know the real story behind her strange behavior and that weird list of names. Everything about the girl just seemed very strange and mysterious. I live by myself in a 2-story home. It's not that big, but enough space for me, and I've lived here for about 5 years now. Something really crazy happened last year. I worked pretty late one night. After getting home, I went inside of my house and was planning to go straight to bed pretty much. I went down the hallway, took a quick shower, and went to my bedroom. It was right after I got inside my bedroom that I thought I could hear the sound of a door opening somewhere downstairs. Now, obviously, I was home alone, so I didn't possibly know what that could be. I hadn't heard it that clearly, so I stopped what I was doing and listened in. I thought I could now hear footsteps, but I couldn't tell exactly where they were coming from or where they were going. I also didn't know which door inside of my home I'd just heard opening. It clearly was not the front door, though, because it sounded like it was somewhere downstairs someplace. As I stood there just inside of my bedroom, listening in, the noises quieted down, and I no longer heard footsteps or somebody walking or anything. I was still pretty freaked out about it, though. After about a minute or two, I still hadn't heard anything. I got up the courage to investigate. Most of the lights inside my home were already off, so I left my bedroom and headed downstairs in the darkness. As I went, I turned on just about every light, going into one room at a time. I was really nervous. I didn't know what exactly to expect. Each room that I entered, though, I didn't see any signs of anyone inside. Eventually, I'd made it around all the rooms on the main level of my home. I was now very confused, but also relieved that I didn't find anyone. I thought that maybe I'd just been hearing things, or perhaps imagining the noises. Still, they seemed awfully real when I'd heard them. I went around and turned all the lights back out. I was finally going to go back to bed. When I got to the staircase and was about to go up, though, I heard another noise. It was the sound of a door opening, except this time, I could tell it was the door leading to the basement. I hadn't checked the basement at all when looking through my home. I realized someone must have been down there. From where I was, I could not see the door to the basement clearly. I quickly started going upstairs to get to my bedroom. As I was doing this, I could hear footsteps moving on the main level, heading in my direction. I reached the top of the stairs and ran to my bedroom. As I was going inside, I heard whoever was behind me starting to run up the stairs. Now I was extremely nervous. I locked my bedroom door behind me and went for my cell phone to dial 911. As I was doing this, the footsteps reached the top of the stairs. I told the 911 dispatcher that there was an intruder in my home. I gave them my address. Meanwhile, the footsteps got closer and closer to my room, and the person tried to open my door. Obviously, it did not open because it was locked. After trying that door, the person seemed to go across the hallway to another room. I stayed inside my bedroom and feared that the person might try anything to get into my room again. I heard the footsteps moving back down the hallway less than a minute later, and then I heard them retreating downstairs. Whoever was there seemed to have gone back down. After that, I really didn't hear anything else. When the police got there, I finally left my bedroom. They came inside and searched the entire property, including the basement, but they didn't find anyone. They also searched outside, but came up empty there as well. They did notice that my back door was unlocked. Whoever had been there had left out the back door. I never saw what they looked like, and I have no clue how they got in. Perhaps I'd forgotten to lock the back door to my house, and that's how they got inside. I can't really be sure, though. They must have been hiding somewhere in my basement the entire time. It just really creeps me out, knowing they tried entering my bedroom, knowing that I was in there. The person never came back as far as I'm aware. My family has always loved to go on a lot of hikes. Now that my siblings and I are a little older, we don't go quite as often, but every now and then we still get together for a fun family hike on a weekend. This particular Saturday, we had gone out as a family to hike this smaller mountain trail. The trail would take us to a nice view of a little waterfall in the river area. The hike was great, and at the top we stopped to eat lunch, having some sandwiches and other items we had packed. We spent some time swimming in the cool river. Then, as evening approached, we began to make our way back down the mountain to the parking lot area. As we got close to the end of our hike, however, our dad abruptly stopped us and pointed down the mountain from where we were on the trail. Even though it was a good 10-minute walk down, we could see the parking lot from our vantage point. At that time, our car was the only one in the parking lot, but in the distance it was clear to see that someone was circling our vehicle over and over. We stopped walking down the trail and just watched them as they looked through all the windows of the car. They then pulled on all the doors to see if they were unlocked. Finally, we watched in horror as the person climbed into the bed of the truck and pulled the top cover over them to conceal themselves. This seemed to really make my dad angry. He called 911, and we quickly descended the rest of the trail. As we got close to the bottom, but still a good distance away from our vehicle, my dad began yelling to get the attention of whoever was in the back of our truck. My dad yelled several profanities and said to get out of our truck and leave or else. The person hopped out of the back bed. We were close enough now to see it was a man. He walked around our truck one last time, slashing all 4 tires, then slowly walked away. He began to just kind of wander around the parking lot area, eventually disappearing into the trees sometimes, then emerging again and randomly wandering around. We couldn't leave now, because obviously he'd slashed all the tires. We tried to stay as far away from this man as possible, staying at the other edge of the parking lot, across from wherever he was. Eventually, the cops showed up and detained the guy. We found out the guy had been doing antics like this before in different spots around the area. Other hikers' cars had been messed with, and the tires slashed as well. It was a scary end to our hike, but it felt good to know the man was caught and wouldn't be able to harm any other hikers. This happened back when I was a kid. I was pretty young, I think about 7 years old or so. I remember that when I was a kid, I always loved going to Toys R Us. My parents didn't really go there too much, but whenever they did, I was sure to tag along. I have a younger sister as well, and during this time she would have been about 3 or 4. One time, I went with my mom and sister to the local Toys R Us. I don't remember the exact reason why we were there. I don't think that I was supposed to be getting anything though. Still, I was just glad to go and take a look at all the cool toys. It was really the only toy store I remember going to as a kid. We got there and I was walking around following my mom and sister, looking at just about everything. Most of the time we would go to a store. There would be 1 or 2 aisles of toys, but here it was the entire place. The store really was not all that busy. I don't remember exactly what day of the week we went or what time it was, but I do remember there not being very many other people around. After following my mom and sister for a while, I found this area of toys that I was really interested in. My mom knew that I liked it, and she was going to go to another portion of the store with my sister. I remember that she asked me if I'd like to stay in that area or come with her. Obviously, I chose to stay. I think she was going to one of the girls' aisles to get something for my sister. She told me where she would be and said she would come back and get me. Then her and my sister left. I stayed where I was, and nobody else appeared to be in the immediate area. After a while, though, I wanted to go back to my mom. I don't remember exactly why I did. I probably should have just stayed where I was and waited for her to come back, but I was young. I left the area to go and find her. I figured it would be really easy, but unfortunately for me, it was not. I got lost pretty quickly and didn't really know where I was in the store anymore. I then started to get worried that I wouldn't be able to find her at all. After walking around for quite some time, this nice-seeming woman approached me. I'm not sure how long she saw me wandering around for, but she came up to me and asked if I was okay. She was very friendly and asked me if I was looking for my mom. I told her yes. She told me that she'd just seen my mom and she knew exactly where she was. I don't know why, but I completely believed this woman. So the woman told me to follow her, and I started walking next to her. We began going down a few random aisles, and next thing I knew, we were at the front of the store and the entrance. It appeared as though this woman was going to walk right out the doors with me. As we got closer, I remember seeing this man just standing by the doors. He was alone. I remember he looked at me, and also at the woman. We were walking closer and closer to him now. I knew for sure that my mother would not have left the store without me. She definitely would have come and find me before then, and definitely wouldn't have gone outside without me. I told the woman that my mom was at the girls' aisle, but the woman just completely ignored me. I had to have told her about 2 or 3 times in a row, but she didn't stop walking and didn't say anything. Once we got within 30 feet of the door, I just stopped and turned around and ran in the other direction. The woman did not attempt to come after me. I went as far into the store as I could, and I continued to wander around on my own. Finally, I managed to notice the all pink from the girls' aisles, so I went over there. I actually did find my mom. I remember that after that, I did not see the woman or the man inside the store at all. They must have left. I also did not wander away from my mom for the rest of the time we were there. Every October, my town puts on a giant carnival. It's a pretty big deal, and they put a lot of money into it. It's always a good experience, with a ton of games and attractions. When I was younger, I would go there just about every year, but as I got older and started to enter high school, I sort of lost my desire in wanting to go. My girlfriend during high school happened to work at the carnival one year, though, and she really wanted to go with me. I went with her one night after she had finished working. The carnival was closed for the night at that point, but she knew how to operate all the games still. That meant we could still do anything we wanted. We started by going to the water gun shooting game. We would blast water at the targets. I was pretty bad at it, and my girlfriend ended up beating me quite soundly. I hopped behind the counter to go grab a prize for her on the wall of stuffed animals. There were a variety of different things, including this stuffed tiger octopus thing and a clown head. My girlfriend ended up choosing the octopus thing. She took a picture on her phone of me holding the octopus next to all the other prizes. My girlfriend loved taking photos of us together, and also just photos of me. Next, we went over to the Ferris wheel. She got a picture of me in the front of that. Also, we continued to other parts of the carnival, trying out a majority of the games, but neglecting to take any more prizes. We already had one, and that was enough. Before heading home for the night, we decided to give the mirror maze a shot. The dim lights inside had already been turned off for the night, so it made figuring out which way to go even harder than it already was. My girlfriend and I weren't really getting anywhere, as we kept bumping into each other and the mirrors. We ended up just giving up. My girlfriend snapped a quick picture of us in the mirror maze, and we went back out for the entrance. We headed home for the night. The next morning, my girlfriend had posted the picture of us together at the carnival on Facebook. I was reading through the comments on her post when I noticed that one of my girlfriend's friends had commented something asking who the friend who was photobombing us was in the clown costume. I looked back at the pictures from that night and discovered a shocking discovery. In most of the pictures we had taken, there was this clown somewhere in the background. First, at the water gun shooting game, the clown face that had been mixed in with the other prizes seemed to have been a real person standing amongst them. Additionally, in the picture of me by the Ferris wheel, they were hidden quite well in the shadows, but you could still make out the tall clown figure standing in the background. The most terrifying of the bunch, though, was the one of us together in the mirror maze. Reflected in the corner of one of the mirrors somewhere behind us was once again the clown-like figure. I quickly called my girlfriend and asked if she knew one of the workers who might have dressed as a clown for the carnival. I felt a wave of chills go through my body as she replied that the carnival hadn't ever had clowns because it was too frightening for the kids when they tested it. I can't believe how close I had gotten to the creepy clown on that night, particularly in the prize area of the first game we played, and again in the mirror maze. There were certain pictures among that bunch when the clown was only mere feet away from us, and we had no idea. I even wonder in the dark mirror maze if I'd bumped into that person a couple of times thinking it was my girlfriend. When I informed my girlfriend of the discovery in our photo roll, she ended up deleting the post off Facebook and didn't even end up working at the carnival again the next year. Now I'm extremely afraid of carnivals and mirror mazes in particular, and I've never been to another carnival since then. A couple of years ago, I was out mowing the lawn one day. I live in a house that has almost an acre of land, and I live in a somewhat quiet neighborhood. Typically, I mow the lawn about once a week or so, usually on the weekends. I have a riding lawnmower. I used to use a push mower, but just months before this story, I got the riding one, and it was so much better. My property is pretty open for the most part. The backyard has a fence that separates all parts of it from the neighbors. There are some trees and bushes, but most of them are at the back sides of the yard and the corners. My method when using the riding mower is basically to do laps around the yard. I go from the front yard all the way around to the back and keep doing that, encircling the house until I'm done. At the point that I'm done with the front yard, though, I usually have a little bit left in the back, because the backyard is ever so slightly larger than the front. I went out in the afternoon and took the lawnmower out of the garage. I started it up and began mowing the grass. I was doing my laps around, circling the house and cutting down the grass, and while I was doing this in the front yard, I saw a man walking down the side of our street. He was approaching our house, and I didn't recognize him as a neighbor. I didn't really think that much was odd about it, though, and went right back to the backyard. The next loop that I had made it back around to the front yard, the man was now in front of my home. He was on the side of the street still, but was not walking. He was just kind of standing there and appeared to be sizing up my property. I didn't really know why he would be doing this, because I didn't know the guy. I continued and soon made it to the backyard again. By the next lap, when I'd made it around to the front, I did not see the man anywhere at all. I figured he'd continued on his way down the street. After that, I was mowing for another 20 or so minutes. I finished up in the backyard and was finally done. I drove the lawnmower back around to the front, where my garage was. I drove it back into its place and turned it off. After I got off the lawnmower, I was about to walk back inside of the house, which connects to the garage. Inside the garage, I have the typical junk that most would expect to be inside someone's garage. It's not exactly messy, but it is a tiny bit cluttered. As I was walking to the door, I hit the button to close the garage door. It was in that exact moment when something caught my eye. Off to the right, I noticed that there was a person hiding behind a trash can in the front corner of the inside of the garage. It was a man, the same guy who'd been standing in front of my house earlier. When I noticed him, I tried to play it cool. I kind of stopped and quickly kept going. I made it back inside my house and made sure to lock the door behind me. I then went to call the police. In the short time that I was waiting for them to arrive, I heard the man begin trying to break down the door leading from the garage to the house. After that, though, he did not leave. I guess he had been trapped inside. When the police arrived, the man was still there. He was captured for trespassing. I really have no idea who he was. Whenever I'd mowed my lawn, I would always leave the garage open up to that point, because I wasn't really prepared for that type of thing. It was very unusual for my neighborhood, and nothing like that has ever happened since. Still, I like to close the garage door when I'm doing my yard work now. One of my favorite hobbies has always been playing video games. When I was younger, I used to do a lot of console gaming, but in recent years, I've done most of my gaming on the PC. I have a setup in my bedroom, in the apartment that I currently live in. It's in one corner of the room opposite from my bed. Several weeks ago, I was having a gaming night with a friend of mine. We both logged on at a little after 7 o'clock. I was at my apartment, and he was at his apartment as well. It was just a little old online gaming session. We were going to go until we got tired. I live alone in my small one-bedroom apartment, which is kind of old and on the first floor of the building. After playing online for several hours, neither of us were tired yet. At this point, I'm going to guess it was around 10 o'clock or so. That's when I thought I heard a knocking at my window behind me. I had my headset on, which was noise canceling, so I couldn't hear it super clearly. I looked back to the window just to be sure. It was probably about 15 feet away from my desk and the chair I was sitting in. As I looked back, I thought I could see what appeared to be a man moving away from the window. The window looks out to a small grassy area behind the apartments. Then there's a fence between the next property and a little bit of woods before another apartment complex. In all my time living there, I'd never once seen anybody walking back out in that area, especially at this time of night. So this was really strange and suspicious. The total time that I actually saw the guy Was probably less than a full second though. He was already moving away when I turned around and looked. I told my friend I would be back in a second. I got up and walked over to the window. I looked out of it. It was pretty dark in the little space back there, but I could see just a little bit. I didn't notice anyone there. I left my bedroom and walked to the kitchen, which also had a window looking from a different angle into the same general area. It had a much broader viewpoint. I still didn't think I could see anyone out there. I figured the guy must have gone. The situation was especially weird, with it being late at night. The only explanation I could think of was the man had accidentally gone to the wrong apartment window. Maybe he was trying to get someone else's attention who he knew. I went back to my gaming chair and sat down. I told my friend about what just happened. We chatted about it for a while and decided that it probably wasn't that big a deal. Probably 30 minutes after this or so, I remember looking back to the window. My headset was still in, so I don't remember if I'd heard anything or just randomly happened to turn around. When I did, though, I saw a man standing at the window. He was peeking in. Because it was so dark outside, I couldn't make out good details of the man's face or what he looked like. Instinctively, I got up from my chair. When I did, the man immediately ducked out of sight from the window. I walked out of my bedroom into my small hallway with just a bathroom and a closet. I went right into the living room. I felt safer to be away from that window. Moments later, before I returned to my bedroom or really did anything, I heard a noise. I was standing in the hallway when this series of loud banging noises emanated from my bedroom. It sounded like the man was possibly going to try and break in. I heard several more loud bangs on the window, and I worried it was about to give in. I walked over to my door and left my apartment, going into the hallway to call the police. I told them about what happened and said I thought a man was breaking in. While I waited for the police, I went to the lobby of the apartment building near the front. I felt much better being away from my unit. The police got there minutes later. They searched my apartment and the area behind it. When I returned to my place, I saw that my window was actually broken. The man had gotten in, and several things were messed up. I was also missing several items. However, the man was able to escape before the police got there. At the end of the day, I was just glad that I left before he broke in. With the window being broken, I went and stayed at a friend's house for a while. The window got repaired pretty soon, though. I'm mad about having several of my items stolen, of course, but it didn't even add up to $100 worth of stuff altogether. The thing I'm most concerned about is that something like this will happen again. I still live in the same apartment, but luckily nothing like that has happened since then. Back when I was moving several years ago, I got rid of a lot of old furniture. There were many things that I didn't need or want anymore from the house that I'd been living in. That house was just a rental, and I had finally bought a home of my own. My rental house had 1 story and a basement, and there were 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms as well. When I was living in the rental, a lot of the furniture I got was just cheap stuff. I would either receive it for free, used, or just cheap at any old store. Some stuff I did keep, but a lot of it I just wanted to get rid of. I was actually able to sell a few things. With the things left over that I hadn't sold, I decided to just list them on Craigslist for free. I needed them gone anyway, and I needed them to be gone fast. Most of the things were not all that nice. There was a dresser, a couple old lamps, a table, and some chairs. After I made that listing, a few days went by, maybe 2 or 3. Nobody really noticed them. Finally, though, somebody contacted me, saying they would like the furniture. I was really happy that somebody was going to come take all this up off my hands. I gave them my address and said they could come by to pick it up. I told the person they might need a truck or a larger vehicle for all of it. The person responded, saying that they did. We agreed for them to come the next day in the afternoon. I hadn't moved out of my house yet, but I had gotten rid of most of the things I didn't want anymore. I already had the furniture up against the wall in the living room, right next to the front door. The following day, at around 3 p.m., I got a text from the person saying they were there. It was then that I realized that I didn't even know this person's name or what they looked like at all. I went to the window and looked out. What I saw was this younger, skinny-looking man with long blonde hair getting out of this tiny old car. Looked like a two-door sedan from the 1990s. I had a bad feeling about this. How on earth was this guy supposed to fit all of that stuff in this tiny car? I was afraid he was going to make me drive to his place or something. The man walked up to the front step and knocked on the door. I answered and introduced myself. He told me his name was Dave. He seemed a little bit strange right from the start. I didn't know how exactly or what it was, though. I invited him inside and showed him the furniture. I told him that he could just take it now and be on his way. Dave started to walk over to the furniture, but then walked right past it and farther into my home. He sorta said something really quietly. It sounded like he said 1 second, but he didn't really say anything more. I wasn't sure as to what he was doing or where he was going. I was really confused. He quickly went out of my sight and went somewhere into the back of my home. I stayed standing there for a few moments, probably because it was just so confusing. He had gone completely out of my sight. I heard him move to the back side of the house. After that, I decided to go and see what he was doing. I heard a door open. I made my way around to the kitchen in the back of the home. Immediately, I saw the basement door was open. I called down, asking if Dave was down there. I decided to go down myself when he didn't respond. I walked down the stairs and turned on a few lights. There was some junk down there, and some boxes as well. Overall, there were quite a few places he could be hiding. The lighting down there was not very good. I started to look around and would periodically ask Dave if he was there and what he was doing. I got no answers, though, and I didn't see him at all. I was getting extremely creeped out and afraid that I could possibly be in danger. After being down there for a minute or two, I decided to go back upstairs. I didn't know for sure if Dave was down there or not. He could have gone someplace else inside my home, I guess. I walked back up and went into the kitchen. When I got back, though, I heard somebody moving around down in the basement. I knew he was skulking about down there. I ran to my bedroom, locked myself in, and called the police. I stayed on the line with them all the way until they got there. They actually arrived pretty quickly. I didn't bother to look out the windows or anything to see if Dave had left, but I didn't hear him leaving. The back door was near the stairs in the kitchen, so I was hoping he would just leave peacefully that way. When the cops got there, though, they found him still inside the basement. He was arrested, and I was told that he was on drugs, and that might have explained his strange behavior. I really don't know what his plans were. I'm just glad that he didn't try to directly hurt me or anything. I studied abroad when I was younger. We went on a trip to Transylvania, which is beautiful, by the way. We stayed in this small, mostly Hungarian town for about 3 days to do some cultural stuff. We all thought it would be super fun to go find a graveyard outside of town to spook ourselves. Of course, there were no lights at all. Every sound nature makes feels like it's impending doom. There were bumps in the night all around us. All of a sudden, we heard a howling sound in the distance. Was that a wolf howling? No, it was a pack of wolves howling. We made it up to the gravestones, which were old and askew. That added a lot to the creepy factor. One of the brave guys of the group began to make ghost noises. As he did this, though, we heard the howling of wolves again. By the way, did you know that Transylvania has the highest wolf population in all of Europe? We came to discover soon just what exactly that meant. We began to hear a lot of rustling all around us, as if something was running along our perimeter, skulking about in the darkness. It was an entire pack of wolves trying to hunt us. There were 5 to 6 of us in that group, so we all stuck tightly together and sprinted back to town as we heard the wolves chasing us for quite a ways. It really scared me out of my mind. It was truly a terrifying experience, but that's about all really, I guess. This is something that happened back in the year 2003. I'm a woman, and I was 23 years old at the time. I had just recently joined a bowling league because I've always enjoyed bowling. I was okay, but after the first time bowling with the team, I realized that I needed much more practice. There was this kind of small bowling alley pretty close to where I lived. I remember that one night I asked a few friends if they wanted to go with me. Unfortunately, none of them were able to do so, so instead of not going, I just decided to bowl all by myself. You know, no matter what, I still had to get that practice in. That night, I went down to the alley. It was not that busy, and like I said, the place was sort of small. It was also fairly old as well. I went to the lane on the very far right end, which was nice because it felt a bit more private. I set my stuff on one of the several chairs they had right in front of the lanes. Nobody was bowling at any of the next 5 lanes to my left, so I just kinda did my own thing. I bowled a few games and was getting in some fairly good practice. I'd been there for almost an hour when I turned around after bowling one time and realized there was a man now sitting at my lane. He was in one of the seats not far away from my stuff. The man was sort of large. He was bald and had a goatee, and from just his chin, the hair was really long. He also had several tattoos. I didn't know where he'd come from. He appeared to just be watching me. I thought that maybe he would say something to me, but he made no attempt. Instead, he just kept sitting there. I just kept bowling. It was a bit awkward to say the very least, but I only had a few more frames before I was done for the night. Then I would be leaving anyway. The man just kept sitting there the entire time. I thought about saying something to him, like asking him why he was watching me, but I decided against it. Before long, I was done anyway. I went and sat down in a seat, a little farther away from him. I got changed out of my bowling shoes and grabbed up my stuff. In that entire time, the man had not said a single thing. After that, I went up to return the shoes to the counter. The man did not get up when I did. After I returned the shoes, I looked back to the lane. The man was already gone. I figured he must have left when I wasn't looking. I headed for the exit. There was a parking lot on the side of the building, which is where I had parked. I walked over to the side door. There were 2 sets of doors. When I went through the first one, I noticed the man was now standing in that small area between the next set of doors. I instantly got a bad feeling when I saw him there. I walked past him and out the doors, headed off into the parking lot. Moments later, I heard the door open behind me. I knew the man was leaving, and I knew he was following me. There were several other cars scattered around the parking lot, but it was not very well lit, and it was extremely dark outside. It was pretty quiet as well. There were some other places nearby though. As I was walking to my car, I heard footsteps behind me. They sounded fast. I was going to my vehicle, but I had a really bad feeling about this. Going with my instincts, I changed directions and did not go to my car anymore. Instead, I walked more toward the front of the parking lot where the sidewalk was. When I turned, I heard the man turn behind me. I walked to the sidewalk and started going down it. I didn't know where I was going at first, but I saw that a bar nearby was open, just down the street. I started heading in that direction. The man behind me followed the entire way. However, he did not catch up with me. I maintained a good distance, and now it was very clear he was me. I kept going down the sidewalk and quickly slipped inside the bar. I had only been there once before, so I didn't really know it that well. I also didn't know anybody inside. There were a good number of other people around though, so I felt a lot safer. The man went inside as well. I stood right next to the bar, and the man stood at the other end of it. I walked toward the bathrooms. I was going to go into the women's restroom and call one of my friends. I did have my cell phone with me. However, when I reached the hallway where the restrooms were, I noticed they had a back exit there. I decided to just leave, hoping the man would not notice because he could not see from where he was. He'd probably just assumed that I went to use the restroom. I left and ran all the way back to my car. Luckily, I was able to make it just fine. I drove home and made it back without any further issues. I still feel to this day that I avoided a possibly terrible situation. I don't know who that guy was, but I know for a fact he was following me. I went to that same bowling alley several more times afterward, and I never did see that man there again. This happened a couple of years ago. One night I was at home by myself. My wife happened to be out with her friend, and I figured that she'd be back around 11 o'clock or so. It was probably roughly 9 o'clock at night. It was dark out. My house is in a pretty typical neighborhood, and I really enjoy living there. I remember that it was a Thursday night, and garbage comes every Friday morning. I realized I had forgotten to take out the trash, so I decided to do so right then and there. After going around the house and gathering up all the trash, I left my house and took them over to the trash cans. They were right next to my garage. I took those down to the end of the driveway, where they would go every week to be picked up. I headed to go back inside, but as I was walking back to my house and going up the driveway, I saw something strange. There was a man waiting near the brush by my front door. I didn't know who he was, and before I could say or do anything, the man walked right up to my front door and went inside. My heart immediately sank when I saw that. I quickly started running toward my home. I got a surge of adrenaline. As I was doing so, I knew that this might be a potentially dangerous situation. Still, this was my own home, and I had to protect it. I went inside. After entering, I realized the man was about 20 feet ahead of me. I yelled at him to stop and get the out of my house. He didn't say anything back. He moved toward the hallway at that point, and I saw him open up a doorway we had to the attic. It was sort of a strange setup that you get there by opening a door in the hallway, almost like any other normal bedroom door, only a little skinnier. There was a narrow staircase inside, leading all the way up. I'm not sure if the guy was just trying to go into a random room, or if he knew that that led specifically to the attic. Either way, the man ducked inside and slammed the door shut behind him. I started walking over, but then I stopped myself. I realized I was in potential danger if I went up there all alone. I knew this was a situation for the police to handle. Of course, I was still angry though, and I wanted the man to get out of my home. I stupidly decided to go up after him anyway. We rarely used our attic. It was really just for storage. The room up there was very small, and it was so out of the way. There was just a bunch of random junk and stuff. I went over and opened the door. I saw the very narrow staircase, and just how dark it was. There were no lights on up there. I called up, saying the guy had to go right now. I went up 2 or 3 steps. Then I heard a loud noise. Next thing I knew, a large box was sent flying down toward me. It ended up on the landing just in front of me. It hit me in the shins and really hurt. The man had thrown a random box full of junk at me. Before he got the chance to do it again, I turned around and left the attic area. I walked out and called the police. Then I left the house and went to my car in the driveway. I felt like that was the safest place to be at the moment. The whole time that I waited, I did not notice the man leaving. When the police got there, they went inside and found the man hiding out in my attic. I don't know why he was there. Obviously, he took advantage of me leaving the home to take out the trash. I'm just lucky I wasn't really hurt or anything. It was a crisp autumn night when I decided to go out for a hike. I needed to clear my mind, and being out in nature always really helped. It was a fairly easy hike that I had chosen to do, just a quick evening outing really. I parked my car at the trailhead, grabbed my backpack, and started up the path. The trail was narrow, but well marked. As I walked, I noticed a few people coming down, but there were no others on the path going up. About an hour or so into the hike, I heard someone behind me. That was a bit unusual, because the trail was more than wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. I was alone, so I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was someone who had started out a bit later, or had taken an alternate route from me. I quickened my pace a little, hoping to stay ahead of whoever it was. I glanced back occasionally, but I didn't see anyone there. Still, the sound of footsteps continued to follow me, very steady. I tried to focus on the beauty of the hike, hoping that whoever was back there would turn off down another path or something. After another mile, I took a short break by this small stream. I sat down on a rock and drank some water. I listened carefully. The footsteps had stopped, so I felt a brief relief. I was still uneasy, though. I tried to tell myself that perhaps it was just a coincidence. Maybe someone on the trail who had their pace slowed down or something. I continued on as the sun was getting lower, and the shadows lengthened across the path. The feeling of being followed returned immediately, though. I'd hear footsteps, then silence. I'd whip around and see nothing there but trees and rocks. I could hear the footsteps more clearly now, almost as if they were exactly matching my pace. I picked up my speed, hoping to reach the summit soon. I reached a viewpoint where the trail widened a bit, and decided to stop and overlook the valley below. I needed a break, and hoped that whoever was following me might have stayed back. Suddenly, I heard a rustling noise behind me. I turned quickly, expecting to see someone there, but there didn't appear to be anything. I thought I could make out a shadow moving amongst the trees, but it could have just as easily been my imagination. The sun was setting after all. I knew I had to make it back before dark, so I started down the trail, moving faster than ever before. The footsteps had returned, much closer now. I was terrified. I tried not to look back, afraid of what I might see following me. I rounded a bend when I saw a figure ahead of me on the path. It was a man dressed in hiking gear. I called out to him, hoping he was a fellow hiker who might have some information or could help me. He didn't respond and just stood there facing away from me. I approached cautiously, Calling out again, the figure didn't move. I was close enough to see his face when he turned around slowly. His expression was completely blank, and he didn't say a word at all. His eyes were vacant, as if he wasn't even seeing me. I took a step back from the man, really freaked out at this point. I decided to take another path that led off the main trail, hoping to avoid any further interaction with anyone. I went faster, hearing the footsteps behind me still, but never seeing who was following me. When I finally reached the parking lot, I looked back up the trail, but there was nobody in sight. I checked my car quickly and drove off as fast as I could. Later, I told a few friends about what happened, but they mostly shrugged it off as my imagination. Every time I think about that day, though, I can't shake the feeling that someone or something was following me the whole time. The memory of those footsteps always being just a bit behind me still haunts me whenever I go for a hike. I'm a woman, and this took place one night about 20 years ago. At the time, my daughter was just 5 years old. One night, I left home to do some shopping. I was getting groceries and was going to stop and get my daughter a birthday present as well. She would be turning 6 in a few days. She stayed home with my husband, and I went by myself to go get the toys. I stopped by the Toys R Us, and it was sometime at night. I don't remember exactly what time, though. All I know for sure is that after going inside, things were very quiet. I think they must have been closing soon. I knew one thing that I wanted to get for my daughter for sure, but I was kind of looking around to see if there was anything else good as well. Don't even remember what toys they were really. Probably some kind of stuffed animals, or something else related to cute critters. After being there for a little bit, I was standing in this one aisle by myself when I looked over and noticed a man at the end of it. It was a man who was wearing a large black coat and this strange-looking hat. He was just kind of standing there looking at me. Immediately, this struck me as suspicious. I'm not exactly a paranoid person at all, but this just seemed to be really odd. I didn't really look at him and pretended not to notice him, but I could see out of the corner of my eye that he was just kind of standing there observing me. After a little while, I looked over again. This time, though, he actually walked away. I really didn't know what that was all about, so I just moved on. I was shopping for about 15 more minutes. Didn't see the man at all during this time. I checked out and left the store. The parking lot was dark and quiet. I made my way to my vehicle, but it didn't take me long to notice there was a car now parked right next to mine. It was an SUV, I believe a Suburban, and it was dark gray in color. Maybe it was because of the man staring at me in the store, but it gave me this bad feeling. It was parked unnecessarily close to my vehicle, especially with so many open spaces around, and it hadn't been there before either. I kept moving toward my car when I heard one of the SUV's doors open. I could sort of see it, but it was on the side farthest away from me. I thought about stopping, but I told myself to just keep going. Shortly after this, though, I noticed the man walk around the SUV, the same guy who I'd seen inside earlier. This was enough for me to turn around instantly where I was and run back toward the store. I went back inside the Toys R Us. Unfortunately, not long after making it inside, I saw the man enter the store as well. I wasn't really sure what to do. This guy seemed to be following me. I didn't know why he'd parked his car right next to mine, or why he was doing this. For some reason, I decided the best idea was to go deeper into the store and down a random aisle. When I did, I saw the man walking around a ways away. He was sort of moving in my direction, though. I started just moving through random aisles of the store. The man was not right on my tail or anything. Occasionally, I would look back and see him somewhere off in the distance. I'm not sure if he was trying to make it seem like he wasn't following me or if he really couldn't tell where I was. At that point, I just decided to call my husband. I took out my cell phone and called our home. Thankfully, he was quick to answer. When I told him what was going on, he said he would be right on his way. We lived pretty close by, and it was easily under a 10-minute journey. I continued to play this game of hide-and-seek around the store. To delay time even more, I picked out another random toy for our daughter as well. Then I went to the counter and stalled time while buying that. When I went to the counter, I saw the man get in the checkout line right behind me. I don't think he was actually getting anything. I didn't see him with any items, at least. When I left the checkout area, I decided to leave the store again, as this time I saw my husband's car parked right across from mine. I noticed the man was still following me. I could hear his footsteps approaching from behind. When I started walking outside, the man left the store right behind me. My husband emerged from his vehicle and started approaching me at the same time. As soon as the man behind me saw this, he actually changed directions. He went to the left almost to the next row of parking spaces and then quickly ran to his SUV. He jumped inside and left. After that, we both went home. I'm grateful that my husband was able to help me out. That man was much larger than I was, and I didn't carry any pepper spray at the time. After that, I started to, but luckily nothing like that has happened since then. I went to a carnival a couple of years ago. The day before Halloween, actually. The group of friends I was with went together at the start of the evening, and we planned to stay until closing time. For the first couple of hours that the carnival was open, we went around and played all the games, then got some food and sat down and watched some live music that was performing there. Basically, we were just passing the time until the main attraction of the carnival opened later that night. Every year, the main attraction, which was the biggest reason somebody would even come to the carnival, was the haunted house they would put on. This haunted house was a legit experience. They always did a great job making sure it was scary and different than all the previous years. My friends and I were excited to see what this year's haunted house attraction would be like. We were amongst the first people in line. Once it opened for the night, we paid at the front gate, and then we were on our way through the door and into the haunted house. We walked through very slowly, as there were multiple times where we got freaked out and were trying to avoid a jump scare. We had been walking through the haunted house for a while now, when we reached a dining room-looking area with a big chandelier hanging down in the middle of the room. The dining table was filled with spooky stuff, such as heads and hands, implying that someone was humans and serving them for dinner. The scariest part of the room, though, was what was standing right next to the doorway. It was one you had to proceed towards and walk through, and there was a man dressed up as a server right there. We knew that the workers who worked inside the haunted house were not allowed to touch us, but it was still spooky that we had to walk right past. We all knew that a jump scare of some kind was likely coming. My group of friends slowly walked past one by one, and surprisingly, there was no jump scare yet. Suddenly, as my last friend was passing by this man, he reached out and pulled her out of the doorway and back into the dining room. We stood confused for a split second before heading back into the room to see what was going on. The server man was struggling with our friend, trying to grab onto her and pull her through a doorway with a curtain hanging over it. We hadn't even noticed it was there before. It was clear this was not anything that should be taking part in this haunted house. Our friend was kicking and punching at the guy to get him off of her. The four of us moved toward the struggle that was going on in an attempt to assist our friend. The server man saw us coming towards them in a group and finally let go of our friend, dashing through the curtain and into that doorway, wherever it led. After making sure that our friend was all right, we ran through the rest of the haunted house. Thankfully, we had been fairly close to the end. Once we left, we flagged down a worker and immediately explained to them what just happened, telling them that one of the workers had grabbed our friend. We ended up being directed to the main manager of the haunted house attraction. He asked us which part of the house this had happened in, and we explained it was in the dining room with the big chandelier. The manager looked through his notes for a second and then told us there was not supposed to be any workers in that section of the haunted house. It ended up being shut down for that night, as the cops had to come and search the entire area. No one was found inside, and whoever had my friend was not there anymore either. That night in the haunted house was very frightening for us, as a group and individually. Rightfully so, really. We never went to another haunted house after, and we were all pretty traumatized, especially our friend who had been in the struggle. This is something that happened a few years ago during the summer. I was out doing some yard work, clearing weeds in the yard. I have a large backyard and there's woods at the back side of it. A good portion of the woods are my property, and then it also connects to a neighbor's as well. I went out near the edge of those woods and was clearing some of the area there of a lot of wild weeds and unwanted plants that tended to fester there. It was much more wild than the rest of the yard. After I was out there working for somewhere close to an hour or so, I remember hearing a strange noise a little ways off inside of the woods. At first, I figured it to be an animal of some sort and tried seeing if I could spot it. However, I could not see anything. At that time of the year, the woods were very dense and a bit overgrown. I just continued on with my work, figuring nothing of it. A short time later, though, I heard another strange noise and looked up again. This time, though, I surprisingly saw something. At first, I couldn't really tell what it was, so I looked a little closer. That was when I noticed what appeared to be a woman hiding halfway behind a tree. She appeared to be staring right at me. Needless to say, I was very confused about the situation. We stared at each other for a few moments. Then I moved away and went back into the yard. I didn't recognize her, and I didn't know why anybody would be hiding out in my woods. This woman, whoever she was, remained in the forested portion. I walked back over, and when I looked again, she appeared to be gone. I called out and asked if anybody was there, but I got no response. After that, I just went back to work. I was very weirded out by all this, don't get me wrong, but overall, it didn't seem too concerning. It was daytime and very bright out, so I guess for that reason, it seemed much less creepy than it was. Besides, the woman seemed to be gone now. I didn't know why she was there in the first place, but I figured she got the idea that she should be leaving. I continued working, only to see the woman again 30 minutes later. I was at a different portion of the woods, and I didn't hear a noise this time. I just suddenly looked up and saw her right there. She was deeper into the woods, in a different location, once more just observing me. This time I stopped what I was doing immediately. I called out to her and asked her who she was. I knew she should have been able to hear me. She was far, but not that far away. The woman didn't respond to me, though, and just kept on staring. I moved a bit closer, and when I did, she immediately ran away out of sight. I was extremely confused. I wasn't really sure what I should do about this. Why was she in my woods doing this? I had no clue. She wouldn't answer me either. I just tried to move on and ignore the strange situation for the next little while. I still had a bunch of work to do. I was doing it undisturbed when I saw the woman once more. This time she was much closer, just inside of the woods. I looked over at her walking and saw she was now holding a large stick in her hands. I wasn't sure if she was planning to use it as a weapon or what. This was not just some flimsy twig or something, mind you, but was a pretty strong and sturdy piece of wood. She started to walk towards me. I asked her what she was doing. She didn't answer, but continued advancing toward me and moved even faster now. I was not interested in fighting this random woman, so I quickly ran away back inside my house. I called the police right away on her. After I did, I looked out several windows to the backyard. However, the woman had hidden somewhere in the woods again, and I couldn't find her. When the police arrived, they searched my property, but she didn't seem to be there anymore. This time, she seemed to have left for good. However, I decided to be done with the yard work for the day. A few years ago, I used to play video games and stream them online. Now, I wasn't super popular or anything. I just did it for fun mostly. I would stream on Twitch for my friends, and usually anywhere from 1 to 3 or 4 of them would watch me play. Sometimes they would play alongside me in the games as well. Every now and then, a few random people would hop on to watch the stream too, but I never got more than like 10 viewers at once. I wasn't exactly out to become famous or anything anyway. One night I was streaming Fortnite. It was almost a nightly thing for me to do at the time. I was playing with my friend Zach, who was also watching the stream. I remember that at one point there was another random viewer that jumped in. Soon this new viewer started talking in chat and leaving comments as well. I did not recognize the username to be any of my friends, so that's how I realized it was a new person. I said hello to them and welcomed them to the stream. The person responded by saying hi, but a short time later their comments turned bad. It started with very basic insults, calling me names and cursing at me. I assumed it to be some teenage child, just messing about on a Twitch account. I remember asking on stream why he was so angry. My friend was thinking it was really funny though. Then, the comments started to get threatening. The users said something like they were going to find me, and they knew where I lived or something along those lines. Obviously, I didn't take the threat very seriously. I really had no idea why they would act this way, because my stream was always fun and light-hearted. The first comment that the person made that really raised my eyebrows, though, was when they mentioned my real name. They said they knew my name, and when I asked what it was, the user commented it fully. This shocked me, because my name was not in my username or anything like that. This person knew my last name as well. It was then that I figured it had to be one of my friends messing with me. And that's what Zach seemed to think as well. I remember Zach asking who it was, going through a list of friends he thought it might be. The person denied it all, and after going back and forth for a while, they eventually left. I ended the stream a short time later, but the very next night the person was back again. I went back on and did what I usually did. I was playing Fortnite again, and Zach also joined. It was just the two of us, just like the night prior. 30 minutes into the stream, though, the mystery person returned. They started picking up right where they left off, but this time they said they were coming to my house. I was kind of fed up with it. I said, "Okay, buddy, let's see it then," still not taking it very seriously. They went quiet in the chat for a while, but out of nowhere, the person commented that they were at my home right now. As they did this, a sudden loud banging came from my front door. I lived in a house that I rented with a roommate during this time. My roommate was gone at work, and I was home by myself. After I heard the knocking, I told Zach about it, who seemed shocked. This definitely had to be a friend of ours, right? I said I was getting up and went over to look at what was going on. After leaving my bedroom and starting to enter the living room, I could immediately see someone through the front window. There was a man standing on the front step, wearing all black with a ski mask on. He did not resemble any of my friends. I guess it could have been one of them, but I had a bad feeling about this. This was somebody else. I went back into my bedroom and asked the guy through my stream what he wanted. He did not respond to this, but instead began to bang on the front door again. I was not going to answer. The mysterious man then made a comment that he hated my car. I don't know why he said this, but then he left the stream. I really had no idea as to what was going on. Zach and I talked about who it could be. I told him that it really looked like it was someone completely random. Zach was telling me I should go out and confront the guy. Eventually, I left my bedroom to go check what was going on, but the guy appeared to be gone now. I looked out of every window and didn't see him anywhere. Well, the next day, I was leaving for work. When I got to my car in the driveway, I noticed there was a gigantic dent in the driver's door, like somebody had hit it with a hammer or something. I remembered the comment the guy made about hating my vehicle, which was a Pontiac Aztek. Now, I knew none of my friends would go so far as to damage my vehicle like that. After that, I decided to stop streaming for a while. I told my friends all about it, and like I expected, none of them knew who it could be. It remains a mystery to me to this day. I don't live in that house anymore. I did stream on Twitch again as well, but the guy never joined another stream of mine, or if he ever did, he never said anything again. Something really strange happened a couple of months ago. It all started one seemingly average night. I live with my wife in a house that's in a pretty typical neighborhood. Normally, things are very quiet around here. So, we went to bed and were sleeping, when suddenly I was awoken in the middle of the night. I heard a knocking on the front door to our home and looked over at the clock. It was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, I was very confused. My wife woke up to the noises as well. After I heard the knocking again, I got out of bed and told my wife I was going to see what was going on. After walking into the entry of my home, I looked out of a window and saw this completely random guy standing there. I really had no idea who he was. The man seemed pretty average looking for the most part. Now, looking back on it, this may not have been the best idea, but I decided to answer the door. I opened it up and saw the guy standing right there in front of me. I asked him who he was and what on earth he was doing at my house at 2 o'clock in the morning. The man responded, saying he was there from Craigslist. I was very confused because I don't even use Craigslist. He claimed he was there to purchase a TV. Well, we didn't have a TV for sale either. I told him he must be at the wrong address. The guy asked me if my name was Randy, and my name is Randy. That kinda creeped me out a little bit. At that point, he took out his phone and showed me some text messages. The person he was texting at had given him an address, which was my correct address. Another text he'd received had told him to come at 2 a.m. This was very strange. I told the guy that I didn't know who he was texting with, but it most definitely was not me. I had no TV for sale, and somebody must be pretending to be me. The man then asked if he could come inside anyway. I said no, obviously, and told the guy that he needed to figure out who was behind that. I made it clear to him that I was not selling anything, and then I closed the door on him and locked it. I watched out the window and made sure the guy left. Thankfully, he did. I went back to our bedroom and told my wife about the strange encounter. She had no idea what that could be about either. Since then, nothing else like that has happened. It's really weird though, and I've not figured out who was behind it. I mean, why would anybody arrange to meet at 2 o'clock in the morning to buy something? That seems really odd to me. I think maybe that guy had made those texts himself. Possibly he was going to try and force his way in, or see if I was gullible enough to allow him entry into my home. I really don't know. I'm just hoping that nothing like that ever happens to me again. I had a really creepy experience happen the last time I went bowling. It was a couple of years ago. I went to a bowling alley that's around 10 minutes from where I live now. I went with two of my friends, Ashley and Lizzie. I can't remember exactly how, but I know Lizzie had won several games of free bowling at this particular alley, so we were using them. The place was actually fairly nice, and there was also an arcade and bar inside. There were multiple food options, and it was pretty good. It was pretty busy that night, and most of the lanes, if not all of them, were in use. I remember that probably 30 minutes into bowling, this employee-looking guy came up to us and asked us how everything was going. We said good. He came back 20 minutes later again and asked us once more. He then said that our lane had had some problems recently. We said everything had been working fine. It truly had been. The guy then told us to let him know if anything happened. We thought the place just had really good service, and he was a friendly guy. The guy approached us again not long after that, and asked us if we were having a good time again, specifically me. By now, it seemed kind of weird how he kept coming up only to us. This place was not exactly top shelf like some bowling alleys, where as you're playing you have your own personal waiter or waitress, and they get you food and stuff. This was just a regular old bowling alley that was slightly fancy. You ordered your food up on the counter, and it was just like every other bowling alley, really. I wasn't sure why this employee was sticking around us and seemingly nobody else at all. After we told him that everything was still good, he asked us if we had any plans for later. We told him we were just hanging out, and maybe we'd get some food or something. We didn't really know for sure. The guy then asked us if we lived around here, and we said yes. During this time, we were all in college, but back home for the summer. This guy appeared to be around our same age, maybe slightly older. After briefly talking about how things were in college and stuff, he left. It just seemed like a fairly friendly employee for the most part, only a little bit off. A short time later, I went back to the table behind our bowling lane to grab myself a drink of water. When I did, the man was standing behind it watching me. He told me that I was pretty good at bowling and indicated that he had been watching me for quite some time now. He invited me to come with him another time to bowl, said we could go for free because he worked there. It seemed at this point like he was probably interested in me, and that's why he kept coming up to us. I was nice, but told him I wasn't much of a bowler really, and I didn't think I'd be doing that. He tried convincing me for a moment, but it was my turn to go again, and my friends called me back over. They asked me why the guy was talking to me. After this, I figured he wouldn't be back. Only about 10 minutes later, though, he returned. He just walked right up to us like he'd been a part of the friend group the whole time. The guy told us he was getting off very soon and was going to this certain club. He asked if we wanted to join him, and then went on to say how the club was supposedly really hard to get into, but he knew the bouncer. We found this quite an odd thing for a random employee to say to us, and did not have any interest in joining him. We declined, and he seemed to finally leave us alone after that. At this point, we didn't have many more free games left. We finished within probably 20 minutes. After that, we were at the counter returning our shoes to an employee, a different employee. She asked us how it was, and Lizzie told her that an employee of theirs kept bothering us. The girl working asked us who it was, and we described him to her. She was very confused and said that nobody like that worked here. We looked around to see if the man was still within sight. The place was really crowded. After looking around for maybe 10 seconds though, I noticed the man was there. He was sitting at a random table all by himself, sipping a drink and staring at me. When we pointed him out, she said she had no idea who he was, but she was absolutely certain he did not work there. She then told us that she would go to ask him who he was. At that point, we just left though. We had taken Lizzie's car, so she drove the three of us. We went to a local restaurant in town and stayed there for about an hour, then went back on our way. Lizzie dropped me off back at my house. She pulled into the driveway and I got out. Then they left. As I was walking up to my house, though, I remember hearing another car driving down the street. The street was usually very quiet and didn't get a lot of traffic. I looked over to see it. When I did, I saw the car slow down. It appeared to pull over on the side of the road in front of my house. I was still walking toward the front door of my home, but I slowed down to see the person. What I saw next was the car pulling over and the driver's window rolling down. I saw the same guy from the bowling alley was driving that car. I quickly hurried up to get inside. I grabbed my keys and tried to unlock the door as quickly as possible. While I was doing this, I actually heard the car door opening and closing right after. I also heard footsteps and knew that the man was approaching. Before he was even able to get halfway into the yard, though, I got the door open and ran inside. I then locked it behind me. I hurried to find my parents and let them know of the situation. Maybe 30 seconds to a minute later, we returned to the front of the home and looked out the window. When we did, the man and his car were gone. It seemed he had left all on his own. After that, he didn't come back either. I'm still pretty creeped out by the situation. To go to my house, he must have followed my friends and I the entire rest of the night. I'm not sure what he was planning to do by going to my house. I'm just glad he didn't get to accomplish it and that he never came back. This happened when I had just recently started renting a new house. Well, the house itself was not really new, but it was new to me. I had moved to that city for my job and needed a place to live. I was going month to month in this rental place. It was a pretty standard house for the most part. It had 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a basement which was unfinished. Not long into living there, I started noticing sort of strange noises at night. I would be in bed just trying to fall asleep and then think I heard some things from downstairs. I couldn't exactly tell what the noises were though at first. It made me very nervous that somebody was in my home or something. I quickly chalked it up to just a house making noises though. Maybe it was the boiler. Or maybe it was just regular old house noises. Because of where I was in my bedroom and the fact that the door was closed, I never really heard them all that clearly. One night, though, I heard something that seemed much louder, so much so that it caused me to immediately get up and out of bed. I decided to go downstairs and look around. When I did so, though, I didn't really see anything unusual. I heard no more noises and figured it was just the old house. I hadn't lived in a house like that, so I didn't really know what to expect with everything. I mean, I'd come from living with roommates or a big family my entire life, so I never really had a quiet house all to myself. For quite a few more nights, I just ignored the sounds that I heard. Another night, though, things seemed to be particularly loud again. I just wasn't buying that this could all be the house settling in, or the heating system or whatever. I once more got out of bed and went downstairs to investigate. After looking around, I thought I could hear a noise down in the basement. I decided to go down there myself. Now, I know that there were some things down there that could possibly make noises. There were several different types of pipes, the water heater, various other things down there. but the noise I heard coming from the basement didn't really sound like what I imagined any of that would sound like. It sounded like possibly a person moving around down there. I walked over and opened up the door to go down into the basement. When I did, I saw that it was very dark down there, but I could clearly hear the noise now. I was sure that whatever this was, it was coming from a person. I stopped, unsure if I should continue. However, the noises stopped a short time after. Now it was just silence. I slowly walked down the stairs and called out asking if anybody was there, but I got no response. When I made it fully into the basement, I could not see anyone, and I didn't hear anything at all either. I turned on the only dim light that was down there. It didn't illuminate much, but it was better than nothing. I also turned on the flashlight on my phone to see a bit better. The basement wasn't really all that big. However, when I got close to one corner, I noticed something was off. It was an old box that had been there since I moved in, and it looked like there was something behind the box. When I moved it, I saw a sleeping bag and water bottles. Well, those certainly were not there the last time I'd been down there. It made me realize that somebody had in fact been down there, and it looked like they'd been living there too. I got so freaked out I ran back upstairs and called 911 immediately. The police came and looked through my entire house. After searching the entire property though, nobody seemed to be there. They did make an interesting discovery. The basement was mostly all underground, but there were windows toward the top of the basement, which would be at the bottom of the ground level. They led directly outside. One of the windows turned out to be extremely easy to open and led to a garden area in the backyard. It was easily openable from the outside or the inside. That must have been how the person was coming and going. I had that window replaced the very next day, and after that the person did not return. It really freaks me out, knowing that I was living with somebody in my basement for perhaps a week or more. I'm just glad they never decided to directly confront me, or I really would have been in a lot of trouble. Last summer, I decided to take a break from my busy life and go hiking in the woods near my town. I usually hiked alone, but this time I brought my two dogs Max and Bella along. They're both very friendly and love the outdoors, so I figured they'd enjoy the hike just as much as I would. I parked at the trailhead and set off on the main path. Max and Bella were just jogging ahead, sniffing just about everything in sight. After a while, the trail began to climb steeply. I was sweating and breathing hard, but Max and Bella seemed to be handling it just fine. That was when I heard someone behind us. I looked back and saw a man who was wearing a dark jacket and seemed to be moving at a slower pace. He was still gaining on us, though. I had a strange feeling about this that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Something about this man made me feel uneasy. He gave me a half-hearted wave and a forced smile, and I forced a smile back. I then quickened my pace. Max and Bella were still leading the way, but I hoped that if we kept moving, he'd just pass us by and be on his own way. The man did not pass us, though. He kept a certain distance, but stayed close enough to remain within sight. I kept an eye on him, trying not to worry. Max and Bella were well behaved, but I still felt nervous with somebody lingering behind us. I decided to take a break by a small creek that ran alongside the trail. I hoped that would give the man a chance to move ahead already. I sat down on a large rock and let Max and Bella drink water from the creek. The man stopped a short distance away, just out of earshot, and watched us. I could clearly see he was pretending to look at the scenery. I could see him fiddling with something in his backpack, but couldn't make out exactly what it was. After a few minutes, he approached us, saying, "Nice dogs you have there." His voice was very smooth, but the look in his eyes didn't match the friendliness in his tone. I tried to be polite, but kept my answers short. He asked if I'd been down this trail before, and I said yes. He then started talking about other trails in the area. His suggestions seemed random and out of place. It felt like he was just trying to keep the conversation going no matter what. For some reason, my instincts were telling me I needed to leave. I quickly stood up and started walking again, hoping he'd take the hint and leave me alone. As we walked past where the man was now sitting, both my dogs began to growl at him. This was shocking to me. They'd never growled at anyone before. It kind of certified my distrust in the man. He got up and followed us up the trail, keeping his distance but never falling behind. I could hear his footsteps on the gravel behind me. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself I was currently on a well-traveled path, and there were many other people around usually. Soon, the man began to get closer and asked if we were headed to a specific spot on the trail. I told him we were just out for a casual hike and didn't have a specific destination in mind. The man simply continued to follow us, asking more questions about where I was from and how often I used this trail. As the afternoon wore on, the trail became less populated. The man moved back behind me. I passed a few people who greeted me here and there, but the man made no attempt to interact with them. He kept the same distance the whole time. I could sense that he was always nearby. The woods were getting quieter, and it was getting late now. I knew I had to start heading back before it got dark. I decided to cut the hike short and head back to the trailhead. I hoped the man would eventually turn and go a different direction. Max and Bella seemed to sense my anxiety and stayed close to my side for the rest of the hike. Finally, I once more reached a populated section of the trail. The man did not follow us past that point. I felt some relief, though I did not relax just yet. I didn't until I was all the way back in the parking lot. When I looked around, the man was nowhere to be seen. I drove home, feeling grateful that nothing more serious had happened. To this day, I can't forget how unsettling that encounter was. I still hike, but I'm more cautious now of people trying to follow me. I always stay in a well-traveled area and pay close attention to anyone who seems out of place. Max and Bella are still my trusted companions, and their presence always makes me feel safer. Way back when I was like 17, I think, I worked at a Toys R Us store. This was back when those were pretty popular and not going out of business yet. It was a typical store, and I had gotten the job because of my mom's friend. They were the manager when I worked there. It was pretty nice, and we usually weren't all that busy unless it was a weekend. I mostly just worked as a cashier, but one time while I was working, something really creepy happened to me. It was early in my shift, and things were fairly quiet. I was the only cashier that was open at the time. I think we did have 2 other people working, but I'm not sure exactly where they were. Probably in the back organizing things or filling up the shelves. Things would often be very quiet earlier in the day, but would get busier in the afternoon. On this day, I recall a customer coming into the store and starting to shop. Just a relatively normal-looking man. He quickly walked out of my sight, but not long after this, I saw him approaching. I thought maybe he was going to check out, but instead he came up to me and asked where the Hot Wheels were. I tried to give him directions to the aisle, but instead he asked if I could just show him. I really didn't want to leave the check lanes unoccupied, but because not many people were there, I did so anyway. I walked over and showed the man where they were. When we got there, he started asking me more questions. I answered a few, but soon told him that I really had to get back to the registers. Nobody else was there to work them. I walked back. I didn't quite know where my coworkers were. but I did let the man know that there should be someone else around somewhere that he could ask for help. I went back to the registers, and thankfully nobody had been waiting or anything. Some time went by, and I noticed just a few people shopping, from what parts of the store I could see. After 10 or 15 minutes, this one woman came up to me and told me that some guy had been following her around the store. When she described him, I realized it was the exact same man I had talked to. Apparently, he had been closely following her, and when she asked him to leave her alone, he refused to do so. This continued until the woman threatened to call the police, and apparently then he finally backed off. She told me that she had just in fact called the police, and she wanted to let me know. The woman waited with me until the police arrived. In that time, I remember noticing the man sneakily walking out of the store. Not long after the police got there, they spoke with me and the woman. Then they left because the man did. I thought they were going to look around for him after that. From then on, things went pretty much back to normal. Soon, things got busier, though, and another coworker joined me at the checkout lanes. I was kept fairly busy until several hours later, before close. When it was nighttime, things tended to get really quiet. Once more, it was back to me being the only cashier, and the store being very peaceful and calm. I had some downtime where I was just kind of waiting for anyone to come check out. It was during this time that I noticed the man from earlier entering the store once more. I couldn't believe it. I wasn't sure if I should call the cops on him right then and there or what. Instantly, the man started walking in my direction. Surprisingly, he just came right up to me and demanded to know how much longer I had until I was off. I really didn't know what to do. I told the man I was working till close. He started bombarding me with more questions. Next thing I knew, a coworker started to approach. When the man saw her, he literally just ran away. He ran into the store down a random aisle. I guess she had been there before when he'd been following the other woman, and after seeing him, my coworker started to chase after the guy. I called the police and reported him for being back at the store. My coworker came back a short time later and asked me if the man had left yet. He had not, so we could only assume he was hiding someplace within the store. The police got there quickly, and we told them the guy was hiding somewhere. They looked all around and were finally able to find him within probably 10 minutes. He had been, in fact, hiding in an employees-only area. He ended up getting banned from the Toys R Us. That was by far the creepiest thing that ever happened when I worked there. It was a warm summer evening when my friends and I decided to visit the carnival that was in town. After getting there, we started with the rides, the Ferris wheel being the first one. I remember being up high in the sky on the Ferris wheel, seeing the rest of the carnival below from our seats. We could see a haunted house, and we made a mental note to go check it out later. After all the rides, we wandered through some of the game booths. There were the usual carnival games of ring toss, balloon darts, water gun race. We tried our luck winning some stuffed animals and other small things along the way. As the night wore on, we found ourselves near that haunted house attraction. It looked so ominous as it stood there in the darkness with the eerie music playing. We got curious and decided to go inside. The inside was very dimly lit, with flickering candles and fake cobwebs. As we walked through the maze of corridors, there were sudden flashes of light and eerie figures jumping out at us. We all laughed, but were also kind of nervous. We were all trying to stay brave as we made our way deeper in. I felt a chill run down my spine, though, as I noticed something that seemed to be out of place. A figure was standing silently in a corner, hidden particularly well in a large shadow. It seemed too real to be part of the act, for lack of a better term. I whispered to my friends, but when we turned back, the figure was gone. I was now uneasy. We hurried through the rest of the remaining corridors, trying to get to the exit. As we rounded a corner, a loud crash echoed through the hallway. We froze. Our hearts were racing, and we didn't really know what to do. A door creaked open ahead of us, and we noticed an empty room with a single flickering light bulb swinging gently overhead. As we cautiously approached, we saw something that really spooked us. There was a child's doll laying on the floor. Its eyes were blankly staring up at us. None of us remembered seeing this before. It also didn't fit with the rest of the decor of the haunted house. Without another word, we turned and ran, loudly racing back toward the exit. We burst out into the open air, with tons of adrenaline still going through our veins. At least we felt safer now. We walked away shaken but relieved, and went back into the crowd of people in the carnival. To this day, we're not exactly sure what was going on in that haunted house. If it was a prank or a trick or something else. If it was all part of the haunted house, I'll say they did an exceptional job at scaring us, but it seemed so odd and didn't appear to fit the rest of the decor of the experience. Either way, I'd heard enough stories of things going wrong at haunted houses to take any more chances. This is something that happened many years ago. During this time, I was living with my husband in a smaller house in a very nice and quiet neighborhood. It was a fun place to live because we knew most of the neighbors and lived fairly close to the city. My husband and I went outside one day to do some yard work. He had mowed the lawn and was doing some work in the garage. I went to the garden out front next to our house. I was pulling some weeds and watering plants. I was doing this for quite a while when I remember out of nowhere, I heard somebody approaching. I looked behind me and saw this random man walking right into our yard. I didn't recognize this man as any of our neighbors, but he just came right up to me and said hello. The man told me he'd just moved in down the street. I said hi to him and welcome to the neighborhood and all that stuff. I was going to introduce him to my husband, but the man then turned and walked off, saying that he'd see me again soon. Overall, something about the man seemed very odd. However, I couldn't figure out exactly what that was. I didn't think it was a huge deal or anything. I was not aware of which house this man had just moved into or anything. But there were lots of houses in the neighborhood. I just continued on with my gardening. I went on for the next hour or so. Not long after my husband and I finished, we went back inside. This was at some point during the afternoon. I remember that several hours later, we were inside and it was sometime around sunset. That was when I happened to glance over and see the man outside walking on the sidewalk out front. When I remembered him from earlier, I told my husband about our encounter. My husband walked over to see who the man was. We both watched, expecting him to just walk by. The guy just kind of slowed down. Then, just before our property ended and the neighbors started, the man turned and started walking into our front yard. He was not heading towards our front door, though. Instead, he went right toward the side of our house, or possibly the backyard. When he went out of our sight, we went to another window. Both of us were very confused as to what he was doing. My husband said that he'd never seen the guy before. The man went completely out of our sight for a while. We looked into the backyard and it was getting pretty dark now, so we couldn't see everything. I didn't know if possibly the man had cut through our yard to go somewhere else or if something else was going on. We looked around for several minutes and didn't see him. Finally, we left the room. It was very strange. My husband and I talked about it for several minutes, and neither of us were aware of a neighbor moving in. We didn't think any of the houses on our street had been for sale recently. Maybe it was one of the next streets over, though. Well, about an hour later, I remember hearing the back door start to rattle out of nowhere. I knew immediately that someone was trying to enter our home. Luckily, the door was locked. My husband heard it as well and went over to look. When we got to a window that looked out to the back, we saw the same man now running away. We called the police, but by the time they got there, obviously the man was long gone. After that, I don't recall seeing the man again. He did not actually live in the neighborhood at all. What he told me was a blatant lie. I don't know what he had planned. I'm just glad that he left and didn't come back. This is one of the craziest things that's ever happened to me. It took place back when I was in high school. I was, I believe, a junior during this time, and loved to play video games. I had a good friend at school named John, who I would game with on almost a nightly basis. We would hang out all the time as well. He lived just a few blocks over. On this night, we were playing video games online on our PlayStation 4s. I was at my house and he was at his. We had headsets so we could talk to each other as we were on. I remember that after playing for a while, John said, "What was that?" It kinda came out of nowhere, and I just assumed he was talking about something in the game. I asked him what he was talking about, and he didn't answer me at first. All of a sudden he yelled out, "What the?" It kind of abruptly went quiet, and I began to hear some other noises. I couldn't make them out, so I didn't know what was going on. I asked John what he was doing, but he didn't answer me. Everything was silent for a while after. I sent John a Snapchat asking him what that was all about. I was really confused, obviously, but John did not open it. I got curious and kind of concerned, so I decided to walk over to his place. Maybe he was playing a prank on me. I felt like I should at least go and check up on him. We were such good friends, and it wasn't that weird for me to do that. I left my house at whatever time it was, probably like 9 p.m. or so. All I know is that it was fairly dark out. After walking a few blocks, I arrived at John's street. It was quiet. We both lived in a pretty typical neighborhood for the most part. When I reached John's home, I wasn't sure if his parents were home or not. Most of the lights in the house appeared to be off. I walked up to the front door and knocked on it. At first, there was no answer. It was very quiet. A short time after knocking, I heard what sounded like somebody who may have been in the backyard. After waiting a while, I knocked again. I couldn't see into the backyard from where I was, so all I could do was wait at the front door, wondering if I should investigate those noises. Maybe John had gone outside for some reason, but I didn't really know why he would do that. Finally, I heard someone walking toward the front door. The door then opened, and John was standing right there. He looked very serious and told me to come inside quickly. I went in, and he closed and locked the door. He said a man had been inside of his home, and he was calling the police. He added that he thought the man had just left. John went back and grabbed his phone from his bedroom and dialed 911. He told me that his parents were gone and he was home alone. We both waited for the police in his parents' room because it had a lock on it. Nobody else entered the house or was in it while we waited. The police got there shortly after and spoke to us. I guess what had happened is while I was gaming with John, he heard a noise from behind the house. It sounded like the back door which led to the kitchen was opening. It must have been left unlocked or something, because an unknown person did in fact enter. After hearing the footsteps inside, he ran to his closet to hide in. He was able to hide but didn't have his phone, so he couldn't call the police. What I heard must have been him running to his closet. He said he completely forgot about me on the headset. The headset was not wireless, so he had to take it off to hide. While hiding, he could hear the person walking around inside his home. He hid all the way until I arrived at his place, at which point my knock on the front door scared the man away. He quickly left the house. John was grateful to me for doing so. He was able to leave, lock all the doors, get his phone, and call the police, which had been on the floor near his bed. I don't know why the man entered his house, or how he seemed to know the door would be unlocked, but I'm really glad I decided to go over to John's that night. I went to the movies a couple of years ago with a small group of friends. We got the luxury of having the theater to ourselves, as no one else had showed up to the showing that night. We decided to sit in the top row of the theater right in the middle, so we could have the best view of things. While we walked up the stairs towards our seats, the movie hadn't quite started yet. The theater was still dimly lit as the previews played. When we walked down our row in the dim light, I thought I could see some movement through the window of a small room in the back of the theater, the part where the film gets shown through. I know that in modern-day movie theaters, they don't really usually need a person to sit back there through the whole movie, like they did in the past. I figured maybe it was a worker just checking on something before the film started playing. My seat ended up being right below that window, which was about a foot or two above my head. About 15 minutes into the movie, my friends and I began to hear a soft tapping sound coming from right behind us, coming from the film room. It sounded like someone was tapping on the window right above our heads. The tapping continued long enough for us to start getting a little angry about it and want to check out what was going on. We got up out of our seats and stood up on them so we could get a look into the room and the tapping noise. It had abruptly stopped while we were getting up onto our seats, but we still wanted to check it out. My friends and I pressed our faces up against the glass of the film room. On the other side, it was completely dark, and we didn't see anything back there. Maybe the tapping had simply been a part of the machinery that was playing the movie. Either way, whatever it was had already stopped, so we tried to go back to watching the movie. 5 to 10 minutes later, though, the tapping started once again. This time, it was much louder and far more rapid. It sounded for sure like a person tapping the window behind us. This time, we got up quickly onto our chairs to see what was going on in that room. I pressed my face to the glass and fell backwards off my chair in surprise. A woman's face was staring right back at me on the other side. We were annoyed that this woman was disturbing our movie and acting so weird behind us in the film room. We went to the front desk to complain. At this point, we thought it was a worker back there, employed by the movie theater. However, when we got to the front desk, they told us that no workers were in that room behind us. The 2 workers in front said they were the only people there tonight. Puzzled, we told them there was 100% a woman in the film room behind us who had been tapping on the window glass and watching us. We led the workers to the theater to show them, but when they checked the film room, nobody was there. My friends and I were scared at this point, realizing that the entire time, some random woman had been right behind us. Thankfully, we got our refunds for the movie, but we didn't want to stay any longer in that theater. During college, I took a girl to a drive-in movie theater once as a date. The movie showing was slotted for 9 o'clock, so I picked her up from her place at around 8 p.m. We made the drive out to the theater. I'd never been to this place before, but from everything I had seen online, they all said good things about it. I was kind of excited. The theater was farm-themed, so the watching area was surrounded by tall corn, and there were hay bales and tractors all around, enhancing the feeling of being on a farm. We arrived at the outdoor theater, and it was already really packed, with only a couple of spots being left. We ended up being directed to a spot on the edge of the clearing, near the corn area. It was in a row close to the middle, so we weren't too far from the screen. We set up our blankets and pillows in the backseat of my pickup truck and waited for the movie to start. At some point during the movie, I needed to use the restroom and decided I would try and hold it in. However, towards the end of the movie, I really couldn't take it anymore. I just had to relieve myself. The bathrooms at this theater weren't anywhere near where my truck was parked, so I decided I'd have to be in the cornfield we parked next to. I hopped out of the bed of the truck, venturing 5 or so feet out into the cornfield. I didn't want nearby cars to be able to see me doing my business. I had drunk a lot of liquid before and during the movie, so it was one of those times where it took a solid minute. With the amount of time that I was going to be spending peeing, I just sort of looked around aimlessly. As I stared down a corn row, I saw a pair of eyes reflecting in my direction, a good distance away. Must have been an animal of some kind, but it was odd that the eyes weren't moving. The animal wasn't making any movements at all, and the eyes never glanced away in a different direction. I finished up my business and got back into the truck at the end of the movie. The movie finished a while later, and I packed up the blankets and pillows. My date was already seated in the front of the truck as I was packing up. While folding a blanket, I noticed a pair of eyes again in the cornfield, this time pretty close to the edge. Once again, the eyes did not move and continued to stare at me. I had never seen an animal behaving this way. I was curious to see what type of animal it could be. I was guessing some sort of predator. When I was pulling away in the truck, I backed up in such a way that my headlight shined over where I had last seen the eyes. Well, needless to say, my date and I were completely shocked to see that in the far range of my headlights, there was this gigantic wolf walking back into the corn with its back turned towards us. I had been guessing it would be a fox or something, not a fully grown wild wolf. It was surprising to me that I didn't see the rest of the pack around. I know that they usually travel together. We watched as the wolf disappeared into the darkness of the corn and out of the range of my headlights. It was certainly a chilling thought that I had been peeking out there all alone, right next to a wolf of that size. It was clearly eyeing me for some reason. I worked at a Walmart store when I was younger and in high school. This was one of the first jobs I ever had, and I didn't have a car yet, or a consistent means of transportation. Most of the time, I would hitch a ride from my parents or older brother. My parents worked odd hours, and my brother also had a job and played football as well, so I never really knew who was going to be driving me. Usually, it all worked out well, though. One time, I worked a night shift until around 9 p.m. or something like that. I remember that we lived like 10 minutes from the Walmart, and when I got off, I texted my mom. She was not able to come and get me, so I texted my dad and older brother as well. Unfortunately, I did not hear back from them. During that time, I was inside the Walmart in the break room still, sitting down with another coworker who I was sort of friends with named Rachel. She asked me if I was off, knowing that I got done around 9 p.m. or so. I told her yes, but I was waiting for my brother or dad to text me back. Rachel had to leave the break room to go back to work, but said bye or something along those lines. Now, there was just one other person in the break room with me. It was this guy named Michael who was about 5 years older than me. I really didn't know much about him, other than that he worked at the Walmart as well. I think he stocked shelves or something. He'd never really spoken to me or crossed paths with me at all. I had seen him here and there. Suddenly, he walked over to me, though, and asked if I needed a ride home. He said he had just gotten off as well, and that he was leaving now. I didn't know him that well, so I was still a little hesitant. I said no thanks, but Michael insisted it would be no trouble at all, and he wanted to help out his coworker. I figured he must just be trying to be nice. I looked down at my phone and saw I still had not received any replies yet. I was tired and just wanted to leave, so eventually I said yes. I offered to pay Michael gas money, but he said no. I followed him out into the parking lot, and we walked over to his car. It was a really old, rusty, and beat-up-looking pickup truck. We both got inside, and I gave Michael my address. He said that he knew where that was, and it wasn't very far away from his place. After that, we left. We started to talk during the ride and got to know each other a little bit, asking basic questions and stuff. I wasn't paying that great attention to the road, but I did notice that Michael turned before we would have come to my street. I didn't say anything at first, even though I probably should have. He drove down this road a little while, and I wasn't really sure what he was doing. I was hoping that maybe he was just taking a different way of getting to my home. We were in the general area, but not at all on the correct street. Michael pulled off of that street and into the parking lot of an apartment complex. He proceeded to drive up to it and park in one of the spaces. I asked him where we were, and he said this was his apartment. I told him he was supposed to drive me home, not go to his place. He insisted that I may as well come inside and hang out with him for a while. I started to get angry. I told him that I didn't want to. I demanded that he drive me home right now, and he just flat out said no. I told Michael that I really had to get home. It was late, and I had school the next morning. Michael told me to stay the night at his place. Obviously, I said no. Michael then said, "Well, too bad for you, I guess." He walked into his apartment and left me there. I was now miles from home, in some random apartment parking lot. I couldn't believe Michael had just done that to me. I guess it was good he didn't try to force me to go inside with him at least. I called my brother, who still hadn't texted me back. Luckily, he actually picked up the phone. He said he had just gotten off work and could come and get me. I walked to the end of the apartment complex parking lot and waited for an uncomfortable 10 minutes. My brother showed up, and I was able to get home safely that night. After that, I didn't bother to report Michael to work or anything. I didn't want to make a big deal out of the situation. I figured I would just try and stay as far away from him as I could, and never talk to him again. That strategy was going well at first, but only for about a week or so. One night, I got off work kind of late again. This time, I had my dad coming to pick me up, but I had to wait for him to arrive. I walked outside of the Walmart and stood around on the sidewalk. Things were pretty quiet around the area. The parking lot was completely silent. At this time, maybe 5 minutes into waiting, I noticed a truck driving to the front. It was Michael's truck. He stopped right in front of me and rolled down the window. He asked me if I needed a ride. I said no. He said he would give me a ride to my place this time. I said no again and added that my dad was already on his way. Michael didn't answer. He rolled his window back up but did not drive away like I thought he would. Instead, I heard his driver's door open and saw him start to walk around the vehicle in my direction. I walked right back inside the Walmart and didn't stop when I arrived inside. I went down a few random aisles until I realized that Michael was not behind me. Then I went straight to the manager and reported the whole thing. By the time my dad arrived, Michael was already gone. I got my ride home with him, and everything turned out fine. The next time I worked a few days later, I found out Michael had been fired. I was glad, and luckily after that I never saw him again. This happened several years ago. During this time, I really needed some extra money. I was still in school and didn't have a lot of time to work at my part-time job. I went on Craigslist to see what I could find. This one time in particular, I was just browsing around to see what the jobs would look like on there. I'd only gone on Craigslist a few times before, but I heard you could do some odd jobs for money. I didn't even go on that night with the full intention of finding work. I was just kinda there to look around, really. Not long into looking, though, I noticed this one listing that seemed particularly interesting. It was to help some guy move. He said that he was moving that weekend and needed somebody to help him out really badly. He said he lived alone, and he really needed somebody to help him load up a moving vehicle and drive it to his new home. The drive was roughly 30 minutes, and the pay for the thing was really good, somewhere around $400 or something. It would only take a few hours. I decided to contact the guy right then and there. The next day, he responded, saying I could have the job. The guy's name was Rob, and I was given his address and told there to go on the day at about 5 p.m. When the time came, I drove to the address. It was a pretty typical house in what appeared to be an average residential neighborhood. Rob lived at the very end of a cul-de-sac. There were two smaller moving trucks parked on the side of the street out front. I parked my car across the street and a little ways down. Then I texted Rob that I was there. He told me to come inside. I entered his house to see that pretty much everything had been packed up in boxes already. We spent the next few hours loading the boxes into both of the moving trucks. It was a fair bit of work and took us about 2 hours just to load the trucks up. When we were done with that, Rob gave me the keys to one of them and told me to follow him. We both left and started heading to his new home. I had no idea where his new house was. I just knew that it appeared to be about 30 minutes away. Rob had told me that his car was already at his new place, and he would give me a ride back to my vehicle when we were done. Overall, Rob seemed like a pretty average guy. We hadn't really spoken much at all when moving things back and forth. Mostly, we had just been working. I followed him, and we went to this area that I personally had never been to before. It wasn't far from some other places I did know, though. It was a quiet and more rural sort of area. I remember we were on this really quiet dirt road, with wildlands and woods on both sides. Finally, he pulled into this super long driveway. There was a house, and it was a much larger property than his last place. We parked the trucks and unloaded everything into this new home. By the time we were finally done, it was like 9 o'clock at night. After being done, Rob started to act quite strange. We were clearly done here, and I said I should be getting back now. But Rob just sat down in one of the chairs in his house and told me to sit down and hang out a while. I figured he was just trying to be nice, so I did that. After like 30 minutes of us sitting there and occasionally talking, though, I really wanted to go. I said again that I needed to leave now, and Rob just ignored me. I stood up and asked if he would give me a ride back to my car now. Rob then asked if I wanted him to pay me, and claimed he'd forgotten. I said yes, and he got up. He actually did pay me the money, but then he just went right back and sat down. Rob was really starting to give me the creeps. He was clearly trying to ignore giving me a ride back. I took out my phone and texted a friend who lived somewhat close by. Luckily, he was still up. I asked him to come by and gave him the address. I didn't want to just leave Rob's place walking. He lived on a quiet dirt road, and I wouldn't be able to walk anywhere on my own without it taking forever. My friend said he would come and pick me up. Rob just sat there staring at the TV for the next 20 minutes. It was really awkward to say the very least. I really didn't know what was going on in his head. Finally, I got a text from my friend saying he was there and parked out front on the side of the road. I stood up and said to Rob that I had to go once more. Rob completely ignored it. I just started walking to the front of the house. As I was walking away, Rob finally asked me what I was doing. I said I was leaving and told him goodbye. He got up and began to move after me. I walked faster and made it to the front door. As soon as I was out, I sprinted down the driveway. I got to my friend's car and jumped inside. We left as Rob just stood there watching me. I told my friend the crazy story as we drove off, but when we were still going through the quiet neighborhood roads, I suddenly noticed headlights appear behind us. When we turned, the car behind us did as well. I realized that this might be Rob. As we continued back toward where my car was at Rob's other house, he kept following us. At least, I was pretty sure it was him. I couldn't see inside the car with it being nighttime at all, but I was pretty sure it had to be him. My friend decided to take a few random turns, and sure enough, the car behind us did the exact same thing. We realized at this point we should drive to a police station instead. We did exactly that. When we did, the car followed us all the way there. However, it did not turn into the parking lot with us. Instead, it idled for a second before turning around. We stayed there for a while. Then, finally, my friend drove me the rest of the way to my car. When we saw my car, though, there was another car parked right behind it, the same one that had been following us earlier. It had to be Rob. I could see a figure still inside that vehicle. We didn't know what to do, so my friend ended up calling the police. We parked on the side of the road a little ways away. Rob's car was right behind mine, basically touching it. We told the police the whole story, and they sent someone to the address. We waited, as Rob just stayed there in his car the whole time. We could see him, but not very good. We could tell that he was in the car, but we couldn't see what he was doing. Finally, the police got there. They talked to Rob, and eventually he went inside of his house. I was able to drive home, and my friend followed me to make sure I'd get there all right. After that, I haven't seen or heard from Rob since. It was such a crazy experience. I'm really grateful to my friend for helping me out, because I don't know what I would have done without him there for me. I went bowling last year with my friend Alex. We both like bowling quite a lot and always have a fun time, even though neither of us is really all that good at it. I remember that we went to this one bowling alley that neither of us had ever been to before. We have a main one that we typically go to, but we also like to discover the other nearby places as well and compare them to one another. This alley in particular was pretty alright. It was not that large and had a pretty average setup. When we got to the bowling alley, it was earlier in the night. We went up and bought a few games, then got our shoes and headed over to the assigned lane. After bowling the first game, we immediately started the next one right after. At this time, the alley was still pretty quiet, with a few other people bowling to our left, but several lanes away. I remember that randomly in the middle of the game, something very strange happened. You know the screens that show people's scores and give little animations for a strike and stuff? Well, all of a sudden, our screen just flashed my name in very basic font, my full name as well. Up to that point, it had been perfectly normal and had shown our scores and the animations and that kind of stuff. Now it just displayed my name, and the entire rest of the screen was this strange blue color. It was so weird. I figured it must be a glitch or something. That was when I realized, though, that I had never told the people here my name. I mean, I had paid with my debit card, so possibly they got the information that way. But where would they have entered it on the screen like that? Plus, the names that Alex and I chose for our games to be on screen were only our initials, not our full names. I was just staring at the screen, waiting for it to go back to the one with our scores on it, but instead of changing to that, it slowly changed to display a picture on the screen. It was fairly grainy, but I soon realized it was a picture taken from a security camera of Alex and I as we walked into the bowling alley that night, less than an hour prior. The picture stayed on the screen for 30 seconds before it changed again, this time to more security camera footage. It was a brief clip of us walking inside the bowling alley. It replayed several times. After that, there was another security camera clip, this time of me actually bowling. None of these clips were in super good quality, but you could still tell what it was. It must have been taken just minutes earlier. Alex and I were just staring at the screen with amazed looks on our faces. We had absolutely no idea why this could be happening or who would be responsible. As I was about to go walk up to the service desk, it finally changed back to the normal game screen. I still looked over at the desk. I thought maybe I would see some employee watching us and laughing or something, but that's not what I saw. I saw the very same girl who'd been at the desk when we entered. She appeared to be about high school or college aged, and she was at the desk the entire time. I highly doubted she was responsible for this. We decided to just keep bowling. We bowled our next games, and nothing strange really happened. When we were done, we went back up to the desk to talk to the girl. Same girl was still working. I brought up the strange occurrence from earlier, and I told her about what we'd seen on the screen. The girl seemed very confused. She said that she didn't deal with any of the TVs and didn't know how that could even happen. I asked her if somebody else working might have done that, and she said that she didn't think so. I wasn't really sure what else to do about it, so Alex and I left. We were talking about it for the rest of the night, though. I'm confident it was some employee who did that, but I don't know how or why. It really creeps me out. I don't know anybody who works at that bowling alley. Maybe they were just bored from it being a slow night and were really good with computers. I'm not that great with that sort of stuff, so maybe someone who hears this can tell me their thoughts on it and how that might have even happened in the first place. To this day, though, I still get kind of freaked out thinking back to it. I've not been back to that bowling alley since either. When I was younger, I rented a room and lived there for a little while. I didn't have much money and was trying to save up for a nicer place. The only place I could really afford in that city was this room. It was an attic in this older house. The house had 4 bedrooms and then the attic as well. There were 2 people living in the house as roommates. Then there was me all on my own up in the attic. It was kind of weird. I didn't know the people before moving in. I also wasn't really friends with them when I lived there. I would have to walk up the stairs and occasionally see them when going into my attic, but once inside, it was basically a really large room all to myself. There was a bathroom attached and a tiny kitchen area in the corner as well. I'd never lived in an attic before, but if it was like this, I didn't really mind too much. The neighborhood seemed nice as well. It was the typical suburbs with lots of houses nearby. Well, one night I was fast asleep, only to be awoken sometime in the middle of the night. After turning over in my bed and closing my eyes to go back to sleep, I heard a noise. It sounded like something had hit my window. This seemed fairly odd. Even though I was half asleep, I knew that my window was not next to a tree branch or something that could strike it like that. It was also too high up for a person to knock on it. I listened, and less than a minute later, I heard it again. This time, I decided to get up and walk over. Look out the window. When I did, I was greeted with a big surprise. I saw a man standing outside in our front yard next to a tree. I didn't recognize him at all, but I also couldn't see him very well with it being nighttime. The man then threw something at me. It was a rock that struck the window. Luckily, the rock was not large enough to break it. I kept watching, and the man tossed another one. This time, it didn't hit the window, but the roof nearby instead. I had no idea who this guy was or why he was throwing things at my window. I was hoping and thinking that maybe it was just some neighbor that got really drunk or something and was being a bit reckless. I couldn't really think of any reason why somebody would want to throw rocks at me. As I continued looking out the window, the man suddenly turned and ran off down the street. I just covered the window with the shades and went back to bed. I went to sleep, and the next day I happened to see my roommates as I was leaving. I asked them if they'd seen the guy or heard all those rocks being thrown. Neither of them had. I guess they'd slept through it. Anyway, that same night, the man was back once more. I was awoken to a small rock being thrown at my window. I woke up and looked out again to see the same guy was back. This time, I looked at the clock, though. It was sometime after 2 o'clock in the morning. The man stood there facing me. Again, after a few moments, he fired another rock in my direction. I was seriously considering calling the police at that point. In fact, I even had my phone out and was right about to dial. Then the man just turned and ran off into the night. Now, looking back, I probably should have still called and reported it anyway, but I figured the guy was gone now, and they wouldn't have been able to catch him. Nothing really could be done about it. I just went back to bed and tried to make sense of it all and figure out why this guy would be tossing rocks at me. I couldn't think of anything, though. The next day, I went to work as usual, but I happened to be out late that night. I went out with some friends and drove back home at around midnight. At the house I was renting the attic in, we did not have a proper driveway, so we just kinda parked our cars on the side of the street. After getting back and pulling over, I got out of my car. That was when I noticed, though, that there was some random guy standing in our front yard, obviously not any of my roommates. I realized right away that it was the same guy. When I noticed that, I got a really bad feeling. I was already out of my car and walking toward the yard, though. I didn't know if I should turn around and go back. The guy was a ways to my right and not necessarily blocking me or anything, so I hoped I could just walk past him and go inside. I moved quickly, and when I approached the front step, I could sense the man was now trailing after me. I made it inside and locked the door behind me. I wondered what on earth that guy was doing. Now, this time, though, I did call the police right then and there. Then I went up to my attic. I looked out from my window's vantage point, but I couldn't locate the man at all. When the police got there, I remember seeing them arriving. At that point, I saw a man emerge from behind a tree and attempt to flee. However, he was quickly caught by the police. They determined that he was in fact the same individual that had been tossing rocks at my window. I never found out why he was doing that, though, as he refused to say anything. I'm just glad that it stopped after that, and I never saw that man again. I was doing an internship many years ago and staying in the basement of a friend's house. The house was located far from town in a mostly wooded area. Behind the house, about 50 feet away or so, was a mile-long path through the woods. I would walk the path on nice days and enjoy the serenity of it. One night over dinner, I mentioned to my host that I had seen what appeared to be a house in good condition, about a half-mile away. It was set back from the path on the opposite side, with no obvious access to any local roads. I didn't trespass at all, mind you, and would never stray from the trail to check out the house. I could just see the house hidden in the woods from my viewpoint. When I asked about it, the only information the people I was staying with gave me was, "That's our neighbor. He's a hermit and hardly ever comes out. Nice guy, but it's best you leave him alone." And that's all they said about it, really. I figured, yeah, no problem. All I would do is walk on the mile path and not stray away from it. A few days later, I was on the path, and as I neared the section where the hermit lived, something caught my eye. I saw movement in the woods by the hermit's house. I turned my head and saw a man completely dressed in all white. His pants, shirt, his hat, his socks, they were all pure white. My first thought was that he almost kind of looked like Colonel Sanders. The man was slowly walking through what looked like a garden in his yard. He stopped and looked right at me, so I gave a friendly smile and a short wave and kept going. On my return trip home, he was nowhere to be seen. The next week, I went out for another walk on the trail. This time, as I got closer to the same section near that house in the woods, I felt like I was being watched. It was more intense than I'd ever had that feeling before, so I slowed down and listened very carefully, trying to casually glance around the woods. I stopped dead in my tracks when I saw it. About 20 feet ahead of me, perched on top of a thin, dead tree trunk, just below eye level, was a dirty and doll's head. It might not sound like much, but it was very freaky. I looked at it. It made an obvious nodding gesture. I turned around and went the other way back home. I never took another walk through that woods trail for the rest of the time that I stayed at that house. I was just that freaked out by the hermit and his house in the woods, and his strange behavior. This story takes place way back when I was 8 years old. It was my first time ever going to a Toys R Us store. In the city that I lived with my parents and siblings in, there were no Toys R Us stores at all. The closest one was about an hour away. Well, one time, pretty close to my birthday, we went to visit my grandparents, who had a house in a different city. They lived not too far away from a Toys R Us store. I remember we were staying over at their house for the weekend or something, and my grandparents offered to take me to Toys R Us to get something for my birthday. I was really excited. It was just me and my grandparents going. When we got there, I walked in the store for the first time, and it was one of the coolest places that I'd ever been to. It was probably my favorite store I'd ever seen. I walked around with my grandparents and we grabbed a few things that I wanted. I don't remember everything. I would say we were inside the store for about 30 minutes though. We got my gifts and my grandparents also got some small things for my siblings as well. Then we left the store. Now, this is when things got a bit strange. After getting back to my grandparents' car, we left. I was sitting in the back seat, and they were in the front, so I was just kinda looking around. For some reason, I happened to notice that this car was driving behind us. I was watching it for no particular reason at all, but I happened to notice that this car had started driving back with us for basically the entire way. We had to make quite a few turns. My grandparents were talking to each other, and the radio was also on. So I guess they were a bit distracted and just didn't notice. There were also a lot of other cars out on the road too, but this was the only one that was following us. From what I could remember, the only reason I really think I noticed is because I'd been watching the car the whole time. It wasn't super obvious, it wasn't close or tailgating us or anything, but it was definitely taking the same path as us. I could tell that a man was driving, and he was wearing these big sunglasses that concealed all his features. Because of that, I couldn't really tell many details about him. I wasn't sure if he knew my grandparents or what. That was pretty unlikely, but as a kid, it didn't seem too wild to me. I didn't bother to tell my grandparents. I'm not really sure why. I guess I was just a shy kid, where I felt that I didn't want to make too big a deal out of nothing. I really don't have a great explanation for it looking back. We finally arrived at their house, where my siblings and parents already were. When we got back, I remember the car behind us did not pull into the driveway with us. Instead, it kept going down the street, but very slowly. We parked and all went inside. Not too long after this, I was in the living room, which was at the front end of the home. I saw the same car now parked just a ways down the road. I didn't think it would be a neighbor. I saw a man walk out of the car and start going up to my grandparents' driveway. He never did come up to the front door though. Instead, he ducked out of sight. I wasn't sure as to where exactly he had gone. My dad happened to be sitting nearby, but was not looking out the window. I pointed out the car to him, and I mentioned the guy walking up the driveway. My dad went and told my grandparents, who did not know who the car belonged to. I just remember the police ended up being called, and the man ran away on foot. I believe he was still tracked down, though. It was pretty crazy. I don't remember exactly what the guy was doing or why he followed my grandparents, but luckily he was captured in the end. The city I lived in for a couple of years would have this fun little carnival one weekend in October, every single year. The main attraction that would be paired with the carnival was a haunted hayride. As a young adult, I thought the haunted hayride was pretty lame, but I'm sure it was exciting and scary for younger kids. This past year, the haunted hayride was looking for volunteer workers to help out, so I ended up doing it. I showed up in the early evening at the check-in table, ready to volunteer for the night. I thought they would put me on ticket sales or some odd job like that, but instead they gave me an old scarecrow costume and told me I would be working the part of the ride near a cornfield. I put on the musty old costume and headed off to my post. It was pretty slow work at first. My go-to thing to scare the people on the ride going past was to emerge from the cornfield suddenly and make scary noises. I actually ended up getting into it a bit more as the night went on. It was pretty fun. I had a great time with being creative in different ways so I could spook people. Toward the end of the night, though, this oddly looking guy approached, wearing what looked like more of a homemade scarecrow costume. I wasn't aware that I would have anyone working with me that night, but the whole volunteer aspect of the hayride was not exactly well organized. I didn't question it too much. I asked the guy about his costume, and he said it had been in his family for a while, and he loved volunteering at the haunted hayride. There was only about an hour left of the experience. The guy told me I was free to go, and he would take over my spot if I wanted a little break. I was actually a bit reluctant to go because I was having a lot of fun now, and I wanted to finish the night out. I asked him if he could work together for the last hour. The man's response was an immediate and abrupt no. He even raised his voice a little bit, telling me to go home and take it easy the rest of the night. I didn't feel like arguing with this guy, so I started making my way back to the main volunteer tent to turn in my costume and go home. The next group of people on the hayride were rolling down the road past me. I turned to watch, curious how this new scarecrow guy was going to try and scare them. I watched as he emerged from the corn similar to as I did, but he stood there silently, staring at the wagon as it passed by. Suddenly, the man jumped into action. Quicker than a bolt of lightning, the scarecrow grabbed an axe in his hand and attempted to chop at the wagon. There was a great deal of panic as people screamed in terror. The man managed to get 2 or 3 whacks in with his axe on the back wheels, but apparently it didn't do enough damage to stop the vehicle. The driver of the wagon made the horses speed up, and the wagon continued down the path apparently unharmed. I was a good distance away while I watched the whole scene unfold. I hadn't seen an axe when I'd been talking to the man, so he must have concealed it from me somehow. I watched as the man stared down the wagon for a couple of seconds and then retreated into the corn, presumably waiting for the next one to roll by. My phone battery had died earlier that night, so my next course of action was to run as fast as I could back to the volunteer tent so I could tell them about what was going on. On my way back, I saw another wagon approaching. I made them stop and explained that they could not proceed with the ride. While I was approaching, a couple of flashlights bounced down the road towards us. A pair of cops approached. They asked about a distress call they had received from a customer, claiming they were on a wagon that was being explaining to the cops that I also saw the as well. I led them to the spot by the cornfield where I had been working. The man must have seen us coming, though, because he was nowhere to be seen. I never heard any more news regarding the man on the haunted hayride, but I made sure to keep my distance from that carnival the rest of the time I spent living in that city. This is something that happened back when I was 12 years old. It still gives me the creeps to think about it. Back then, I would often mow the lawn for my parents. They would pay me a small amount of money to do various chores. I really didn't mind mowing the lawn at all. We had a push mower, but our yard was not super big. The neighborhood was typical, and most of the properties were around the same size. I could mow both the front and backyard in under an hour, no problem. So that's what I was doing one afternoon in the spring. I started with the backyard and then finished with the front. I remember that as I was doing the front yard, I noticed this pickup truck driving by slowly down the street. It pulled over a little ways down the road. I really didn't think much of it at all. Our street had a sidewalk on both sides and lots of houses, so cars pulling over and people walking down the sidewalk was something that happened very often. I was finishing up and was done within probably 20 minutes after that. Well, I remember that as I was finishing, I saw this man walking down the sidewalk. He had long hair and was wearing a hat. I wasn't sure where he'd come from because I hadn't really been looking. The man started walking up the driveway, though, and called out to me. He said hi, and I said hi back to him. He asked me if I would be able to mow his lawn as well. He said that he lived at the end of the street in the gray house and would pay me $100. And that seemed like a ton of money to me at the time. Instantly, I said yes. If he lived on my street, it would no doubt take me the same amount of time that it took me to cut my own yard. It was a little bit later in the afternoon by now, but I figured I would still have enough time. I told him that I had to go ask my mom real quick first. I went inside and told her that the neighbor at the end of the street wanted me to mow his lawn for $100. She mentioned some guy's name who I didn't know. I figured that she knew him, and she said that I could. I went back outside and got my lawnmower. The man told me I could put it in his truck, so I didn't have to push it all the way there. That was fine with me. He led me over to his vehicle, and it was then that I realized that this truck was the same one I had seen parking a while earlier. I put the mower in the back and got into the passenger seat. He then drove me to his house, except he didn't live at the end of my street. He didn't even live on my street at all. He lived close by, but several blocks over, and one to the west. It was much farther than I thought it would be, so far that the house on this particular street had a different sized yard. This man's yard was way bigger than mine. It was going to take me a lot longer to mow. I was a little disappointed, but I had agreed to do this work. When we arrived, I took the mower and started. The man went inside his house and told me to knock on the back door of the house when I was done. The house did not at all look nice, kind of run down, and the grass was pretty overgrown as well. When I mowed his yard, the back was so large that it probably took me over an hour on its own. Then I did the front. By the time I was finished, it was almost completely dark out. I went to the back door of the house and knocked on it, just like the man had instructed me to do. He opened the door and told me to come inside. I stepped in and told the man I was done. I asked him if he could give me a ride back home now. The man did not appear to live with anybody else, or at least nobody else appeared to be in the home right now. He seemed to be the only one there. The man told me he would give me a ride home in a little bit, but not right now. He said in the meantime I could go into the living room. I didn't like this at all. I had a bad feeling. I didn't think to ask him why he couldn't give me a ride home right then and there. He didn't seem all that busy doing anything at all, though. I also completely forgot to ask him for the money he promised for cutting his grass. At that moment, I just wanted to leave. I walked back over to the back door. I opened it and left. I sprinted away, leaving the lawnmower in his front yard. I ran down the street. The man did not leave and chase after me, but instead seemed to have stayed in his home. I ran all the way back to my parents' house and went inside. I told them about what happened. They were very confused because they thought I was going to a completely different neighbor's home. My dad said he was going to go over and get the lawnmower. My dad left and came back a short time later. He said that when he got there, the lawnmower was down by the curb next to the garbage, which is not where I had left it. He also said he knocked on the door several times, but the man never answered. After that, I was not allowed to go near that street. Not too long after, I remember hearing the house was for sale, and some other people soon moved in. I don't know who that guy was or where he went, but it surely was a pretty scary experience. I like to play video games as a hobby quite a bit. This is my scariest experience while doing so. I remember I was playing online some game with random people. I had a headset and would talk to them. Most of you know that in online gaming, people can sometimes say some pretty crazy stuff. On this night, it was fairly tame so far. I remember toward the end though, shortly before I would be going to bed, I was starting to get tired. I was playing this one game with basically just one other person. It was a man, and we were talking about the game over our headsets. During the game, I remember he asked me some somewhat personal questions. I didn't think too much of it. I figured he was just making conversation. The things he asked me were what my name was, to which I only gave my first name, and where I was from. I only told him my state. I'm pretty sure I asked him the same questions back, but honestly, I don't really remember his answers. There wasn't really anything that creeped me out or anything that seemed notably unusual to me. There were a few more questions, but nothing that really seemed out of the ordinary. I remember that after a while, I told him I was getting off. I remember him asking why, and I said I was going to go to bed. Afterward, he sent me a friend request on the game, which was not a big deal. It was either the following day or the day after that he sent me a friend request on Facebook as well. I didn't know it at the time, though. When I would go on Facebook, I would accept most friend requests unless it was clearly a bot. This guy appeared to be real, so I accepted it, not knowing who he was at all. He started to message me a short time later. He said hi and asked me what I was doing and stuff, as if we were best friends. I asked who he was, and he responded by saying we'd played video games together a few days earlier. That's when I realized this had to be that same guy. Obviously, I had no idea what this guy looked like. When I heard this, I was very surprised he'd somehow found me, as I'd never told him my last name or the city I was from. It really creeped me out. Based on the guy's page and photos, he also seemed to be pretty weird. I decided at that point to delete him as a friend. The day after that, though, he followed me on Instagram and started messaging me on there. He asked me why I deleted him and sent me 4 other messages. I saw them and deleted and blocked him from Instagram as well. I thought that would be the end of it, but a couple of days later, I got a text message from him out of nowhere. An unknown number suddenly messaged me. When I looked, I figured it must have been the wrong number until the texter said their name. They also sent a long, angry rant about how I blocked them and various other things. This creeped me out more than anything. I blocked this number and hoped I would stop hearing from him now. Obviously, I also deleted him from being friends on the game as well. After this, I did stop hearing from him to my surprise. I still wonder, though, how he even managed to find me. I mean, the only thing he had to go off of was my first name and the state, and it's a fairly common name. How did he even find my number? My only thought is that he possibly messaged somebody on Facebook who knew me, claiming that he was my friend and wanted to know my number or something. I can't confirm either way. It's really creepy what he did, and I'm glad I haven't heard from him since then. I was looking for a new car last year. The one that I had finally bit the dust. Had over 200,000 miles on it. I really didn't have that much money to buy a new car, so I went on Craigslist to look for something used. Obviously, it wouldn't be too hard to find an upgrade to what I'd already been driving. My friend Amanda let me temporarily drive her old car in the meantime. I got very lucky to have that opportunity. Over the course of the next few days, I was looking on Craigslist all the time. I noticed a new listing of a car that seemed to be a very good deal. I did not hesitate at all and contacted the seller. It was some guy named Kurt. We talked a little and I asked if I could look at the car. Kurt said yes and told me I could come by the next night at 9 p.m. I asked if we could meet any earlier, and he responded by just saying no. I guess 9 p.m. it was. The next night, I was planning to head over to Kurt's house. I told Amanda about this, and she offered to go with me. I accepted her offer because I felt a little strange meeting a guy from Craigslist alone so late at night. Plus, Amanda knew a lot about cars, certainly more than I did. The next night, we headed over to Kurt's. His address led me to what was a pretty quiet neighborhood, about 10 minutes away. His street was dark and there were lots of trees in people's front yards. We parked on the side of the street across from his address. According to our directions, we were there. I texted Kurt letting him know. We waited inside the car for a response. After 5 to 10 minutes, there was nothing. I called Kurt as well, but I got no answer. I even double-checked to make sure we had the right time, date, and address. All the information was correct. We decided to go to Kurt's house and knock on the door. We left Amanda's car that she was letting me borrow and headed on to Kurt's property. He had a driveway to the left of his house where the car that I wanted to look at was. It was sitting right in front of the garage at the back end of the driveway. Next to the driveway to the left, there were quite a few trees and lots of acorns had fallen onto the pavement. We walked through his front yard and to the front door of his home. It appeared as though all the lights inside were off, which was quite strange. We knocked on the door, but there was no answer. After waiting for a while, we knocked again. There was still nothing. This was really weird. I even tried calling him again, but there was still no response at all. I got frustrated, and finally we decided to head back. We left the front step and started walking back to his driveway. When we got there, I stopped to look at the car a little bit that was sitting in front of the garage. At that point, I noticed something strange, though. Past the driveway and a little bit of grass, there were a bunch of trees, and something appeared to be there. I looked a little closer and noticed there was a man crouched down looking at me from behind one of those trees. I didn't know what he was doing when I saw him, but it instantly gave me the creeps. I turned around and walked back over to Amanda and said that we needed to go right now. She saw that I'd been spooked by something, but didn't know what. She asked me what was going on as we walked back. I told her I'd seen a guy watching us from behind a tree. When we got to the end of the driveway, we turned around and looked. He was now standing there behind a different tree, much more visible now, still obviously watching us. It was so strange that we got right back into the car and left immediately. When we got back, I went to look at the Craigslist post, and it was already gone. Soon after, I tried to send Kurt another text, but it didn't go through because I'd been blocked. It was very strange. The whole thing really creeps me out, and I sometimes wonder if Kurt was planning to either me or something else. When he saw that I was with another person, he must have decided that it wasn't worth it. I don't really know. I ended up finding a different car shortly after. I had a terrifying experience once when I used to work at a bowling alley. I worked there when I was 19 years old for several months. This was many years ago now, but I still remember it very well. I did kind of a bit of everything around the place. We were not that large of a bowling alley, but had everything that you might expect. The story takes place one night when I was working, and the bowling alley was not too busy. That evening, I was working until close, which on this particular night was 11 p.m. We had several people working early, but at the time of close, it was just me and one other person. During the 10 o'clock hour, my coworker was in the back, organizing some various things. There were just a couple of people bowling, and by 10:30 they had all left. At this point, I remained working behind the counter near the entrance and in front of the lanes. My coworker was behind me in the back. I remember that about 10:45, I noticed a man walking into the bowling alley. It seemed a little bit strange. We were about to be closed in just 15 minutes. Maybe he didn't know that we were closing soon, but he wouldn't even have time to bowl a single game. The guy was wearing a black jacket and a hat as well. I didn't really get a good look at his face. After entering, the man didn't even look at me or go up to my counter. He blew right past me and walked down near the lanes, as if he knew exactly where he was going. He couldn't be meeting anybody here or anything like that, though, because nobody else was here. I was confused by his behavior, but I figured he would be gone very soon. Obviously, he wasn't going to be buying anything. He then went out of my sight. I went into the back to speak with my coworker for a minute. When I came back, I looked around, and I didn't see the man anywhere. I figured he must have left. I stayed behind the counter until 11 o'clock, and then went to go lock the doors. Before doing so, I went all around the bowling alley, making sure the man had in fact left the premises. I didn't find him anywhere, so I continued with the closing routines. After that, there were just a few things I had to do before I could leave. One of those was to turn off all the bowling lanes, which you had to do behind them. This was something I had done many times before. I walked around to enter the small back area behind the lanes, near where the pins are. As soon as I entered it, though, I instantly saw the man. It was the same guy who'd entered the bowling alley earlier. I didn't know what he was doing back there. The guy looked right at me. I was so surprised about seeing him that I didn't know what to say or do. After staring at each other for a few moments, I was about to tell the guy that he wasn't allowed to be back there. Before I could say anything, though, he started to aggressively charge toward me. He was about 20 feet away, so I quickly moved back and out of the room. I got back out into the walkway next to the lanes. I didn't hear the guy leaving, but I ran all the way to the back room where my coworker was. I closed the door and told him about the man hiding back there. We both decided it was best to call the police. We then waited. While we were in the back, we did not hear anything from the rest of the bowling alley, and we didn't dare to leave the back room. When the cops got there, they searched the entire place, but the man was already gone. He must have left sometime while we waited. After that, my coworker and I were able to finish closing up and leave. When I was a kid, I lived with my parents and older sister in our house that was a bit out in the country. We had a pretty big yard, and the neighborhood was typically very quiet. This is something that happened when I was 14. On this night, my parents were gone someplace that I can't quite remember. My older sister was at her friend's house, too. I remember that my best friend from school, Drake, came over to hang out. We then went down into the basement to play some video games. Our basement was pretty nice and had carpet floors with a giant couch and TV as well. I had my PlayStation hooked up, so we started gaming. There was this sliding glass door down there that opened up to the backyard. After Drake and I had been gaming for a while, we suddenly heard a knock coming from the glass window. He and I both looked over at the same time. There were these blinds that went all the way to the floor that you could open and close with one of those pole things. However, they were only halfway closed. Usually when it got dark, we would close them entirely, but I had forgotten on this night. My instant reaction was that maybe my sister was returning home, and she had forgotten her house key. This way was not at all a normal way for family or anyone to enter the house, really. We always used either the front door or the door leading in from the garage. This definitely seemed strange. After looking for a moment, though, I realized that it was not my sister. It was somebody else entirely. It looked like some random woman who I didn't know. It certainly was not one of the neighbors who we were all close with. This was especially strange with how far out we lived. There were hardly ever people walking down the street even. Drake and I were both very surprised, and we didn't really know what to do. The woman moved closer to where we were and knocked again. Then she actually tried to open the door. I got up and took just a step closer to it. I called out to the woman, asking who she was. She said something, but I couldn't make it out with the door being closed. She knocked again, and I yelled at her to go away. I then heard her asking me to open the door and let her in. Well, obviously, I was not going to do that. I told her no, and the woman just sort of wandered off, She slowly moved away from the door, and then me and Drake walked over and looked out. She was walking off into our backyard someplace. I called my dad and told him about what was going on. He said that if the woman returned, to call the police right away, and also to make sure that every door was locked. We went around and did just that. Every door was sealed shut, and after looking into the backyard and not seeing the woman, we returned to gaming. We figured she must have left. I also closed the blinds completely, so we would not see into the backyard. I felt much better now. We played video games for maybe 30 minutes. However, out of nowhere, there was a sudden loud noise of glass breaking. As soon as I heard it, Drake and I both got up and sprinted for the stairs. We ran all the way back upstairs and went into my bedroom. We then called the police. The only thing I knew at that point was that the large sliding glass door window had been broken. We could sort of hear noises downstairs, but we tried not to focus on them. We hid in my bedroom until the cops got there. When they did, they quickly found the woman in the basement and arrested her. She had smashed the sliding glass door with an old lawn chair we had outside in the backyard. I was told that she was on but other than that, I don't know why she did it. I was really glad for the fast response time, though, and that they caught the woman. Not too long ago, I took the scariest hike of my entire life. It was only supposed to be a simple walk in the mountains and a chance to escape. My friends and I had been planning this trip for weeks now, and despite the rain in the forecast, we were all very excited. We started on the trail at around noontime. The sky was overcast, but it wasn't too cold yet. The trail we chose was a well-trafficked path in the foothills, known for its beautiful views and relatively easy terrain. The plan was to go up a few miles, take a break at a scenic overlook, and head back before dark. We had been hiking for about an hour when I decided to take a short break on a rock beside the trail. My friends continued ahead, planning to wait for me at the overlook. As I sat there, catching my breath and drinking some water, I heard something quite strange. It was a very soft rustling noise not too far away from me. I looked around, expecting to see a deer or maybe a small animal of some sort, but instead I saw something far worse emerging from the bushes. About 100 feet away from me was a mountain lion. The mountain lion didn't seem to be observing me right away. It was just slowly moving along the trail, its head hung low and sniffing at the air. I knew mountain lions were very dangerous and had read many stories of people seeing them and even being by them, but I never thought I'd encounter one myself. I slowly reached for my phone, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The mountain lion was inching closer, its gaze now fixated in my direction. I knew that shouting or running away would provoke it and likely trigger its chasing instincts, so all I could do was sit there frozen. I heard a loud noise from the trail below. It sounded like a group of people talking and laughing. It was a group of cyclists riding up the trail. They were a large group, probably a dozen or so, and were making quite a bit of noise. As they rode, the mountain lion seemed startled by their sound. It paused, looking in the direction of all that noise. I watched, barely able to breathe, as the mountain lion's attention shifted to the cyclists. The cyclists were getting closer, and as they did, they were shouting to each other and ringing their bells. The noise and commotion seemed to unsettle the lion. It turned around and looked back at me briefly. Then, as the cyclists approached closer, it bolted off into the underbrush. The cyclists, now riding past me, noticed me sitting on the rock. They slowed down, asking if I was okay. I nodded and told them what happened. They were all shocked but relieved to hear I was unharmed. They said they had seen the lion on the trail, so that's why they started making all that noise. They wanted to scare it away, but hadn't realized it was so close to me. I quickly joined my friends at the overlook and told them about the encounter. They assured me that it was quite rare to have an encounter like this, but it's always a good idea to be aware of your surroundings and make a lot of noise when hiking to avoid such encounters. As we made our way back to the trailhead, the reality of what really happened began to sink in. The only thing that saved me was the noise of those cyclists. If they hadn't been there, I probably wouldn't have made it out alive. I thought that if I ever saw a mountain lion, I wasn't supposed to make a lot of noise. If they hadn't shown up when they did, the situation would have been much worse. That moment on the hiking trail was by far the closest I'd ever been to dying, and the image of the mountain lion art scares me enough to stay away from hiking now. This happened just a couple of years ago. I remember that I was with my girlfriend, and we were driving back home from a concert of some sort. It was pretty late at night, and the concert was about 2 hours away from where we lived. We did not, however, want to spend any money on a hotel, and knew that we could make the drive, even if it meant staying up really late. I remember that about halfway back, we stopped in a city to grab some gas. It was a city that neither of us had really been to before. After fueling my car, I started to drive back onto the road. We were going back onto the highway, but before doing so, we noticed this old Toys R Us. It was a crazy sight to see, because neither of us had been to a Toys R Us or even seen one since we were kids. I'm not sure when most of them went out of business, but I did know that there were only a few of them left around. When this story took place, my girlfriend asked me to pull into the parking lot to see if it was still in business. I'm a pretty spontaneous person, and I was curious too. I pulled in, and it was really hard to tell at first. Obviously, with it being late at night, the place would be closed anyway. The parking lot was completely empty, and the store was sort of by itself. There were no other stores connected to it, or in the same area or anything. I ended up driving up to a parking space and stopped. My girlfriend then opened up her door. She got out and I followed her. We walked right up to the front doors to look inside. When we got to the doors, we noticed the store was abandoned. It probably hadn't been opened in years. We looked around and were kind of exploring a little. Obviously, we couldn't go inside or anything though. We were going to head back to the car when we noticed this guy standing by it. I don't really know where he'd even come from. The man immediately turned and faced us, but did not say anything. I couldn't get a real good look at him, but I could tell he had a very long beard. The man then walked right over to our car and tried to open the driver's door, which was locked. I could not believe this guy's nerve, especially with us right there. I yelled at the man that was my car. The man did not answer. Instead, he randomly turned and started running right towards us. It was one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. My girlfriend and I both took off running. We ended up sprinting around the side of the Toys R Us building. There was a quiet little road there, which led to the back. It connected to another parking lot. The man did not appear to chase us back there. We waited for a few minutes behind a dumpster, and then returned to look at where he was. By now, the man was walking around the parking lot randomly, a fair distance away. My girlfriend and I decided to make a run for it. We thought we could make it to the car if he decided to chase us again, and he wasn't currently looking in our direction. We both took off running. About halfway into the sprint, the man noticed us and started to charge for us again. Fortunately, we were able to make it to the car first. We got in, locked the doors, and quickly drove away. The man was not able to catch up to us. We then continued our drive back home. I'm not sure who exactly that guy was or what he was doing. I would guess that he was probably on I haven't been back to that area ever since then. I was enjoying a carnival in a neighboring city one summer night. It was only about a 20-minute drive away from my home, and I figured that it was a good way to get out of the house and get some alone time away from my parents. While I was at the carnival, I didn't really do any rides. I only played a few games and was mostly just walking around trying food. I was also doing some people watching as I walked around the carnival. As I strolled past one of the game booths and food stands, I noticed a figure in the corner of my eye. A man, completely nondescript in appearance, seemed to be following me. I walked a little bit faster, going through different clusters of people, but each time I glanced backward, the man was still right there. He was even maintaining the exact same distance away from me. My heart started to race. I was trying to convince myself it was a coincidence, that he was simply enjoying the carnival just like everyone else. Yet, it seemed like he was purposefully following me. Whenever I looked back at him, he would kind of look at me for a second. It was really weird. I wanted to somehow lose this guy. That's when I passed by the House of Mirrors. It seemed like the perfect place to do that, so I slipped inside, hoping the guy would not follow me. Of course he did. I quickly navigated through the House of Mirrors, trying to take the most effective and confusing routes possible. Just as I started to relax, thinking maybe I had lost the guy, I saw him again. His reflection appeared in one of the mirrors ahead, standing motionless. I started to panic as I sprinted through the maze, trying to find the exit. When I finally did, I ran out quickly. I glanced around, frantically searching for any sign of the man, but there seemed to be no trace of him. I was shaken, but decided to leave the carnival. I walked toward the exit, keeping my head down and avoiding eye contact with anyone. The streets outside were much quieter, and the carnival sounds were fading away behind me. Finally, I thought I was safe, but as I turned a corner, there he was again. The same man was ahead of me, standing under a flickering street light. My heart was pounding in my chest. I started to run in an attempt to lose this man. It felt like hours that he had been following me. I was getting more and more creeped out. I had no idea what was going on. Why was he doing this to me? I was far away from where I'd parked my car. I was simply going down random streets, trying to escape this man. Most of the streets were empty now, and all of the stores were closed as well. I was all alone with him, and I could hear him chasing me. Eventually, I stumbled into an alley and pressed myself against the cold brick wall, trying to make myself invisible. I was hoping the man would go past and not notice me. Out of nowhere, headlights appeared at the end of the alley. A car turned in, and I waved my arms frantically, shouting for help. The driver slammed on the brakes, and the tires screeched. I blurted out that I was being chased and asked if I could get a ride back to my vehicle. The middle-aged woman in the driver's seat could tell that I was really in trouble. She agreed to give me a ride back. As we drove away from the alley, I looked back one last time through the rear window. I saw the man standing at the mouth of the alleyway, watching us drive away. His expression was completely unreadable in the dim light, but I knew he'd been following me with ill intent. I never found out who he was or why he had chosen me to do this to that night. I ended up telling the police about it, and they did investigate, but unfortunately nothing ever came of it. I returned home really creeped out by the encounter. Since that night, I became much more cautious about going places on my own. I figured the guy most likely targeted me because I was obviously on my lonesome. This happened a couple of summers ago. I was out in the back doing some yard work. There had been some storms recently, and I have a rather large property. I have an open area in the backyard, and there's also a woods that borders it. I was with my wife, and we were picking up all the tree branches and things that had been thrown about in the yard. We were bringing it to a pile just inside of the woods. After we were done doing this, I was going to mow the lawn. I remember that we were working for a while when my wife suddenly came up to me and said that she'd seen someone off in the woods. Now, obviously, nobody was supposed to be inside the woods on our private property. I went over to where the woods started. It was the area where we'd been going to. When I looked, though, I didn't see anyone there. My wife came over to me and pointed out where she had seen the man. He seemed to be gone by now, though. I didn't know who it could have been. My wife told me that the man was just standing there, maybe 50 feet in. He saw her. Then she walked away. I guess he must have at the same time as well. I really had no explanation for her. All we could do was keep working. When we were just about done, though, I saw the man myself. I was bringing some tree branches over when I saw the guy looking at me, standing a decent ways into the woods. It was just some guy wearing a t-shirt and jeans. I yelled at the man, asking him what he was doing on our property. The man then immediately moved away. I decided to go out there and confront him. I knew that might not be the best idea, but I did it anyways. I started walking into the woods. When I did, the man started moving away faster. He actually started to run, and I ran after him for a short time. I yelled at the guy not to come back. However, he was too quick and able to escape me. I didn't even really come close to catching up with him, and if I did, I don't really know what I would have done. I certainly wasn't going to tackle him or anything. I just wanted to talk to him and let him know not to come back to my property. After I felt like I'd chased him far enough away, I went back and rejoined my wife in the yard. I was able to mow the lawn now in peace. I thought that would be the end of the guy lurking about, but not quite so. The rest of the day was fine. I got the lawn mowed no problem, but after we had gone to bed, we were both woken up that night at around 1 a.m. I heard a loud knocking coming from the front door. We were both very confused. I got up and looked to see who was there. The knocking lasted for maybe 30 seconds. It continued even as I was walking toward the door. By the time I reached the front door, it had stopped though. I looked out and saw what appeared to be that same man running away. I didn't see him very well, and I didn't see him for very long before he went out of my sight. I was fairly certain it was the same guy though. After that, he did not come back. I still don't know what he was doing, and I don't know why he knocked on our door in the middle of the night. This is something that happened to me when I was much younger. I believe I was about 12 or 13 during this time. I lived at home with my older brother and my parents. One of my favorite things to do after school most days was to unwind by playing some video games. I would go upstairs to my bedroom and start playing on my PlayStation 2 for a while. Sometimes I would play all the way until it was time for dinner. One day I got home from school and went straight to my bedroom to play some video games. Both my parents were still at work, and my brother was still at school. That's how things usually were for an hour or two after I got back on most days. I remember playing video games when, a little while in, I heard my brother getting home downstairs. The front door opened and closed, and I heard him walk inside. I didn't really think anything of it, and kept on gaming. About an hour later, though, I got a call from my mom. I had a home phone in my bedroom, and saw through the caller ID that it was my mom's cell phone. When I answered, she told me that she was on her way to pick up my brother from his friend's house, and they would be home soon. My dad was going to pick up some food on the way home from work. She wanted to know what I wanted. I told her whatever food I was in the mood for that night, and then we said bye. I hung up, but it was only after ending the call that I realized how strange things were. If my brother was not home and he was at a friend's house, then who had I heard entering our house? My heart started racing, and I got a terrible feeling. I carefully walked to my bedroom door and opened it up. I had never heard the person walking upstairs or near my bedroom, so I didn't know where they were after entering the house. After not hearing or seeing anything, I left my bedroom and quietly crept down the hallway. I looked downstairs. I still saw nothing. I went down the stairs, and once there, I walked around the main level of our home, looking out for any suspicious signs. I still didn't see anybody. When I was nearing the kitchen and the front door, though, I heard a strange noise coming from the basement. Clearly, somebody was down there. I quickly ran away and went back upstairs to my bedroom. A short time after entering my room, I heard the front door to the house open and close again. At that point, I ran back downstairs. When I got to the front door, I saw a random man walking away down the street. I didn't recognize him at all. I only saw him for about 2 seconds, so I guess it might not have been the same guy who had just been in my house, but I was pretty certain it was. I then locked all the doors and called my parents, who then called the police. The door had been left unlocked for when my brother got home. I hadn't known he was going to a friend's house, so I had left it unlocked for quite a long period of time. Looking back, I can't believe that even happened. I didn't even know I was home alone with some random guy downstairs. I'm really glad that he didn't attempt to go anywhere near my bedroom. A few weeks ago, I was selling an old couch on Craigslist. I was not expecting much, really. I just wanted to get rid of it because it was old and taking up a lot of space. I already had a much newer and nicer one. I lived by myself in a 2-bedroom house, about 20 minutes from a major city. The couch had to go, but first I wanted to see if I could get any money for it, instead of just giving it away for free. I listed the couch on Craigslist for $75, or the best someone could offer. It sat there for over a week with no action. Just one text asking about it, but that never materialized. I lowered the price to $50 for a few days, and still nothing. I was about to make it free when I received a text from somebody asking about it. I told them that it was still available. The person said they were willing to come by and buy it from me. I agreed. The person said her name was Gabby. After agreeing on the time, Gabby showed up the next day. She arrived at my house and I let her in. After seeing the couch, Gabby offered me $20 for it now. This was obviously less than what I was asking, but I was happy to just get anything at all for it. I accepted her offer and helped her load the couch out back onto her truck. We got it in okay, and after that she left. I was feeling good about getting rid of that old thing. Well, that night I was sleeping when I suddenly woke up a little bit after midnight. There were these really loud banging noises. At first, I thought somebody was trying to break in. I instantly became completely awake. I heard that somebody was pounding loudly on my front door. It also sounded like somebody was pounding on a window as well. There were seemingly multiple people. Someone else may have been banging on a different window too. I was too scared to look though. I just grabbed my phone and called 911. I hid underneath my covers as the pounding noises continued for a good 5 minutes at least. They finally stopped and things became extremely quiet afterwards. I didn't know if the people had broken in or were still there or if they had left or what. I stayed there waiting for the police to arrive. Eventually, they did get there and looked around my property. However, whoever had been banging on my doors and windows had already left. I didn't know what they looked like or how many people it was either. I told the police what I could, but they couldn't do much other than tell me to call again if they returned. After that, thankfully, the people did not return. To this day, I don't know who it was or what they were doing, why they were banging all over my house. I personally think it had something to do with Gabby, who bought my couch. Now, obviously I could be wrong. I have no proof directly. I can't directly accuse her, but I've never experienced anything like that. And of course, it happened the very same day she came to my house. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Who knows? I'm just hoping that nothing like that ever happens again. I was at a bowling alley several months ago and had one of the craziest experiences of my life. I went there with 3 friends, so it was 4 of us in total. The place was somewhat busy, but nothing too crazy. I'm alright at bowling, and I'm sort of particular about the bowling ball that I use. This was my first time at this particular bowling alley. I first used this one ball, but I didn't really like the feel of it. I went to one of the nearby racks that had a bunch of different ones. I found one that fit me really good. It was a green ball. I started using it, and it just felt so right. My friends and I continued bowling, and after our first game, we decided to do another one. This game was going really well for me. I was winning with one of my better scores of all time to that point. Right smack dab in the middle of the game, though, I remember this random man approached us. I had not seen him before and didn't know where he'd come from. The man was somewhat short and a little thin and had longer hair and a big thick mustache. After approaching, he told me I was using his ball. He then pointed to the green ball. He said he saw me using it and he needed to take it back right now. I asked him if he actually owned the ball. He said no, but that he used it every time he came to this particular bowling alley. He claimed that he couldn't play without it. The man's overall way of talking and behavior came off as quite rude to me, at least in my opinion. I already had the ball, and why would I need to just give it up to him right in the middle of my game, just because he wanted that particular one? I said no, he could have it when I was done. The man then said that he needed it now. He charged right up to me. I stepped in front of him, and he actually pushed me. I was shocked. I watched the man grab the ball and walk away. I was so angry. I wanted so badly to grab him and punch him in his face in return. But obviously I thought better of that. I did nothing and watched him go back to his lane, then start bowling with the ball. This guy was not like in some serious league or anything either. Just a random guy who appeared to be bowling with some friends like I was. I just went and grabbed another ball like a regular person. In between my bowls, I was kind of looking over at the man. I remember I noticed him just standing around between his turns. His whole friend group seemed to really be taking their time. I looked around at all the other racks of balls to find one I liked a bit more, but there were none. At one point, the man walked away from the lanes, so when he did, I was kind of petty. I walked back over and grabbed the ball, then brought it back to my lane. I mean, the guy had taken it right in the middle of one of my best games. Out of nowhere, the man suddenly walked over again, grabbed the ball back, but instead of going back to his lane, I watched him walk right out the doors of the bowling alley. I had no idea what that was all about. I guessed he was stealing the thing. I ended up just getting another ball and finishing with that one. My great game was ruined. After that, we were done bowling. We went to leave. When I made it out to the parking lot, I noticed that my windshield was all cracked. I realized what had happened. The man had taken the bowling ball and smashed my windshield and all my windows with it. I called the police and reported it, as well as telling the bowling alley. After an investigation, security camera footage did in fact show the man breaking all my windows. I'm not sure how he knew exactly which car was mine, but somehow he did. The man was later tracked down and apprehended, but this remains one of the craziest things that's ever happened to me, over something so petty. This happened in 2014/2015. I, female, was about 20 years old. I'll give you some context before letting you know what happened. I was studying in a lovely seaside city in France, and everyone was cycling all the time. Cycling to school, cycling to work, cycling to the parties. It was a very safe place, full of tourists and students alike. I lived in this city and studied there between 2012 and 2015. Up until the events I'm going to mention now, I had never once felt unsafe, and I didn't hear anything from my friends either. In December of 2014, my boyfriend took me to his engineering school's Christmas party. We were a large group of friends and mingled quite a bit. One of the guys from the group, who I didn't know personally, left the party without anyone noticing. A month later, he was found dead in the harbor. The police never figured out what happened to him. I went online to check if there was any news, and it's still a cold case. I didn't know him, but I would think about it all the time. Was it because he was alone? Did he fall, or did someone push him? Why didn't anyone care enough to walk home with him? Needless to say, the city started to feel a lot less safe. At 20 years old, I didn't have the same understanding of such things as I do now as a 30-year-old, so my life carried on. A couple of months passed by, and it was the beginning of 2015. One of my friends was badly while cycling back home after a party. He was found in critical condition, his body laying halfway on the road and halfway on the sidewalk. His head had been smashed onto the sidewalk step. His jaw was completely shattered. He was a big guy in every sense possible, not the sort of guy you could easily. When he was recovering in the hospital, he couldn't make sense of what happened. He had no idea why he'd been on his bike. The police didn't find the suspect either. Two students, both my age, in the exact same friend circle, had been brutally assaulted for no reason. I still cycled everywhere because I had no other choice, but it began to make me quite nervous. I lived 8 kilometers away from my school, and I didn't really have any other means of transportation. This meant I cycled approximately 16 to 20 kilometers every day. I'd been doing this ever since 2012. We were now in the spring of 2015. I was cycling back home from a party with my boyfriend. I had had a few drinks, but I was not drunk just yet. I was more tired. My boyfriend was annoying me because he was not waiting for me at all, and the distance between us kept getting bigger and bigger. All of a sudden, someone me out of nowhere. He appeared and kicked my bike to the floor. I'd been cycling so much, I was so used to the bike, that I let it fall between my legs but did not fall myself. I resisted and stood up. I saw a man there. I reached for my bike, which was on the floor. I tried to get a hold of the handlebars, but he kicked me, then kicked my hand. He started kicking again and again. I had already grabbed hold of the handlebars. I was really hurting, but I was trying to lift my bike. He was saying something, but I couldn't hear it. I saw my boyfriend looking back at me. He was a bit far away, but he'd stopped cycling now. I was sure he was going to help me, that the man would see I was not alone and stop me. I was still standing and trying to lift my bike. It had been maybe 2 or 3 seconds since the man started. My boyfriend just stood there looking at me, and then he turned his back and started pedaling away. My heart dropped immediately. It was the dead of night, and there was no one else around to help me. I was on my own now. The man kept kicking me. He wanted me to let go. He was kicking my hand so hard it was turning blue, but my grip was still strong. I thought about those other 2 students. I thought about how this may have been the very same guy. That gave me strength. I thought about my boyfriend, and the sight of him leaving me and cycling away. It filled me with rage, and I used this rage. The man was holding some sort of glass in his hand, so I grabbed it with my free hand and smashed it into his face. I was furious. I got my bike up. Surely the glass must have had alcohol in it, because he began screaming that his eyes were burning. I smashed it into his face once more and had a split second to launch myself and start pedaling away. He couldn't reach my hands anymore, so he kicked at the bike one more time. I managed to stay upright. He kept trying to chase me, but now I was faster. I pedaled until I could no longer breathe, until I felt numb. That night, I knew I had escaped something terrible. Due to the stress and suddenness of the I couldn't describe the man properly. I'll never know for sure if my experience was linked to the others. However, we were all walking and cycling on the same route. Even 10 years later, I can still remember the look on my ex-boyfriend's face as he turned his back on me and left me to die. This happened several years ago. While it may not be as scary as some of the other stories you've heard, it was definitely one of the most terrifying and bizarre encounters I've ever had. I, 33 and male, live in the rural Midwest. I was born and raised in my hometown, and with the exception of a few months living with my father on the East Coast, I've lived here my entire life. I've become pretty acquainted with the majority of the back roads in my area. One such road is an old highway that no longer has the traffic of days prior, especially not after the construction of the interstate that runs through the town. It's a long and winding road that offers gorgeous scenic views during the day and a quiet escape from the city at night. Along this road is a small lot with no more than 10 parking spaces, 2 picnic tables, and a single trash can. It's easy to miss due to the heavily wooded area surrounding it, and the majority of the rest of the drive to it. Due to its secluded nature, it played host to a fair share of teenage debauchery. I myself spent many a Friday night smoking away with my friends there. Needless to say, there were a lot of good memories attached to this place, and over the years it's become one of my favorite spots to venture to when I need some peace or solidarity. One night, about 5 years ago, my girlfriend and I were going through a bit of a rough patch. We had a big fight due to having to work early in the morning, and her deciding to have a party full of her loud and intoxicated friends the very same night. Things escalated, and I stormed out of the house and started driving toward my favorite spot. As soon as I was out of city limits, I promptly cranked my angriest metal music and sped down the road, chain-smoking my menthols in an effort to calm down. Eventually, I turned off for the spot. I was happy to find no other cars in the lot, meaning I wouldn't awkwardly stumble upon 2 lovers engaging in unspoken acts. I immediately jumped out of the car and sat down on one of the picnic tables. I lit up a cigarette and stared up at the stars. I sat there for several minutes until I decided to head back to the warmth of my vehicle. I had heard some strange rustling coming from the woods. I didn't exactly want to become a chew toy for a coyote or an angry bobcat. I hustled back to my car and blared my music again, quickly forgetting about the sounds I'd just heard. I decided to have just one more smoke and make my way home. I smoked it, and about halfway through, out of nowhere, I heard a pounding coming from my passenger side door. I looked over to see a large hand beating against the window. I turned down my music that was still blasting, and as I did, I could hear a very angry voice shouting, "Open the door!" They began yanking and tugging on the door handles. Thankfully, the doors were locked. After a few moments, the man disappeared from the passenger side. He reappeared at the driver's side window, screaming and cursing at me to open the door right now. He began smashing my window with a rock trying to get in. I was frozen in a mix of confusion and fear, but eventually I snapped out of it and threw the car in reverse. It was so dark that I didn't really get a good look at the guy, except for a split second that he was illuminated by my headlights. He had a black zip-up hoodie with the hood all the way up, a dark gray t-shirt, and a ball cap covering his face. He was a stocky guy and had to be well over 6 feet. The only distinguishing feature I could make out was his very large and dark protruding beard. I noped out of there real quick. I floored it across the parking lot and back toward the highway. That's when I heard it. A loud bang that sounded just like a shot. At the time, one of my best friends worked by a nearby gas station, so I made my way over to tell him the whole story. I looked over my car thoroughly and found a couple of dents on top of it and what looked like a boot print on my passenger door. We talked it over and ultimately decided not to call the police. It was a 20-minute drive to the location from the closest town. We were sure the guy would most likely be gone by the time anyone got all the way out there. And yes, I do realize this was probably ignorant of me in hindsight. I'm still baffled by this encounter. I don't know if the guy wanted to me, steal my car, or worse, but I'm glad I made it home in one piece. I once had a pretty terrifying experience when I was out camping. I had gone out by myself, which was sort of my thing. I liked being out there all on my own and away from people and society for a little while, just enjoying nature really. For the most part, all of the times that I went out camping, I never had any unusual experiences at all. I never came across Bigfoot or stumbled across a big scary animal or anything. This was in my late 20s. I always took about 2 weeks in the summer in order to spend some time out in the wilderness. About a week into my trip on this occasion, I had been out fishing when I noticed something unexpected. The pressure had dropped pretty strongly outside, and the wind had started blowing very hard. Soon after, I noticed in the distance the dark and menacing black storm clouds were moving in. I certainly hadn't expected a storm during the time that I was out, and I usually never had them when I was camping. This one looked like it was going to be a real doozy as well. I stayed out for as long as I could before I knew that I had to get back to my tent. I had some extra tent stakes that I brought along. I decided that I needed to reinforce it probably. I figured extra stakes would help hold it down if the winds got really bad, and from what I could see, the wind was going to be pretty fierce. I expected the storm to pass by quickly, since it had moved in fairly quickly as well, but boy was I wrong. The storm continued fiercely through the rest of the day and well into the night. The strong winds ripped at my tent, and I often felt like it could be pulled out of the ground at any time. Fortunately, it stayed anchored. With the sounds of the storm outside, it would have been difficult to hear anything else that was going on out there. Of course, I also wasn't expecting to need to hear anything else. I was really surprised at one point then, when there was a very bright strike of lightning outside. It brightened up the entire night for a brief moment, and during that brief period, I saw the outline of someone outside through the fabric of my tent. It was just for a split second, but I knew I had seen it. It was very clearly a person, as far as I could tell, but I had no idea why a person would be out there in this weather. The storm had been going on for hours already. I couldn't imagine the stress one would have to be under in order to be out in the storm without having found shelter yet. On top of all those thoughts, I also began to feel a little bit scared. I didn't have a lantern on at the time, and I didn't want to turn it on after seeing that shadow. If I was right, and someone was out there right now, I didn't want to call attention to myself. Instead, I kept quiet. Not that it really mattered since the storm was so loud outside, and tried not to move at all. Hopefully, if there was someone out there and I hadn't been seeing things, they would simply move on and that would be that. I waited and kept watching as the storm raged on. I felt like a kid in a horror movie, hiding in the closet waiting for the killer to move on. Yeah, that's a bit extreme, as I had no idea what the person outside would have wanted, but I was too scared to try and have it make sense in my head. While I was sitting there, I heard a noise. It sounded like someone attempting to open my tent's entrance. Fortunately, it could not be opened from the outside if I had closed it on the inside. Despite this, I reached out into my bag and grabbed my I had never actually had to use it before, but I'd always brought it with me in case something bad happened. After a moment, the noise stopped. I relaxed for a second, but that didn't last long. I heard a loud puncturing sound and saw a knife tip coming through the front of the tent. I panicked. There was no doubt someone was trying to get in. I took hold of my and fired it, although not directly at the entrance. I wanted to scare whoever it was away. The knife quickly withdrew after the shot. However, there was too much going on outside with the storm for me to know if the person with the knife had truly left or not. All I could do was sit in the middle of my tent away from the sides and wait to see what happened next. I couldn't hear or see anything, and it was the most terrifying night of my life up to that point. I didn't sleep at all. When the storm finally left and the sun came up, I was able to tell that whoever was outside my tent was long gone. I had to get some sleep after that, and fell asleep quickly. I woke up completely on edge, worried that the man might come back at any time. My family was pretty poor growing up. We had to move a lot, actually, as it was sometimes hard to pay rent, and our parents had to find new places to live. I can't even remember exactly how many times we had to find a new home. One thing that was true, though, was that all of the houses we ended up renting were rural homes. We never lived in town, not even once. Although she's in her late 80s, my mom is still alive, and she's never lived in town even once in her entire lifetime. When I was 12 years old, I remember one instance where my sister and I were home alone in the house that we lived in, out in the holler. My parents and other siblings had gone to visit my grandparents for the weekend. We didn't go because we both had too much schoolwork to do. Plus, we really wanted to stay home anyway. She was only a year older than me, but by that time, the two of us really wanted time away from our parents whenever we could get it. On Saturday night, a pretty violent storm came upon us. We were both slightly scared of thunderstorms at the time, but that didn't keep us from having fun. We, of course, decided to tell each other little scary stories in the dark while the storm was going on outside. When you live out in the country like we did, it's easy to come up with scary stories because there were a lot of them about people and things that lived in the hills and woods. I ended up telling one story that I had heard from the other boys at school about some sort of dog boy or something that lived out in the hollers. I don't remember all of the exact details in the story, but I do know that it scared me, and it sure as scared my sister when I told her. It was that story that stuck with me the most, because during the telling of that story, we lost electricity in the house. I remember it well, because there was a huge lightning bolt followed quickly by deafening thunder. Then the entire house went dark. I went over to search for some candles in the different rooms of our home. At one point, I suddenly heard my sister scream. She was in my parents' room, and I was in the kitchen. We both ran toward the other and met up in the living room. She was completely terrified. My sister told me that while in my parents' room, she'd caught someone watching her through the bedroom window. She had been looking at it when another bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, and for a brief moment, saw some freaky-looking guy watching her from outside our home. I told her she was probably just seeing things. I mean, we had been telling each other scary stories all night long, and it made sense that we would be a little freaked out because of it. But she swore up and down that she had really seen someone out there. I tried to convince her that even if someone had been outside the house, there was nothing to worry about. Dad was always right beside the door, and although we were forbidden to ever touch it, if someone tried to break into the house or hurt us, I was sure he would overlook us using it that one time. It was right then that a frantic knocking came at the front door of our home. We both nearly jumped out of our skin. My sister screamed again and started repeating, "It's him," over and over. Even though I was younger, I told her I would go check the door. I went over and picked up the rifle. Cautiously, I went over to the door, unlocked it, slowly opened it, and took aim and looked outside. I didn't see anyone on the porch or in the yard. There was just no one there. I closed the door. No sooner than I had locked it, I began hearing a knocking on the back door of our home. By this point, we were both freaking out. I didn't want to go and answer the back door too, and she didn't want me to either. Instead, we both went over to the living room sofa, taking our weapon with us. We spent the rest of the night on that sofa, waiting for something to happen, but the knocks on the back door of the house were the last we heard. The only other sounds we heard that night were of the storm raging on outside. We really had no idea what went on that night. It was weird and eerie. We had both heard both knockings, and although I hadn't seen anyone myself, I never doubted my sister did. We never knew who, or most importantly, why someone had come knocking on our door that night in the middle of the storm. All I can think of concerning a scary story that happened to me when I was younger is a weird story. This happened back when I was 13 years old. I wasn't very popular when I was in middle school, but it didn't bother me much. I lived out in a rural home and was the only child who spent a lot of time by myself anyway. Being alone was normal for me, and I never really felt much of a need to have many friends. I was doing some volunteer work for an older lady who lived out in the general area that I lived in. Her husband had passed away not long ago, unfortunately, after they'd been together for over 60 years. She wasn't able to do a lot of stuff on her own at her age, so I'd go over to her house a few times a week and help her out. On this day, I had gone over early in the morning and done some chores for her that lasted until late afternoon. I could have called my parents for a ride when I got done helping out, but I didn't. It was a very long walk along the dirt road from her house to mine, but nothing I hadn't done many times before. On this day, though, there had been a storm brewing for about an hour before I decided to head on home. It hadn't felt like rain yet, so I thought that although the walk was long, I would still be able to make it. Plus, there was something I liked about walking out in the country when the sky was black with dark clouds and rumbling with thunder. Maybe about a third of the way home, the wind began blowing a lot harder, and that made it quite difficult to walk since it was blowing right against me. I felt a few drops of rain hitting me, but still held out hope I wouldn't be caught in the downpour. My hopes did not last very long, though. Even as I hurried to try and futilely make it home before the rain, it began pouring before long. Even though it was a very warm summer day, for some reason the rain was especially cold, and it soaked me to the bone within only a few moments. At that point, I was so wet I didn't even care anymore. I didn't even avoid walking in mud puddles. It was when I was walking by this field that the strange thing happened. Looking out in the field, I could see someone standing out there. He was a bit far away from me, so I couldn't make out a lot of details about him, but he seemed to be dancing in the rain. It was such a weird thing to see, but I guess maybe he was some sort of nature lover or something. He seemed like he was having a good time dancing around in that field. I kept watching this guy as I walked along. After a bit of time, it looked like he suddenly noticed me. After looking at me for a moment, he started walking in my direction. I just tried to keep walking and not pay too much attention to him, but it was hard not to. He was a good distance away, but after walking for a few moments, he suddenly began running in my direction. He kept adjusting his run path too, so he was always coming straight at me. Now, here's the point in the story where some people actually begin to doubt its authenticity, but I swear to you that this actually happened. Once the guy got real close, he got down on all fours in the mud and dirt and started barking and growling at me as if he was a dog. He then still came at me, baring his teeth and attempting to bite me. I think this would have caught anyone off guard, but for me it was utterly terrifying to experience. I really had the impression that whoever this guy was, He was nuts, and I needed to get away from him as quickly as I could. I began running away from him. A couple of looks back showed that he stayed on all fours and still chased after me. Of course, there was no way he could keep up with me this way, and eventually he seemed to give up. That didn't stop me from running, until I knew I was far enough away from this nutter to be safe again. I could still hear him barking in the distance the whole time. By the time I got home, I was wet and covered in mud, but I felt safe after getting there. My parents thought it was just a guy fooling around, trying to play a prank on or just scare me. If so, that means he definitely accomplished his goal. I was convinced there was something really wrong with this guy though, and I'm glad he wasn't able to catch me. I grew up on a really small family farm. The farm was tended by the whole family. Plus, we had one farmhand who lived and worked for us for a really long time. His name was Rod, and he'd worked for my family from before I was even born. He was practically a member of our family, and most of the time he even had meals with us. Rod had been around us for so long that I couldn't even imagine what life would have been like if he wasn't around. My bedroom was on the second floor of the farmhouse and was at the back of the house. I was able to look out and see the cornfield behind it at all times. It was actually pretty beautiful to look out at times, all during the years. One of the most common sights was to look out and see Rod out there, working on a scarecrow or doing something else. The desk that I used to do homework on was right in front of that window, so I spent a lot of time looking out of it. Although we helped out on the farm, our parents were always strict about our schoolwork coming first. I enjoyed working on the farm, though, and on this day I was helping Rod out with some of the farm work. It was a pretty windy day, and according to the weather report, we were going to get hit by some pretty fierce storms. Rod and I had to get the farm ready for that. However, as the first drops of rain began to fall from the sky, he insisted I get back to the house and get started on my homework instead. So that's what I did. I barely made it into the house before the storm arrived. It was pretty dark outside by that point, with the sky overcast from storm clouds. Even though it was only the middle of the day, by the time I went to my bedroom, it was so dark out that I needed my desk lamp on in order to see. Fortunately, even though I had a ton of homework to do, I really liked thunderstorms. I was able to sit at my desk, work, and watch the storm rage outside. At one point, some movement must have caught my eye though. Something caused me to look up and out at the cornfield, and when I did, I saw the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. One of the scarecrows appeared to jump down off his setting and out into the corn. I had to do a double take, but it didn't change the fact that I had seen what I'd just seen. I didn't know what to think of it, but I knew I needed to tell Rod what I just saw. I found him in the kitchen having some coffee, and he thought I must have been seeing things. When he looked out the window, though, he too saw the scarecrow was gone. Although it was storming pretty hard, he put on a coat and went out to check. I think he did it more or less because he could tell I was scared by what I'd seen. There was definitely no need to try and get the scarecrow back up during the storm. When he eventually came back, Rod looked just as rattled as I felt. He hadn't put the scarecrow back up, because when he got out there, he told me there was nothing. There was no trace of the scarecrow at all. We were both pretty disturbed by this, and spent the rest of the day freaking out. When we told my dad what happened, he felt the scarecrow was probably just not well secured enough, and must have fallen off and blown away in the storm. I don't know how likely that was, but it was the explanation he accepted. However, my dad hadn't been there sitting at my desk when I watched it jump off its perch and walk away. Maybe if he had, he would have been just as scared as I was. I had bought my first house in my early 20s and lived all alone. I was content and at peace living alone, and decided to buy a house out in the country as opposed to an urban setting like my apartment had been located in. I had a few neighbors, but most of them kept to themselves, and I did too. The house was a ranch-style home, which meant there was no second floor, only a basement and first floor. The master bedroom was on the back side of the house, looking straight into the small backyard. Then there was nothing but woods beyond that. Since the basement was underground, the outside entry door had what was referred to as a bilko door, which is composed of two steel doors that swing out to each side, then a set of steps taking you down to a standard-sized entry door into the basement of the home. I normally don't keep those bilko exterior doors locked, especially in the summertime, just in case I need to get into the basement from the backyard. During the winter, though, I don't really need to get in or out of the basement, so I lock those doors up. Sometimes even in the fall as well. The first 2 years there were quiet, peaceful, and enjoyable. I could walk out my back door and go hunting in the woods just behind my house. I would get up in the mornings on days off and just open my garage door from sunrise to sunset with no issues at all. No one was coming around uninvited or anything. I worked a rotating 12-hour day/night shift schedule, which was brutal to get used to. I often had a lot of trouble switching from night shift to day shift, either sleeping too much or not enough. The work schedule repeated itself in a pattern, though, so it was nice to at least plan days off in advance. One particular night in December, I had just finished my 3 work days of night shift. It was hard trying to fall asleep at night on that first night off, but it was essential to get my body back to sleeping at night again, to change back to the day shift work schedule, which I needed for the following 3 days. This first transition night, I would typically sleep very lightly. It had been snowing outside since dark, which was around 5 p.m. or so. There were a few inches already on the ground by the time I'd went to bed. That was around 11 p.m. I fell asleep within the hour. I woke up at around 3 o'clock. The house was dead silent. I laid there in the complete darkness, hoping I would just drift right back to sleep soon. But after 2 to 3 minutes, I heard a violent banging right outside my bedroom window. I recognized that sound. Someone was trying to open the locked basement bilko doors. I jumped out of bed and ran down the long hallway to the opposite end of the house, where the rear sliding glass door was. The outside floodlights switched on. I switched on the actual lights as well and looked out the sliding glass door toward the basement doors. There wasn't anybody there. I looked a bit closer. I could see fresh footprint tracks in the snow coming from the small path in the woods leading right up to the basement doors. There was no snow on the handle either, indicating someone had just tried to open them. I saw a second set of footprints leading away from the basement doors with a rooster tail, indicating someone had run as fast as they could away from my house. I stayed awake until almost dawn, leaving the lights turned on to the back side of the home. I decided to follow those tracks into the woods at daybreak, but the newly fallen snow and blowing wind had covered them up completely. After I made it a few feet into the woods, I concluded that whoever was trying to break in had probably heard me waking up and moving down the hallway inside the house. They'd run off into the woods before I was able to get to the sliding glass door and turn on the lights. I decided not to call the police, since nothing was damaged or stolen. From that day on, though, I made sure to keep all the doors locked and no longer left the garage door open all day. After all, nobody else was supposed to be around this area at that time. Yet there they were nonetheless. I later sold the house without any further incidents occurring since that one particular event. When I was 16, I lived with my parents in a normal home in the suburbs. My parents were the type to take a lot of trips, both for work and for leisure. They would do so all throughout the year, so when they would go during the school year, I'd stay home and watch the house, anywhere from a couple of days to an entire week. I didn't really mind, and sometimes I even enjoyed it. During this week, my parents were both away for 6 days, so pretty much every night I'd go out and get food from somewhere. It was on the second night alone that I played video games on the computer for nearly 4 hours straight. It was a Friday, so I was staying up late. I didn't have any homework to do, but around 8:15 I realized I hadn't eaten anything yet. I took a break and got in my car, driving to a sandwich shop nearby. It was close to closing time, so I wasn't expecting a line or anything. When I walked in there was a single man standing at the counter. He looked like he'd just ordered and was waiting for his food to be delivered. I stepped around him, and an employee took my order. Then I stood behind the man and waited as well. While I was standing there, I noticed how rugged the man looked. He was tall and skinny, wearing beat-up clothes and having long, thinning hair. He got his order and left, but I couldn't help but watch him leave, intrigued by his unusual appearance. A couple minutes later, I got my own food. I went out to my car and hopped in, leaving the parking lot. It wasn't very busy out, so I got home very quickly. I went to my room and sat down at my desk. I turned on a video to watch while I ate. It was 9 p.m. by then, but I wasn't that tired yet. I was planning on staying up another few hours at least. As I sat there, though, I heard a quick and subtle sound from downstairs. I paused the video and listened in, but I didn't hear anything more. I stood up and leaned my head out into the hallway, listening again. I was still not hearing anything. By this point, I had no idea what that sound was. I wasn't paying attention enough, and it was so quick that I couldn't even really tell where in the house it had come from. Although I was thinking it was probably nothing, I still wanted to check to be sure. I walked downstairs and looked around. There wasn't much to be seen. Everything seemed just how it had been left. As I walked past the front door, though, I realized what the sound was. I grabbed the door handle and shook it, recreating the exact sound I'd just heard. Someone was trying to get in. I quickly looked out the peephole, not seeing anything. I ran around the back door and scanned the backyard until my eyes fell upon a figure. They were facing away from the house, standing at the door to the shed. They were tall and thin. After a few moments, I recognized them. I was positive it was the man I'd seen earlier that night at the sandwich shop. A moment later, he forced the shed doors open and stepped inside. I took this as my chance to call the police. I ran up to my room and dialed 911. I watched the shed from my room window. The operator said officers were en route, but less than a minute later, the man ran out of the shed holding several large tools. He hurried toward the home, heading straight for my back door. I ran out into the hallway to see if I could do anything to stop him, or maybe even flee from the house. I was stopped in my tracks by the piercing thud of metal slamming against the back door. My adrenaline spiked, and in those few moments, I made the decision to run for it. I sprinted down the stairs and straight for the front door. I could see the man continuing to break down the back door. I ran into my front yard and out onto the street, running to the corner of the block. A few minutes passed by before 2 police cars pulled into the driveway and went in through the open front door. I made my way back to the house, getting there just as they pulled the man out and put him into their police car. They'd found him holding a heavy pipe wrench that he'd gotten from my parents' shed. He'd broken into the house while I was outside. It looked like the man had gone on an absolute rampage, destroying everything he could in the few minutes it took for the cops to arrive. Why he followed me home and did what he did is unknown, but the man clearly did not seem very mentally stable. If I had chosen to stay inside, there's no doubt that man would have broken into my room before the cops would have made it. I don't think anyone can know for sure what he would have done to me. It was January, and I was renting out a winter cabin that was by an ice fishing lake. It was a very small, bare-bones cabin, with only the essentials. It was only there for people like me, who liked going out on the lake for fishing, or ice fishing. I'd usually bring a friend along with me, but sometimes I also went all by myself. I'd never had any issues with doing that. I had planned out 3 days there with no other real plans in mind, except sitting out by the lake and doing some fishing. The first day in the cabin, and made myself at home, brewing some hot coffee and relaxing by the fireplace for most of the afternoon. This cabin was only a single room, so the bed, fireplace, and everything else was all in one area. Anyway, I fell asleep quite early and woke up at around 7 a.m. I wanted to head out to the lake in the morning. It was about a 10-minute walk from the cabin, down a short forested path that was entirely covered in snow. Once I reached the lake area, I found a good spot and got my things situated. I drilled into the ice and started my fishing. I find it to be really stress-relieving to just sit there and fish all day. I know a lot of other people find it to be boring though. I stayed on the lake for several hours, probably at least 4, then packed up my things. The snow was really starting to pick up, and the wind was getting heavier and heavier. I walked off the lake and back onto the path. Immediately, I noticed something curious, a set of footprints in the snow, going alongside mine from earlier. They went right up to the edge of the lake I was at, then turned around and went back down the path toward the cabin. I was feeling a little uneasy suddenly. Someone was out there and had been right behind me, maybe watching me. I chose to follow those prints and see where they led to. They mostly went along with the path, going right back to the cabin. Instead of going up to it though, they suddenly veered off into the woods. As far as I could see, they continued in a perfectly straight line, going through the trees. I was even more confused and slightly nervous now. I went back inside the cabin and warmed up by the fireplace. There was nothing else out here for miles from what I was aware of, so anyone being out here was just odd, especially when it was snowing so heavily in the winter. I made food and stayed in the cabin for the rest of the night, keeping the fireplace running. I was mostly just doing some reading. About an hour after sunset, I heard movement outside, a very light crunching in the snow, but in the I moved over to the window and looked. Instantly, I saw a figure out by the trees, walking toward the path. They were wearing this thick black clothing, covering every part of them. It made it hard to get any details about what they looked like. Once they got onto the path, they turned and started coming right for the cabin. I ducked my head down now, just listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer until they were right up to the wall. The footsteps moved to the side, coming right up to the window I was hiding under. Their shadow moved around, like they were peering inside the cabin. Then they stopped all of a sudden. I tilted my head to look up and see what was going on, only to find their eyes staring right back at me. I jumped away, now standing a few feet away from the window. The person tried to lift it open. I ran and grabbed a nearby knife. Still, they tried to open the window. After a few failed attempts though, the person ran off. I watched their figure disappear into the snowy woods, going in the same direction I'd seen them come from earlier. After that, I packed up and ran to my car, leaving the area only a few minutes later. I don't know who they were or what they wanted, but they knew I was staying there after seeing me at the lake and willingly came back in the middle of the night to try and break in through the window. They definitely had something horrible in mind for me. Luckily, I got out unharmed, but I have a feeling that night was close to being my last. This happened in January of 2020 when I was 18. Over winter break, I had signed up for DoorDash since a couple of my friends were also doing it. I didn't really need the money as I was in high school and still living with my parents, but it was more to just have something to do. As a kid, a couple $100 a week was pretty damn nice. The first few nights went smoothly. I got the hang of it after the first 3 or 4 orders, and after that it was all just the same sort of work cycle. During my second week, I started working more, getting excited about making money for the first time. I tried to make as much as I could. My friends were doing the same. They had mentioned that on days with bad weather, you'd usually make even more. On the one night when the snow started coming down, I chose to hit the road and do some deliveries. For the first hour, I was FaceTiming one of my friends as we were both driving around. He stopped and went home around 8 though. It was a Saturday, so I could stay out as late as I wanted. By 10 o'clock, I was getting a little bored. I took up one more order, I got the bag, and drove to the neighborhood. This was just some regular street with very average houses. By now, the snow had covered up everything though, which made it both hard to drive and hard to see the numbers on the buildings. I slowly made my way down the street until finally finding the right address. It was a 2-story, very typical-looking suburban home. It even still had Christmas lights hanging on the trees outside. I parked and put my hazards on, then got out. I double-checked the bag had everything and walked up the driveway. As I approached the front porch, though, I saw the front door was open. Not all the way, but just enough for it to be considered strange, considering it was snowing and so cold. I figured it was so I could leave the bag inside the house, rather than out in the snow. When I got up to the door, I pushed it a little bit more open and slid the bag inside. Just as I pulled my phone out to take a picture for confirmation, I heard a woman's voice yell from across the house. She asked if I was the delivery person, dropping off her order. It sounded like a young woman, maybe even in her early 20s. Yeah, I put it right here in your doorway. I was not expecting any conversation. The woman responded right away. She asked if I could push the door open and bring the bag inside to her. I knew it was strange to be asking me to go in their house, but I pushed the door open just to see where they were. Past the entrance, there was this long hallway that led to what I assumed to be the kitchen. On the wall, I could see the clear shadow of the woman, who was presumably standing around the end of the corner. Where do you want me to bring it? There was a long moment before the woman responded. She leaned half of her body around the corner and showed herself at the end of the hallway. She urged me to bring it on over to her and gestured with her hands for me to come inside. Then she slipped back around the corner and out of sight. I realized that the shadow outline on the wall had not moved with her. It was someone else's shadow, standing somewhere by her around the corner. I stood there for a second as I felt blood rush through my body. I quietly placed the bag down and took a few steps back before turning and rushing away from the house. I stumbled into my car and glanced back at the home. As I pulled away, in the front window, the figure of a large man approached and watched my car as I left. I stopped at a nearby gas station to catch my breath and rethink everything that just happened. It was pretty clear by how everything played out that this was some kind of a trap. I also knew the police would have nothing but my word to go off of. I did end up reporting it, but when they went to the house to ask the woman about what happened, she denied that anyone else was there. They denied the officers access to search the home for anyone else too. Like I said, the police were unable to do anything at the time. What the woman and the man were trying to do by getting me inside their house is unknown. I can only imagine they would have robbed me at the least, and at the worst, I wouldn't be here right now. I've been a police officer for my county for almost a decade now. I've seen some crazy and disturbing things, sometimes making me question why I even chose this career path. What happened on this night, though, still sticks with me and is often the event that I think about the most. It was nearing the end of winter, but where I'm located, it always stays cold until about mid-spring. This night, I was set to be on patrol of the major highway for most of my shift. On a typical night, I would stop maybe 2 or 3 cars for speeding. Otherwise, not much would happen. Sometimes a call for backup would come in, but usually I was driving along the highway, doing the usual circle. That was when I passed a car on the side of the road that hadn't been there before. It's of the highway. I didn't see it until I was already passing by. Circle, taking about 15 minutes before I got back to where I'd seen it. Broken down vehicle. Maybe I just hadn't noticed it before. I wasn't in a rush. I pulled in behind it, parking about 15 feet away, and leaving my headlights on. I called in to report that I was investigating a presumably empty vehicle on the side of the southbound highway. I got out with my flashlight and walked up to the car. My first impression was of how old it looked. It looked like something from the 80s and was rusted all over, dents and scratches throughout. I walked up to the driver's side window and held my flashlight up. Nobody seemed to be inside. As I glanced around, I happened to notice some worrying signs, though. There was a pile of clothes in the back seat that looked like they belonged to a young woman. The way they were scattered around, though, didn't look right. I moved over to the other side of the vehicle, but a faint sound from behind me caught my attention. I quickly turned and pointed my flashlight into the woods surrounding the highway. Immediately, the sound stopped, but I'd heard enough to know it was footsteps. Someone was walking out there watching me. I yelled out, directing them to move into the light with their hands raised. A moment passed by and I called out again. There was no response. Everything was silent. I felt my heart beating in my chest as I called in to update on the situation and get some backup to come. I stood there staring into the woods. If something had happened in this car, there would be reason for whoever was out there to try and stop me from finding out. I drew my firearm and moved further behind the car, keeping an eye on that tree line. The next 5 minutes were brutally nerve-wracking. Finally, another officer pulled onto the scene. Right away, I heard footsteps sprinting into the woods. We immediately got to searching the rest of the vehicle. It was clear that something bad had gone down here. But searching the woods in the middle of the night with someone likely dangerous out there was not a safe option. Along with indicators of violence, we found an empty ammo package. It was likely they had a firearm on them. Knowing someone was out there watching me the whole time, maybe even having me in the sights of their weapon, was one of the most unnerving things to even think about. The following day, we were able to get some more information and run a more thorough investigation. The car was untraceable. Although some shoe prints were found in the woods, they faded out pretty quickly, without any direction. What really happened in that car that night still remains an open case. The clothes were suspected to belong to a woman who was reported missing. But with no leads on who that suspect was, it's just left me unable to stop thinking about it. I'm a 24-year-old male, and a few years ago I picked up a job at a local grocery store. I was doing community college and just wanted some money to help pay for food and going out with friends. After a couple of months of working there, I started to get used to the regular customers that came in. Most of them were nice and otherwise average people, but this one guy always had something weird about him. He came in most nights around 9 p.m., which was an hour before closing. He would walk around the store for a long time, before eventually returning with 1 or 2 items and checking out. For how long he would spend walking around every night, it was really weird that he'd always only end up with a couple of things. He didn't ever talk much, but I assumed he was living on the streets or out of his car. That would explain why he only ever got a few things, and his clothes were never clean. He just kinda looked unkempt all around. Anyway, this went on for several weeks, if not months on end. I never thought too much of it after a while, because it was such a normal part of work now. One night he came in as usual, but instead of walking around the store, he came right up to the register. I asked if he needed help with anything. The man just kinda looked at me for a second, before asking if I drove an old Toyota that was out in the parking lot. I immediately found it a bit weird that he would know that, but I said yes because I didn't see where this was going. I thought maybe there was something wrong with my car. Instead, the man kept a straight face and walked away immediately. Obviously, this was really weird. I asked my coworker to watch over the registers for a moment. I went out to the front of the store and looked out into the parking lot. My car was right where I'd parked it and didn't seem to have anything wrong with it. I went back inside to the register, thinking I would ask the man when he came to check out, but he never did that night. I don't know when he left, but the store closed without him ever coming like he usually would. When I left, I checked all around my car and nothing seemed off about it. It left me totally confused as to what that was all about. The next day, I planned to ask the man again, but he didn't come in for the whole next month. The man never showed up again. I was just left to wonder why he'd asked about my car seemingly out of nowhere and for no reason. On a Saturday night, I clocked out of work as usual. This was the one night of the week where I'd be the only cashier. So at the end of the night, I was always left by myself. When I began walking through the parking lot toward my car, I got this real strange feeling in my gut. I just remember something feeling wrong. Maybe there really was some intuition about something. It was really unnerving me. I walked quickly and got in my car, glancing around the lot. It was pretty much empty and had nothing to give me reason to believe that something was wrong at all. I turned my car on, and just before I put it in drive, I heard the slightest sound from right behind me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move in the mirror that was facing my back seat. I left the car running as I sprinted out and stood a few spaces away, looking at my window to the back seat. I could see a figure moving around. I turned and ran for the store, going back in and calling the police. By the time they arrived, my car was empty. There was no signs of forced entry either, so they had to have some illegal key copy or something. Or I'd have to have left the doors unlocked by accident. I'm fairly certain it was the strange man from weeks ago. But I didn't know why if it was him though. Maybe he had been trying to get in there for the entire month I hadn't seen him, and was waiting for me to forget to lock the doors. I think that I locked them that night, but every once in a while I do forget without even knowing, so I can't write that off completely. The man that was back there clearly wasn't just trying to rob the vehicle. He even tried to stay hidden after I'd gotten in and turned it on. It's horrifying knowing that I was so close to having left that parking lot and drove away unknowingly with the person in the back seat. Once we'd left, who knows what would have happened? They might have waited until I pulled into my house, or I may have never even gotten home that night. I remember that in my 5th grade class, I went on a field trip to this nature park. I don't recall exactly which park it was. It was probably about 20 minutes away from my school. There was a walking path, but it wasn't really that long, and the park was not necessarily for hiking. It was more for looking at the waterfall and river that was there. There were different levels of it, and a lot of overlooked places and stuff like that. When we got there, I remember we went to the building, and somebody talked to us for a while. It was just my class of roughly about 30 kids and our teacher. We then walked around to the different places on some of the trails. After that, we had some time to walk around on our own and look at some of the cool spots that were there. There was a kid I was sort of friends with that I was kind of hanging out with. Well, while we were there wasn't really anybody else in the park other than our class. I did notice like one random person here or there, but there weren't really that many. After walking around and being there for about an hour or so, I remember I went off with my friend. We were just randomly wandering around, going to different viewpoints to see what we could find. I think we would be leaving to go back to school in about 30 minutes or so. It was when we were out wandering around that I noticed this other kid our age. However, he was not in our class. The kid kind of walked near my friend and I, but didn't really say anything. Obviously, I did not know anything about this child, but I assumed that maybe he was there with his parents or something. My friend and I eventually walked off, and I remember the kid began to follow us. He didn't walk real close or anything, but he was trailing us a ways back. We walked around for another good 20 minutes or so, and every place that we went, the kid seemed to be just a little ways behind us. It certainly was a little bit odd. We mostly just ignored him. Eventually, it was time for us to meet back up with the rest of the class, so we went back over. The teacher took attendance near the bus in the parking lot, and we all started to climb on. It was at this time when I noticed the kid again. He was walking over from the other end of the lot. To my surprise, the kid walked up right behind me and got on the bus as well. I was one of the last kids to get in line. My teacher, I think, was talking to another student a ways away, so the kid just blended right in and climbed on the bus with me. As you might imagine, this was very confusing for me. I was really close to just turning around and asking this kid who he was, but I didn't do so. The kid proceeded to sit in the farthest seat in the back. I was shocked and 100% certain he was not in my class and did not go to my school either. He didn't attempt to talk to anyone. He just got onto the seat at the very back and didn't say anything. We went back to school. After arriving, everybody got off the bus. I purposefully looked around to try and find the kid after getting off. When I found him, I saw him exit the bus and walk behind it, away from the rest of the class. We all had to go inside the school, and once inside, the teacher took attendance again. The kid was obviously gone now, and I was still trying to figure out why he'd followed us to school. I went on with the school day and continued with my classes. After school, I got out and I left. This was probably an hour after we got back from the field trip. During this time, I would be riding another bus home. When I left school to try and catch that bus, I noticed the kid again. He was just standing around by a tree outside the school. It looked like he was sort of hiding behind it. I honestly don't know what he was doing. I left, and after that, I never did see him again. To this day, that whole event still puzzles me. Why did he follow me and my friend? Why did he come to my school with me? I have no idea. I'm a woman, and this is something that happened a while back while I was in high school. It was almost 10 years ago, and this was pretty early on into the school year. Randomly, one day, I saw that I got added by somebody new on Snapchat. I checked, and it was some guy named Michael something. I didn't recognize his last name at all, and I didn't think I knew him, so I did not add him back. I simply deleted the request. Just a few days later, though, I got added on Snapchat by him again. Once more, I deleted this mystery guy. Just a few days after the second time I deleted him, though, I realized that he actually was in one of my classes and went to my school. I had never talked to him before, and he sat in the back middle of one of my classes, while I sat more toward the front and over to one side. Because of this, I had never really interacted with or noticed him much, but I did recognize his name eventually. He was a new student in the school, and prior to that class, I'd never seen him before. Well, he added me again for a third time. This time, I decided to add him back just because I knew that he actually went to school with me now. I still really didn't know anything about him, though, other than that I was a bit surprised that he kept on adding me over and over, even after I would not add him back. We weren't friends or anything, so finally adding him was something I would quickly come to regret, though. I think it was the very next day. Early on in the school day, he sent me pictures of himself. Basically just a selfie pretty much, with no words or captions or anything. I responded, sending one back, but then he sent me 5 random pictures. We were both in different classes at the time. Some he took of other students, and some were just random photos of the floor or whatever object. I opened them up and did not reply. It seemed kind of weird, and I didn't really know what to say. Later on in the day, we had class together. This teacher did not like it when students would be on their phone during class, so I didn't go on my phone at all during the class period. Not until the very end when we were done, and all waiting for the bell to ring. When I turned on my phone, I saw there were tons of notifications from Snapchat. This Michael guy especially. I looked, and he'd literally sent me at least 20 photos. I opened them all quickly, going from one to the next. They were all pictures of me that he'd taken from where he was sitting. I found this pretty creepy. After opening them all and not responding, I decided to confront him in person. The bell rang, but at that point I caught up with him, outside of the classroom in the hallway. I asked him why he was snapping photos of me in class. He didn't say anything. He just stood there staring at me with this unsettling, dead-eyed look. I told him I thought it was really weird, and I was going to tell him not to do it again, but before I could do so, he just turned around and ran away. It was extremely strange. Michael was now seeming like more and more of a weirdo to me. I decided to delete him off of Snapchat. A few days went by, and I did see him in class, but I didn't talk to him or anything. He tried to add me again on Snapchat for a 4th time. This time, I actually blocked him. I really didn't want anything to do with this weird guy. Well, that very same day, I left school when it was over. I drove to and from school and had a car during this time. I remember that as I left school and began on my way home, I noticed that Michael was driving right behind me. This had never happened before, and once I noticed this, I was immediately suspicious. When I'd made it about halfway home, he was still right behind me. I didn't think that he lived anywhere near me, and I figured that based on his previous behavior, he was possibly following me. When I made it almost all the way home, he was still there. After making it less than a mile away from my house, I did not want to go any further. I pulled over to the side of the street. Michael slowed down in his car behind me, but did not pull over. Ultimately, he ended up driving past me and kept going. Once he was out of sight, I then drove home. I really didn't know what to do about this whole deal. Over the next few days, I noticed Michael in class, staring at me. I completely ignored him, and luckily he didn't try to interact with me in any way. He also did not add me again on Snapchat or try following me home again. Probably a week or two after this happened, I stopped seeing him in class altogether. Eventually, I asked around, and I found out that he'd gotten changed schools or something. I'm glad that he did. The whole situation is something I'd like to forget ever happened. I live with my wife in a house, and we have about a half-acre of land total. There's a garage that's attached to the house where I store a lot of my things. We also have a lot of neighbors, and we all have the same size houses and yards just about. It's pretty common for people to have yard sales during the summertime. My wife and I had one a few years back actually, but it's not something that we do a whole lot. Living in a large neighborhood, though, sometimes we'll go and check out the other ones in the area. Last year, our neighbors just down the street were having one such yard sale. The man who lived there, Dave, had always been decently friendly with me, and I had spoken with him several times. We were not the best of friends or anything, but we had been to each other's places once or twice at least. I know that Dave gave me a hand when I was working on my car at one point. His wife was also friendly with my wife. When we saw that they were having a yard sale, we decided to stop by and check it out. Their yard sale was going on over the whole weekend, so on Friday afternoon we walked on over. I saw they had a bunch of things out in the driveway, and also many things on some tables in the garage. We were checking out the sale and entered the garage area. I noticed there was a really nice tool set for sale, the same kind as the one I had. That's why I picked it up and began to look at it. When I did, I noticed it had this sticker on it just like mine, and the sticker was not originally on the box. I had put it on the bottom of it several years ago. I was sure this had to be my tool set. I thought back to the last time I had used it. It had been a couple of months. My garage had a lot of things in it, and it was not super cluttered, but it did have a decent amount of junk in there. I put it back down. I didn't want to immediately accuse Dave of stealing from me. After all, I wasn't sure yet. He was talking with someone and didn't notice me looking at it, so I kept looking at his other things for sale. I also noticed that he had a digital air filter for sale, which was just like the one I had. Maybe he just happened to have the same one, but the thought of it being mine did occur to me. I also noticed him having two other things that I also had in my garage. I was now getting very suspicious. My wife was talking with Dave and his wife. I went over and joined in. I didn't bring up him having the same things, and wished him the best of luck with his yard sale. We walked back to our house, and on the way back, I told my wife about my suspicions. She said I was crazy, and there was no way Dave had stolen from us, but I knew that sticker was on my tool set. I was lucky I'd even noticed those things at all, because they had quite a few items for sale. After we made it back, I went straight for the garage and looked through all my things. I couldn't find the items I'd seen at his sale anywhere. I couldn't believe it. I would never have suspected that Dave would steal from me, but I didn't know how else to explain it. The next day, I went back over to Dave's. He had sold a couple of the things that were mine, but luckily the tool set was still there, and that was the most valuable. He was selling it for $75. I had bought it for about $200. I brought up the tool set to Dave and confronted him. He denied everything, said I must have lost my mind. He would never steal from me. When I brought up the unique sticker, he didn't have an explanation, said he got it as a gift, and whoever gave it to him must have put it on there. He seriously expected me to believe it was all a coincidence. I said I was taking it back, but Dave said I couldn't have it unless I paid the $75. I should have just taken it. I put it back and left. I walked home and once more looked through my garage. The things still weren't there, and I knew for sure he'd stolen them. After that, I decided I didn't want anything to do with Dave anymore. We stopped being friendly with each other. I wondered how he'd even gotten those things from me without me knowing. That was when I realized I would usually leave the back door to the garage unlocked. Our neighborhood is quiet and usually very safe. The door opened to the backyard as well, which was completely fenced in. Because of that, I thought it was secure and never bothered to lock it. Dave knew this from when he had been in my garage. He must have jumped the fence and entered my garage when we weren't there. I don't know when or how exactly he did it and managed to catch us unawares, but it creeps me out to think he entered our home and stole from us when we weren't there. I used to live in this old apartment building. My name is Sabrina, by the way, and this took place about 5 years ago now. My place had 1 bedroom and 1.5 bathrooms. Overall, it was not the greatest or most luxurious, but I didn't mind it at all. I was on the 2nd floor, and there were loads of other people living in the building. Several months after I'd started living there, I got a new next-door neighbor whose name was Arthur. He was a creep almost from the very start. The way that he even met me was strange enough to set me on edge. I left my apartment and was walking down the hallway when he just came up from behind me and grabbed my shoulder. He introduced himself, and it was really awkward. He told me that he lived next door and all that stuff. From that point, though, I simply thought he was just an awkward guy. After interacting with him a couple more times, though, he didn't really seem shy or anything. In fact, the next time I saw him, he was just standing out in the hallway, not really going anywhere. When I left my place, he immediately approached me and asked me if I wanted to come over to his. I said I was busy and I had to be somewhere. I declined. After this, Arthur tried to ask me out a couple of times. He would always be waiting for me in the hallway. I said no each time. He struck me as more than a little odd, and there was an unsettling air about him. All of these interactions with him happened within just the first month that he lived there, by the way. Eventually, it started to get very annoying. It seemed like half the time I left my house, he would immediately leave his right after me, or already be there in the hallway waiting for me. One night, I was in my apartment and went to take out my trash. We did not have a trash chute on my floor. We had to walk all the way down to the basement to take it out. I put on my flip-flops and left my place. I walked down to the basement and was gone for 2 or 3 minutes at most. When I returned to my apartment and went back inside of it, it was kind of late. I was tired, so I decided to get ready for bed. I wasn't necessarily planning on going to sleep right away. Probably I'd just watch some shows in bed. I started to go around and turn all the lights off in my place. When I passed by my broom closet, though, I was absolutely certain I'd just heard a noise inside of it. And that was very weird. I didn't know what that could be. The last thing I was expecting was for a person to be in there. But when I opened the door to check, I saw Arthur standing right inside of it. I jumped back and started running for my bedroom. Arthur emerged from the broom closet and actually started chasing me. After I got inside my bedroom, I slammed the door shut, but I didn't have enough time to lock it. Arthur slammed into the door within seconds. I saw him frantically trying to open it. I had the half bathroom attached to my bedroom, so I ran for that door. I got inside and shut the door behind me. It was just after Arthur had managed to throw open the door to my bedroom. This door had a slightly different lock, and so I was able to lock it in time before Arthur reached me. He began slamming against the door and trying to open it, banging on it furiously. Fortunately, I had my cell phone in my pocket, so I dialed 911 as fast as I could. Neither Arthur nor me said anything in this time. After trying to open the bathroom door multiple times, Arthur started banging on it even harder. I finally spoke to him and yelled that I was on the phone with the police. I talked to the 911 operator and told her exactly what was going on. At that point, Arthur just calmly walked away from the bathroom door. I couldn't tell if he'd actually left my apartment yet, though, or was just waiting in the other room to me. I stayed hidden in the bathroom for what felt like forever. I was waiting until the police showed up. In that time, I didn't hear anything, and when they got there, I came out of the bathroom. Arthur was nowhere to be seen in my apartment. I told the police where he lived, which was obviously right next door. Arthur had left, though. Eventually, the police were able to locate him. Apparently, he'd been in similar trouble in the past and had a bit of a history with this sort of thing. Obviously, I'd neglected to lock my door when I went to take out the trash that night. Arthur must have slipped inside and hidden my closet while I was away. I'm glad that I found him when I did, because who knows what he would have done to me if I'd actually gone to sleep. That made for one of the scariest moments of my life for sure. A couple of years ago, I bought a gaming computer on Facebook Marketplace. I've been wanting to buy one for a while, and I knew that they're typically very expensive. That gave me the idea to go on Facebook Marketplace and look for a used one. After several days of searching, I found one that I wanted. I decided to reach out to the seller and ask a little more information about it. The seller was a guy named Jeremy. We went back and forth a little bit, and I decided that I wanted to buy it. It was a pretty good deal, so we agreed on a day that I would go over and get the computer from him. It also came with a monitor, keyboard, and mouse as well. After I bought it, I took it home, set it up, and started using it. I was happy with my purchase, and I used the computer for the next week and a half. That was when I suddenly got another message on Facebook from Jeremy, who said he wanted his computer back. I was very confused when I saw this. Obviously, he'd just sold it to me a week before. He said that he'd changed his mind and wanted it back now. I didn't want to return it. I liked the computer, and I'd already installed several games and other personal programs and photos onto it. I told Jeremy no, I was not going to return it. Jeremy said he would give me a certain amount of money for it. Funny thing is, the amount he offered was less than I'd paid for the computer in the first place, by a few $100s. I pointed that out, and he said it was all he could afford to give. Now, when he originally said he wanted it back, I assumed that meant he would pay full price. Obviously, the answer was still no. I was really annoyed that this guy was trying to snatch the computer back from me, and even more annoyed that he wasn't even offering the full price I'd paid for it. If he didn't want to sell it, then he shouldn't have sold it to me. Jeremy was not very happy that I refused to give the computer back to him. He sent me a friend request on Facebook and started messaging me a bunch of times. I ignored him for a while, but after he kept up for 3 days straight, I finally blocked him. I thought that was that. This situation was strange enough already, but unfortunately, that was not the end of Jeremy. Probably about a week later, after I'd blocked Jeremy, he showed up to my house. I happened to be home alone and was in my bedroom on the very same gaming computer I'd bought from him. It was nighttime, and about 8 p.m. or so. It was completely dark out when I heard a furious knocking on the front door. I got up and left my room and went over to the living room. I looked out the front window only to see Jeremy right there on the front step. I recognized him from when I bought the computer. How did he know where I lived? This was really strange. I watched him stand there and knock again on the front door. I was wondering what on earth he had planned. Did he think by just showing up at my house unannounced that would make me change my mind? I stayed in the living room and ignored his knocks, hoping he would just go away. Most of the lights in my house were off already, so maybe he would think I wasn't home. I watched Jeremy hang around the front step for several more minutes. As I was looking around, I had to move back away from the window so he wouldn't notice me. He came back and knocked again on the front door, this time much louder. He yelled, asking for me to come outside. I still ignored him. I walked back to my bedroom, hoping he would eventually give up and leave. When I got back to my room, I put in some headphones and sat back down at my computer. For the next 5 minutes or so, everything was fine. Suddenly, I heard a knocking sound. I took out my headphones and looked to the direction of my window. Jeremy was standing there, peeking into my bedroom. I got up and ran over to the window. I closed the blinds. Jeremy began yelling at me, but he was so furious that I couldn't even really understand what he was saying. I left my bedroom and went back toward the living room. At that time, Jeremy dashed back toward my front door and started tugging and banging on it. Again, I went over to the door and shouted at him that I was going to call the police. Jeremy screamed at me to give the computer back right now. I called the police and told them what was going on. Jeremy still was not leaving. He continued to stay there, even after I got off the phone with the police. Unfortunately, he fled just moments before they got there. I talked to them and gave them a description of Jeremy and told them my side of the story. After that, the police left and said to call back if Jeremy ever returned. I was afraid that he would, but luckily he did not. I have a hard time believing how crazy it all was, and I can't believe that all actually happened over something that he sold me. Last summer, I took a road trip to visit a couple friends I went to high school with. They went to college out in Florida, and since moved there after graduating. Every summer, I try to go there at least once and visit, because we've always been the best of friends. Last year, I drove, because there were a lot of places along the way that I wanted to go to. Many were parks or cool destinations to do some sightseeing. It would take a few days for the entire drive, so I left early to be able to stop off at places I wanted to. The first couple days of the trip went super well, but on the third day I was hoping to arrive, I found myself still driving at night. I had a few hours left to go, and it was about 9 or 10 p.m. By now, the roads were quiet, which was pretty nice. I was looking forward to arriving at my friend's place. I had plenty of fuel, but I needed to use the restroom and wanted to stop and get something to drink as well. I decided to stop off at the next exit, whatever it may be. Well, there was a rest stop just a few miles up the road. I pulled off the highway straight into the rest area. Now, this one was very small. It was not one of those big rest stops that has a truck stop and a gas station and all those restaurants attached. It was one fairly small building with a single row of parking out front. When I got there, I noticed it was extremely dark, and there appeared to be nobody else around at all. I parked my car and got out, then started walking to the building. I took my time and stopped to stretch a little. I had been driving for such a long time. I remember, though, that as I was walking into the building, I did hear a car entering the rest stop from the highway. I looked around inside of the rest stop building, which had a small area where brochures and vending machines were. Then there was a hallway with a janitor's closet and a men's restroom on one side and a woman's restroom on the other. I looked at one of the vending machines for a moment. I turned around and noticed that the car that had entered the rest stop was parking right next to mine. I found this to be a little bit odd, with all the other open spaces around. I went into the restroom and was back out within only a minute or so. I noticed the car was still parked next to mine and had its lights on as well. It appeared that the driver was still inside the vehicle. This sort of made me wonder what they were doing, but overall it didn't seem like a huge deal or any of my business really. I turned my attention back to the vending machine and tried to decide what to get. Eventually I picked and grabbed my drink, then looked back at my car. The one next to mine was still running. I started walking to head out, but just a few feet from the door, the engine to the car next to mine turned off, and the driver's door opened. A man stepped out, and I stopped where I was near the doorway. The man then started walking toward my car instead of going into the rest stop. Now, this was really weird. The man walked around my car and went behind it, where I couldn't see him. He almost seemed to crouch down as well. I kept watching and could no longer see him. It appeared the man was attempting to hide behind my car for some reason, or possibly he was attempting to break in or something. I didn't want to go out and confront him directly, so I stayed where I was and watched for several minutes. I was expecting to see the man pop up again at any moment, but he didn't do so. Apparently, he was still hiding behind my vehicle. Finally, I decided to go out and see what he was doing. I walked out of the building and got within 20 feet of the two cars. I still couldn't see the man at all, but I was sure that he was there somewhere. I called out to him, asking what was going on, but I didn't receive any response. Now, I didn't even want to go to my car. I was afraid this was some kind of trap or something. I walked back to the rest stop and went inside. Once I was in there, I continued to watch, but I didn't see anything for several minutes. I wasn't exactly sure what to do right now. I just started walking around the small rest stop. I remember I made my way down the hallway. It was at the back end and between the two bathrooms, sort of near the janitor's closet. I was right in that area. That was when I heard the main door to the rest stop open. That had to be the man that was hiding behind my car. I would have been able to hear if another car had driven in. There was luckily a rear exit to the rest stop, so I rushed over to it and left the building. I walked as fast as I could back around toward my car. I even cut through the grass and headed to the sidewalk. As I was doing this, I heard the front door to the rest stop building open again. I looked over and saw the man leaving, walking very quickly in my direction. I started sprinting toward my car and was able to make it there in time. I then left as fast as possible. The man made it back to his own vehicle and got inside of it, but by then I was already driving off. As soon as I made it back onto the highway, I took the very first exit I could see. In the rear-view mirror, I could see the guy getting onto the highway from the rest stop, a long distance away. After taking my exit, I was able to lose the guy by going down some other streets. After I got back to the highway once more, I called the police and reported what just happened. I think that man's behavior was really suspicious. I'm not sure what specifically he wanted, but I'm glad I was able to get away from him. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback for me as well, be sure to leave that in comments below the video. If you guys have a story you'd like to send in, or if you'd like to contact me for any reasons, there will be links to my social media in the description below the video, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description below the video. Please make sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with, and try to use as much proper grammar as possible to make sure you have the highest chance of appearing in a future video. Overall, I think that's pretty much it for now, guys, so thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.